Well, a very warm welcome. Actually, a little bit chilly here today, but from the commentary box, it's a warm welcome at least. Back to Warden Law, to Karting North East for the second part of our back-to-back weekend special for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. My name's Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the box today is not Henry Baudet. Henry has flown away to sunnier parts of the world, but I am very glad to be joined by former Senior X30 Wilton Mill Kart Club champion back in the day, so knows plenty of stuff about these karts that we're going to be watching here this weekend. Piers Prior is in the box with me for this one. Piers, welcome to the Crow's Nest. You were busy last weekend with some Formula 2 and Formula 3, but back with it here with some X30s and KZ2 this weekend.
Really looking forward to this weekend's racing. Of course, double-header this weekend, which we'll touch on in just a moment. But lots of close times in practice and qualifying, which we'll cover off very, very shortly. But it's going to be good racing this weekend here at Warden Law. Here's
your circuit, 1,200 metres, 12 turns for those in the Water Swift and X30 categories. This circuit with a bit of elevation, established in the mid-90s. The difference for the KZ2s, the Dunlop chicane that you can see at the top of the circuit there, the KZ2s, when we get onto racing with them tomorrow, will miss that bit out. It's a fast-flowing technical circuit. The weather still dry, but not as warm as it was last weekend for the Rotax and Honda cadets. Down in single digits, quite breezy over the circuit as well. We have had spots of rain at times. It's one of those variable weekends where there's going to be eyes on the skies pretty much throughout the course of all of the racing here today and tomorrow. Tyre choice, very, very important. Let's have a look at your timetable for today. We'll start, of course, with the heats for Water Swift, Junior and Senior X30 and Water Swift Restricted. KZ2 then have a practice. We'll have a bit of a season preview for KZ2 at 12:30. Then it's into the second round of heats for Water Swift and X30 Junior, an ABC group format for them. Build-up show from yesterday. If you've seen it already on the Karting UK YouTube channel, thank you for your support on that one. But if you missed it, all the discussion and gossip round the paddock yesterday will be replayed at 3:10. We'll then get into the rest of the second heats for Senior X30 Water Swift Restricted. Any drivers who've not completed their individual, so we will have finals of championship rounds going from 3:10 onwards. KZ2 qualifying, they're on a single round format for this weekend. Their timed qualifying will finish the day. We are also joined, last weekend it was all on me lonesome in this part of the world. I've got a buddy alongside me in the box, and I've got a buddy down in Parc Ferme and the paddock as well. So over to you, Nicole Sutherland.
Thanks, Andrew. I am back with you this weekend, so you've not got to be lonely anymore. I'll be down here then all day, walking around the track in Parc Ferme, on the grid, your eyes and ears for the first and second rounds of the IAME and the first round of the KZ, because it's not just Oasis. Oasis aren't the only legends back this year. We've got the KZs once again. First time we're seeing them. What a treat. 2 full days full of racing. This first day here then is looking a bit cold, like you can probably see from my hair. It's windy out here. It's going to make for some interesting racing, especially with that tow going down the main straight. I'll head back to the boys then. I'm sure I'll see you shortly. Make sure you stay tuned in, because it's going to be full on, it's going to be dramatic, it's going to be epic.
It is indeed. Good work down there in the paddock, Nicole. She'll be our eyes and ears across the course of the day. Piers, getting ready then for the first set of heats. We've had timed qualifying. IAME Water Swift will get us going. You've had your eyes on the times, the news. What have we been seeing so far this morning?
Well, starting with Water Swift, things have been very, very close indeed. A 10th in the second warm-up this morning covered the top 5 drivers. And we've seen that across a lot of the classes. Of course, we'll touch on the whole qualifying as we head into the Water Swift race, but it's been exceptionally close and been getting closer in times throughout the weekend in most of the classes. So it's coming to a crescendo. Of course, we've got finals today and finals tomorrow, so lots of exciting racing to look forward to.
And we see with the drivers as well, I mean, it's a full-on weekend, especially for those working behind the scenes, these IAME double-headers, but the drivers like it, don't they? If they do have a bit of a not so good day today, they've got another chance tomorrow as well.
Yes, of course, on a standard one-round weekend, you have an issue in qualifying, and that kind of can set your weekend off kilter. Whereas 1 round today, 1 round tomorrow, independent. Of course, the form that we see today will likely translate into tomorrow, because those are the drivers that generally will have had the best setup and the best feelings on the circuit. But you know, if you have a bad one tomorrow and a bad one today, sorry, and you learn from it, you can then come back tomorrow stronger. And we often see in these double headers that we have different winners on 2 different days.
Do, yeah.
It's not often that we have a double winner.
And we often see drivers, yes, there's that form book that rolls from one day to another, but a full day of racing or just a bit of bad luck early in the day, something can click for a driver across the course of the night. And we saw that from many of our front runners across the course of these IAME categories last year. Local time just coming up to 11:30 here. As I say, we've got a full team ready and waiting for these first heats. There's a quick sight into the timing room. The timekeepers, led by Chief Timekeeper Ian Rogers in the background there, has been busy working away, getting us all ready for this one. So we will be set 11:30 for the first of the heats. All the heats 8 minutes plus 1 lap, just to go through that bit of the format. When we get onto those finals later on today, 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And it'll be the same again for the X30 and Water Swift categories when we have round 2 tomorrow. There's a quick little sight there on your screens of a bit of news from KZ2. We're going to keep hyping up KZ2 because we love that it's back. The news from free practice is that Ella Stevens was fastest earlier on today. Jake Weston, who's moved teams into the Sodi Vitesse outfit, was P2. Timo Youngling, who was very strong here last year, didn't win the round, but had good paces third. That's all to come, though. More on that tomorrow, of course, for KZ2. We're going to take a short break and be back very, very soon with IAME Water Swift. So let's kick things off then for IAME Water Swift. Race 1, Heat 1 for them. This grid determined by timed qualifying here early this morning at Warden Law. And Nathaniel Hodges, the privateer, starts on pole, is joined by Excel Motorsports' Colby Patterson. Wyn Gottschalk, the American, starts on row 2 for Jamie Green Racing, is joined by the O-Plate winner, Harry Williams. Row 3, Austin Newstead and Charlie Clough, who's moved teams for this weekend. Nightmare and Mason Hibberts there on row number 4.
Row number 5 is headed by Daniel Ferguson for Fusion, alongside Efan Owen in 10th. 11th place, Jensen Ackerman. 12th, Mason Brooks. 13th will be Chester Fawkes, another privateer. 14th, Ian Carey with an all-privateer, row 7. Then 15th, Orion Meta. And 16th, Johnston Stewart.
Margaret Kovetskis and Alex Riley go from row 9. Sophie Campbell of Northern Ireland is joined by Danny Dempsey on row 10. Joseph Davis and Ethan Robinson have work to do from row 11. Ada O'Brien and Ruben Sagu complete the 24-strong field. It's about 2/3 of the field in this category, as there's problems for Austin Newstead before we've even got going. Newstead, who was due to start this heat from grid position 5, is understandably not too happy there. One of Fusion Motorsports' leaders is out before we've even begun. Will we go green this time? Yes, we will. 8 minutes plus 1 lap away here at Warden Law, and it's a good start for Nathaniel Hodges. Colby Patterson's had a decent run as well. It's all about keeping things nice and tidy through these first couple of corners. It's Wyn Gottschalk who's come through as well, running on an American license, actually based from the Dutch Caribbean island of Curaçao. Him and his brother here this weekend in these Water Swift categories. Gottschalk on his first appearance in the British Kart Championships, very strong earlier on in the year at the IAME Winter Cup held in Valencia a few weeks ago, so he knows this team. The 133 coming through the order as well. That's Mason Hibbert, one of the Fusion Motorsport drivers, but bit of a dramatic start there, Piers, especially for Austin Newstead, one of the drivers we would have expected to be running well in this one. That is a bitter blow for the start of his weekend.
We were chatting just ahead of this race, of course, double header this weekend, of course, not good for his hopes in this today's round number 1, but it won't affect round number 2. But it's been a pretty close start at the front of the field as we see the 24 going up the inside of turn number 1. That was Colby Patterson in the 124. He's made a move for the XL team. And we're looking back to the front of the field, and it is Nathaniel Hodges who holds the lead as that privateer. Very distinctive black kart at the front. Good to see the privateers doing so well. Wyn Goodshaw chasing him down at the moment, while the 115 of Daniel Ferguson just hold down. You can see Warden Law, it's a bumpy circuit. There's places on the track where you have to be on the right part of the road so that you don't get unsettled. And we saw Wyn Goodshaw hit a bump a bit untidily through the Senna S, and that's dropped him off the back of Hodges at the front of the field and into the clutches of Daniel Ferguson.
Has indeed. Daniel Ferguson on the attack there down the inside has got new support in the form of Lewis Mackey on the spanners here this weekend, and Ferguson piloting his way up to P2 in this one. But it's Nathaniel Hodges, the privateer, the rookie, denoted there by the black background on your timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. Been tremendous so far here today. Really pleasant surprise to see Hodges towards the front of this order, but can Daniel Ferguson now start to chase down? Gottschalk has got back through, as there's the O-plate holder, won that plate a few weeks ago at Wilton Mill. Harry Williams was here last weekend as well, and it's going to be an interesting aspect, particularly in IAME Waterswift this weekend. There are a number of drivers who are more Waterswift regulars, you would say, but had a bit of a hack last week in the road tax categories. We talked to Ozzie Gibson about that yesterday during the build-up show. I am expecting the likes of Williams, the likes of Austin Gibson to have a little bit of an advantage, Piers, particularly in these early heats, with that racing experience around this circuit that they had 7 days ago.
Yeah, it'll be less on pace and more, as you mentioned, on the racecraft element, because a lot of these young drivers, they race around the country week in, week out. But the specifics, off on the left-hand side of the dogleg, just dropping off the back of the curve. Didn't quite catch the number.
Might have been Mason Hibbert. I think it was one of the fusions that went round.
Yeah, we'll catch you up on that. But those that raced here last weekend will have just in the battle, when the swords come together, that's when you know where to position your kart, when not to position it. Having learnt from last weekend, we've got a bit of inter-fusion rivalry as we see the 115 of Ferguson defending from Williams. Williams actually got a bit bullied down towards turn 1. I saw a little bit of early touching on the way down there, but he's recovered and is now back in this lead group, it was at the front of the field. Hodges had gained a bit of a gap, but it is very much now a 5-way fight for the leaders up the inside. Turn number 1, that is Daniel Ferguson taking second place, so his Fusion kart coming on strong in this sort of middle section of this race.
Yeah, good stuff there from Daniel Ferguson, the runner-up in the IAME Waterswift restricted category in this championship in 2024, and has been very impressive on his step up to the full power, the full fat Waterswift formula. Gottschalk still there in third place. Keep an eye on Chester Fawkes as well, the Argenti Academy driver. Running as a privateer this weekend, but still with the support behind the scenes as Williams goes down the inside of Gottschalk, and that's a nice reading of the situation by Colby Patterson. Patterson trying to go around the outside through Horseshoe, not quite able to do it there, but a good move from Colby Patterson in another year here in IAME Waterswift. Had a very strong finish to 2024, can drive through a field. We've seen that particularly at the IWF, the IAME Warrior final towards the end of 2024. Patterson, maybe not the championship favourite going into this season, Piers, but I think he's a very strong dark horse, is Colby Patterson, particularly with that experience that he had from last year.
Yes, he's looked like he's very comfortable coming into this season, especially in the battles that we've seen, where he may have got shuffled backwards in previous years. This year, definitely taken a step forward in terms of racecraft and maturity, as we come to expect from these young drivers.
So other moves through the field. Fawkes, we've mentioned, up 6 places to P7. Mason Brooks is also on the charge, up 4 spots to P8. Johnston Stewart, who's had a decent weekend so far, has been pretty quick, pretty useful in practice, is up 5 places to 11th. Piers, what else are we seeing out there?
I think I saw a transponder on the circuit going into the last corner, so we'll keep an eye on that. Of course, the timing team will be on top of that. It was either a transponder or a piece of something, but it looked like a little blue box. So someone's dropping down the move for the lead. Good move into the dog leg from Daniel Ferguson.
That's lovely stuff from Daniel Ferguson. Nathaniel Hodges has been doing a good job at the front of this field, but has now got to fight the teammates. Hodges responds with his own move down the inside. There's a bit of a battle there between the Fusions as through goes Williams, and Patterson will take P3 as well. Ferguson shuffled down to P4. This is what it's going to be like. We saw a lot of this close racing in IAME Water Swift a few weeks ago at Wilton Mill. This is a different kind of circuit though at Warden Law, as there's Mason Brooks down the inside of Chester Forks for P7. It's going to be ferocious across the course of this weekend, and all of these drivers know if you can get a good result in this first race between groups B and C, particularly if you started on the outside, 2nd, 4th, 6th. Those are all the drivers who are in Group C. They need a good result in here, because when they get to their second heat later on this afternoon, they will be up against the Group A drivers. They will also have a little bit of a tyre disadvantage, Piers.
Yeah, the tyres disadvantage not so pronounced in these small kart categories of Water Swift and Restrictors. We see the 115 fighting hard with the one of Ferguson fighting with Godshaw. But that previous lap, when we saw the battling between the two Fusion drivers of Harry Williams and Ferguson, if that's what the race is going to be like for the rest of the day, as it looks like a flapping front bump for the 184, Mason Brooks.
Oh, that may well could be a drop bumper, and if that's confirmed in scrutineering, that would be a plus 5 second penalty for Mason Brooks. But that's just going by our eyes. Our eyes have tricked us before, of course. Many a time. 30 seconds remaining in this race. New race leader Harry Williams from Nathaniel Hodges and Colby Patterson. 1, 2, 3 have broken away. They'll have 2 more laps for this one. They've got about 2 seconds over Godshaw, Ferguson, Brooks, Forks and the rest. Jensen Ackerman having a decent run as well as down the inside. Where did Hodges go there? Hodges got it back on circuit.
Hang on. Patterson went from 3rd to 1st in one move there. Looked up the inside of Hodges. Hodges got on the marbles and just ran wide, but somehow managed to go from 3rd to 1st in one foul swoop. Brilliant move so far. Probably definitely the move of the race. We've seen some pretty bold racing from our Water Swift drivers already in this first heat of the weekend. So if that's anything to go by, then we're in for a bit of a treat this weekend if you're an innocent watching person at home.
So on to the final lap then. Godshaw defending there for P4. Nathaniel Hodges just ahead in 3rd. I don't think the gap's going to be through. There goes Ferguson, wrestles his way back into P4. Has picked up a warning flag though, has Daniel Ferguson. There's been a few in this race, but apologies for not fully reporting them, because all of this is going on through St John's. Knight measures in the orange helmet right in the middle of it all. This is all fighting for 5th down to about 15th. Off the road there goes one of the Excels, and Margaret Kvetskis in the 152. That might have been, I'll wait and confirm who the Excel driver was who went off the road. Meanwhile, back towards the front of the order, here is the move for the race lead. Colby Patterson ahead of Harry Williams round the final corner. Patterson, I don't think he's checking through on timing. That might be a transponder issue. Over the line, Patterson wins. Very good start for Colby Patterson and XL Motorsport on a weekend while they're trying to take it to Fusion. They draw first blood in IAME Water Swift. Harry Williams, P2. Good return of points there for Nathaniel Hodges, P3. Ferguson and Godshaw all in the top 5. Good start there, Piers, to the weekend here at Warden Law.
Brilliant first race of the weekend. There was a lot going on there. Some people setting their stations out early. Harry Williams, a resolute defence against his teammates already this weekend. So no one holding any punches, that's for sure. But it was Colby Patterson that took the win in the end.
There we go. So 0 points on the board for Colby Patterson, 2 for Williams, 3 for Hodges, etc., down through the order. Rest of those in the top 20, Mason Hibbert, Ian Carey. Good start there for Ethan Owen on debut, P13. Johnson Stewart and Danny Dempsey moving up through the order. Tough race for Charlie Clough down 10. Kovetskis, Davies, Campbell and Riley all in the top 20. Ethan Robinson, Ruben Sagu and Ada O'Brien, the last of the 23 finishers. 1 retirement Technically, it did not start for Austin Newstead in the number 4. We will see all of these drivers back out again later on this afternoon, of course. For anyone who started on the inside column, those in Group B, we will see them again at 2:20 when they take on Group A. For everybody else, everyone who was on driver's left, the even side of the grid, we'll see them for their second race at 12:40, just before the 2 races before the lunch break in their race against Group A. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting this weekend. Let us know where you're watching from as well on this Easter weekend. The drivers just taking stock of what happened there. There's Chester Fawkes, the Academy, the Argenti Academy driver in the 1:38. Chester in the NP9 in that. What a solid result for the driver who was on the podium in every single IAME Water Swift Restricted final last year. Let's see if Fawkes can continue that run into 2025, Piers.
Yes, Night Measure's clearly not too disappointed with that race, giving the camera a nice wave. But Fawkes will struggle. Another wave there. Chester will struggle to emulate that podium run he had last year.
It's a tall order, but I wouldn't count it out. We saw Fawkes build across the course of these rounds in 2024 in that restricted category. We will, of course, have IAME Water Swift Restricted later on this afternoon. But for now, let's take a short break. Coming up, the juniors after this one.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Time to switch our attention then to X30 Junior for their first heat. This is once again a Group B versus Group C race. All of those groups and positions on the grid determined by timed qualifying earlier on this morning. We've got 21 drivers ready to go there on the pre-grid, less than 30 seconds to go before they head out on circuit. And I guess the big question here, Piers, is can anybody get ahead of O-Plate winner and championship favourite Riley Cranham, who's going to be in this one?
He's going to be right there. He's been very consistent in practice so far. Been in the top 5 in pretty much every practice session. Was nearly 3/10 clear in practice this morning. But this is our starting grid, starting with that man, Riley Cranham, the O-Plate on pole position. Alongside him, Sukmani Kira. Then 3rd place, Samuel Woolley for BMR. And then Rocco Leon Shenton in 4th place, the privateer. 5th place, Isaac Sayer for Jamie Green Racing. 6th, Finley Lines, Argenti Motorsport. 7th, Ethan Woodward for Fusion. And 8th, Nat Johnson, who'll be a little bit disappointed to be down there.
Yeah, in 8th place, Jacob Backlew and Max Endicott go from row 5. Zach McDonald's had a decent weekend so far, starts on row 6 for this one, alongside the seeded driver Mayan Patel. Freddie Wood and Sam Mott go from row 7. They're ahead of Max Mason and Jack McLaughlin on row 8.
Row number 9 is Oliver Meek and Jack Crockwell, there we go. Cameron Edmonds and Sasuke Maida on row number 10. The field rounded out by Ashley Haas for Croc Promotion. I struggled with a couple of those. I promise I'll get it right by the end of the weekend.
Ashley Haas, on this one. Hello to everyone watching from Kingston, Jamaica. For this one, into the tram lines, we're away and racing for 8 minutes plus 1 lap. Cranham into the lead. Good start as well from Sam Woolley on the inside for the BMR team. Has had a good weekend so far. He's looked pretty quick through the free practice sessions, but now into the business of racing through the dogleg then. I think there's been a good start for Isaac Sayer as well, the first of the Jamie Green racing team. Not as big a number of JGR drivers here this year. That's more because they're focusing their wider operation on their European racing in 2025, but still expect those green and white machines to be pretty quick when we see them here this weekend. 7 minutes and 20 seconds to go. I think everybody has pretty much made it through the first couple of corners. Oh, that's getting a little bit close. Mayan Patel getting involved. I would think that was with Ethan Woodward in the 283, and Woodward's now going to be very patient indeed. He's out in the dust. This circuit, Piers, you know, it's the second weekend in a row that we've been racing here. Now, yes, different tyres, different compounds, all the rest of it. But immediately I'm seeing that if you get off the racing line here today, if you get off of where all that rubber's been laid down across the course of the last couple of weeks, you're going to struggle.
Yes, a lot of rubber been laid down. It's not been washed away since last weekend. Of course, practice yesterday for these drivers here. Rocco Leon Shenton actually has had a pretty poor start in this one. Went down the order, down to about 10th, but he's made his way up into 8th place now. Didn't seem to get away from the line very well at all, and then got shuffled wide. And momentum at a circuit like Warden is so expensive. We see a good move from the 283 of Ethan Woodward up the inside of Max Mason down into Gasworks. But yes, because every corner links into the next one here at Kart Northeast Warden Law. You get shuffled wide at one corner, it's so easy to lose a handful of places and potentially ruin your race. But we are just settling in second or third lap now and keeping an eye at the front of the field. Riley Cranham just bolting away.
Yeah, and this is similar to what we saw from Riley Cranham a few weeks ago at Wilton Mill. He is the heavy favourite, was second in this championship last year, as Isaac Sayer has a go at Sam Woolley there. Woolley holds it round the outside. Sayer has another little nibble on the way into the Dunlop chicane, and Jacob Backler is going to be on the scene. Jacob Backler has raced a lot, of course, in these British Kart Championships, has raced in the IAME Euro Series as well, has got a good wealth of experience for the MDL Motorsport team. A notification from race control we saw a moment earlier for the number 10 of Mayan Patel, and Patel has received a 5-second in-race time penalty for his troubles there. So we'll note that for the driver in 7th place.
Yeah, Backler doing well at 4th place at the moment, was hounding the back of Sayer after Sayer had a go on Woolley, and again, that's just the momentum. Sayer tried to get the inside of this second centre us here 1 lap ago, couldn't get the move done, and that held them both up as well, so that's allowed Cranham to gap them by a good half a second on that last lap. His gap now over a second, so Cranham will be breathing a sigh of relief for that, because he can just ease off a little bit as another attempt at a move down in Gasworks and getting that all wrong. Up 1 positions, then down 2. Yeah,
that may be a bit of inexperience for Isaac Sayer around this circuit. Went for the big one, but the circuit drops away very, very quickly. You lose the weight, you lose the transfer of the grip, and Sayer now finds himself fighting with Sukhmani Kira. Sukhmani Kira, one of the drivers who stepped up to the junior category this year, and she's been racing very, very well indeed at club, national and European level. The Alpine Racer Academy driver is through and into P4.
Yeah, brilliant driving from Kira there. Got alongside on the straight. Fair play to Sayer. Could have chopped down and offered Sukhmani Kira no space on the inside, but fair racing, especially at this early stage in the weekend. A finish is more important than just getting every single point at this stage. There's a big move late up the inside of Gasworks, because Rocco Leon Shenton on the number 10 of Mayan Patel. Patel, of course, got that 5-second penalty early in the race as well.
Yeah, Rocco Leon Shenton. I had a little chat with Rocco yesterday, and they were playing around with a few things in terms of setup, maybe looking at the long game. There's a lot of points to be won here this weekend, so we know that there's some good race pace there for Rocco. We saw that a few weeks ago at Wilton Mill for that O-Plate meeting. That move up to P7 is a solid base from which Shenton can build with the remaining 3 minutes, 3¼ minutes to be exact, plus that 1 lap, of course. Back towards the front of the order there, Sam Woolley's been chased down by Jacob Backler here. They cannot live with the pace of Riley Cranham right now. So I think it's going to be a battle for second place on this occasion. There's Ethan Woodward. Impressed with the recovery here for Ethan Woodward. We saw him having a spot of bother earlier in this race, Piers, but he's got his head together very nicely, got back up into the top 10. Yes, it's a net loss of positions from where we saw the 283 start, but it's good racecraft, good race pace in this second half.
Sometimes you've just got to do damage limitation. If you've gone backwards, all you can do is consolidate a result. How many times do we see a driver lose 3 or 4 places, and then subsequently in the rest of the race things keep going from bad to worse and they end up with a DNF or a spin? So sometimes losing a few places and then consolidating that, not the worst thing.
Another penalty has come in. This time it's for the 257 of Cameron Edmonds in 11th place at the moment. That would be quite a costly one as things stand. It would drop Edmonds down to the lower reaches of the top 20. Yeah, P19 just ahead of Susuke Maeda in the 241. 2 minutes of this one to go. Is that gap to Cranham coming down? Is this the point at which Cranham then just starts to race manage this, take care of the tyres, the brakes, the materials, etc.? Oh, a bit wide there for Backler through turn 1. It is a tailwind for the drivers down the pit straight. I just wonder there if that was a moment where Backler had a bit of a gust to win and it just pushed him wide. He did very, very well to keep some level of control of that one and not have a little bit of a rallycross moment.
Yeah, Backler looking good in the middle sector, actually. He seems to have closed that gap back up that he lost down towards turn 1. And there's nothing to do with toe there, because once you go into turn 1, basically until this point here down the back straight towards Gasworks, it's all left, right. No flat out running other than those 2 places, the back straight and also straight down to turn number 1. Backler's had a good race actually, up from 9th place on the grid, made a couple of positions on the first lap and then has chipped away since then, as we've had a confirmation of the 2.835 second penalty for Ethan Woodward. But at the front of the field, I was thinking that Cranham might have let off a little bit, but he's still pushing on. His fastest lap only about half a tenth away from the best of the race at this stage, so not looking to save a huge amount at this stage.
We said that she was going to be our eyes and ears. Let's pass down to Nicole Sutherland, who's down in the paddock. Nicole, what do you have for us?
Definitely the eyes and the ears then, Andrew, and I feel a bit like a weather radar because it is really, really windy down here. You can feel how much it's picked up just in the past 10 minutes, and I'd say, like you boys were talking about, it's making a massive difference to the toe, to the racing.
Well, it'll certainly make a difference in terms of course, how it will affect the kart into turn 1 as a tailwind, but also slightly increase the toe effect down towards Gasworks as well. So if it stays that way, we may see a fair few moves there throughout the weekend.
May indeed. 10 seconds to go though on the time, plus the 1 lap. So this will be the penultimate tour of this 1.2 Warden Law circuit here at Karting Northeast. This is your fight for second place on your screens, just coming through Senna 2 now if you're with us at the side of the circuit. Woolley, Backler, Kira and Sayer, and don't count out Zach McDonald. Good to see Zach racing there in P6. Had some solid pace at Wilton Mill and is showing that wasn't a one-off. Good to see the driver there, the privateer in the 280, holding off Rockaway Shenton at this current time. Leader onto the final lap then. Riley Cranham has been completely unchallenged in this one. Is going to be posing some big questions to the rest of the X30 junior field here this weekend as to what they can do to get ahead of the British Open champion from earlier on here in the spring. Sam Woolley though, Piers, doing a nice solid job, not looking too tense or tight at the wheel, defending for P2.
Completely agree. He's had a fair amount of pressure being applied to him through this middle end stage of the race from Backler in 3rd place, but he's just held off that defence. He's got good exits, and actually a poor exit on the previous lap out of the Dunlop chicane for Backler has now put the pressure on him and taken a bit of that heat off of Woolley in 2nd place. We're going into the final sector of the lap. Sukmani Kira having a look up the inside, but this man unchallenged at the front of the field. Cranham takes his first victory of the weekend. Probably not his last, in my opinion.
Probably not his last, but we'll see later on. That's job done for the O-plate holder in the first heat. Wins by more than 2 seconds in the end. Sam Woolley P2, Jacob Backler, very good drive, up 6 places to P3. Sukmani Kira and Isaac Sayer of Singapore complete the top 5.
Yeah, that's poor start for Rocker Leon Shenson on the outside of the 2nd row. Also very much hurt Finley Lines, who was directly behind him in 6th place. Lines only managing a 12th place in that one. 13th place over the line. I don't know whether any of those penalties will affect that. Yes, Mayan Patel and Woodward both have 5-second time penalties. But I'll let Andrew run you through the provisional results.
Is the provisional result for the top 5. Cranham, Woolley, Backler, Kieran Sayer, as mentioned, top 5. Zach McDonald, Rocco Lane, Shenton, Mayan Patel, Ethan Woodward, and Nat Johnston all in the top 10. But that is before some of those plus 5-second penalties are, of course, applied. P11, Cameron Edmonds on the road. Freddie Wood, a solid P12. Finley Lyons, yes, P13, but did have some very good race pace there. Was regularly setting purple sector times and fastest lap at stages of that one. Oliver Meakin, Jack McLaughlin in the top 15. Then it's the couple of Maxes. Max Mason ahead of Max Endicott, P16 and 17. Sam Mott and Suski Meda in a top 20, completed by Jack Crockwell. Ashley Hazer, the last of the finishers. All 21 drivers who started that race got to the end. Points on the board for them. For anyone who started on the inside, drivers right, Group B, they will be out again for their second heat of this opening round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship Season 4 X30 Junior at 2:35. For anyone in Group C, anyone who's on the drivers left, they will go for their second heat against Group A at 12:55. That will be the last race before the lunch break. Keep your comments coming in. Should note as well, for people in the paddock, we've got something new for after we've wrapped up here with the racing. The new Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge, Mr. Piers Prior. We're looking forward to that, aren't we, as part of the paddock show?
Yes, many things have been afoot. We're going to be looking forward to seeing the inaugural challenge being taken place this afternoon. If you want to know what's happening with that, then stick around at the end of the live broadcast and then keep an eye on the paddock show later this evening. That will be good fun.
Will be indeed. There's Zach McDonald just winding down after that one. Very talented driver, very talented broadcaster as well. It's good for us in the box. I know we always say this when Zach does well. Keep doing the racing, Zach. You're very good at it. And then when get a bit older, then he can replace us in the comms box. He's having a smile there. But that was a solid drive from Zach, up 5 positions to P6. Who have we got in the comments as well? Hello to Alice Powell, who I can see is in the chat, is on F1 Academy duty, if I'm not mistaken, this weekend. Hello to Michael Burke as well, watching 8:55 PM in Bathurst. More to come here from Warden Law. We'll be back after this. Time for the big boys and girls, Senior X30 and their first heat. No split qualifying groups in this one, so this is the whole field out together as one for the first of their 2 heats to set the grid for the final of round 1 later on this afternoon. And it's Harrison Whittaker who is starting on pole position. The Welshman for Premium Karting, the Argenti-backed driver, is alongside the reigning 3-time British champion Gus Lawrence on the front row. William Antrobus had a very good run here last year in the juniors, was here last week as well. He's in Fusion Motorsports awning this weekend, starts on row 2 alongside Tristan Powell. Freddie Lloyd has had a team change for this weekend and is joined by his new teammate in that Premium Karting awning, Morgan Moore. That's row 3. Harrison Mackie, the X30 Junior British champion from last year, is joined by Gabriel Stilp. That's a heavyweight, row 4.
Row 5 has Aaron Brown for the Vismo International team alongside Jack Buckley for Mick Barrett Racing. Row 6, Hayden Eldridge, also for Vismo International, alongside Jack Nettleship, the privateer on that TB kart. Row number 7, Lewis Bird for BMR alongside Reese Newburn for S8 Racing. And then row number 8, Joey Brown, Fusion, alongside Sam Lewis for Evolve.
Harry Cottrell, another of the S8 TB kart runners, starts on row 9 alongside CJ Bennett. Sam Branston and Levi Sangera on row 10. Oliver Harris and Theo Lestrange on row number 11. Leif Khan and Michael Gray on row 12. Morrow, McPollin, Castro and Patel completes the runners. It's a falsie. We go round again. That always happens when we have to rattle through the grid at the end. It's quite clearly, and Nigel Edwards agrees with me, they're going too quick, Piers.
Yeah, we're going too quick. Not time for the field to bunch up. Potentially a tactical decision from our front row, but we shall never know.
Let's just properly run through those last few rows of the grid. So Oliver Harris and Theo Lestrange on row 11. Leif Khan and Michael Gray on row 12. Harrison Morrow's got a lovely new sticker kit on his 372 class and motorsport machine, is row 13, joined by Ireland's Conor McPollin. João Castro in the IPK Racing Praga machine, stepping up to seniors this weekend. We saw him in juniors at O-Plate, starts on row 14 and is joined by Dylan Patel in the 340 Fusion Motorsports, who is doing something that's quite a feature of this weekend, borrowing some kit. That is not a Mackie at the very on the rear of the field. That's Dylan simply borrowing some kit, either off Harrison or more likely off Lewis.
Yes, not only Burrower as well. We've got a different helmet, I believe, this weekend for Gabriel Still as well, borrowing his brother's.
And he was borrowing Caden McQueen's suits yesterday as well. Anyway, to the racing. Here we go then. 8 minutes plus 1 lap. And we are away and racing for this one. Very even start for those on the front row. But it's going to be advantage Whitacombe, as there's a problem for William Antrobus at the black helmet there. Had to get out of the throttle and loses a number of positions out wide. Is one of the Mick Barrett Racing runners. As through into St John's they all go. It's a bit of a boisterous start, Piers.
Yeah, Antrobus got about as close to a crash at the first corner as you can get without having a crash. Managed to save it up, still inside the top 5. CJ Bennett taking a cut through the dirt on the exit of the dogleg.
So, still early stages of this one. Gus Lawrence there with that number 1 plate, looking to get his title defence going as Gabriel Stilt down the inside. Puts a move on. Was that Morgan Moore? Yes, it was. Morgan Moore with Premium Karting again this year. Had a very, very good 2024 and had decent speed yesterday in slightly damp conditions in free practice. The sun has started to come out here in Sunderland. It's more getting back to what we saw last weekend for the other categories. We haven't seen it so far this weekend. There's a little bit of a hop across the grass for Joey Brown there in the deep red helmet for Fusion Motorsport. Joey Brown started this one P15 and is still in 15th place, Piers.
Yeah, we saw Aaron Brown go for a move up the inside of the first NRS. Senna S on William Antrobus as well, as we have a move for the lead. Number 1 to first place. Gus Lawrence takes the lead at Gasworks. A typically clinical move down there.
Well, Gus Lawrence had a difficult start to his title defence in 2024. Yes, he came back. He retained that number 1 spot to take his 3rd title. I do think in his mind, he's very analytical kind of driver, that he will be looking to make sure that that doesn't happen again here this weekend. And this is a front-footed approach from the PF International Karting racer. He's not going to have everything his own way, though, because look at that, stacking up behind. Harrison Mackie on the inside there in the purple and white helmet, having a bit of a fight there with the number 7 seed, Aaron Brown. Aaron Brown, who does the engine tuning for that Fismo International P7. This is a properly good start, Piers.
Yeah, all up the inside goes Brown. Good move, but it was Mackie that actually went around the outside of 1 into Senna S, and then up the inside of a second into the second of the Senna S's. But Brown going back through. Great to see Brown at the front of the field once again. That bright green helmet with the resplendent livery that he's got on that kart. Of course, he tuned a lot of the engines that some of these drivers will be using in the Senior X30 category.
Freddie Lloyd had a bit of a rough time of things on that lap, was dropped down to 7th place, as there's a move by Tristan Powell in the MDL 388, going past William Antrobus in the 357. Those of you who were here with us last weekend will have seen Antrobus racing in the senior Rotax category for Sam Pollitt Racing, is now with Fusion Motorsport. We touched on it a little bit. He's not the only driver who's made that awning move across the... Oh, as round goes Lloyd. Lloyd recovers it, but it's going to lose 4, 5, 6, maybe more positions. What happened there on the entrance to Gasworks? It has not been a happy season so far for Freddie Lloyd. He's made the switch to premium karting for this weekend. My sources tell me because he prefers the OTK chassis over the Kart Republic chassis that Fusion Motorsport are now running, but it just does not seem to be going the way of last year's championship runner-up. That moment drops him down to P14.
Very interesting moment towards Gatsworth. Didn't quite catch that as Morgan Moore goes up the inside once again. I think we're going to have a quick word from our pit reporter, Nicole.
Yes.
What have you got for us down there?
Well, I don't have anything actually in Parc Fermé, boys, but I'm watching on Eagerly and just looking at the order of karts out there. I'm starting to question, how is this championship going to play out in 2025? You've got the king of X30, the king of senior X30 leading the way, Gus Lawrence, but are the young guns, the likes of Whitcomb and Mackie and Lloyd, going to give him a run for his money? What do you reckon?
I'd say they're definitely going to give Lawrence a run for his money. We saw Freddie Lloyd push Gus Lawrence very, very hard across the course of the 2024 campaign. And yeah, there's been some strong promotions up from Junior across the off-season, especially from that driver, Harrison Mackie, down the inside of Aaron Brown on the entrance to the Senna S. Harrison Mackie was within touching distance of a treble, of course, last year of national, continental and international X30 junior titles. He really was the dominant force wherever he raced. But this is a different task now. A little bit of change behind the scenes. It's now his father on the spanners as opposed to his older brother. But, you know, that step from junior to senior, yes, it's a similar engine platform, Piers, but what's the difficult set of elements about it?
Well, it looks fairly similar on circuit, and lap times aren't hugely dissimilar at most circuits, actually, between the juniors and seniors. But you've got different tyre, so you have to drive that slightly differently. Also, the extra weight is the main thing. You've got more power, more weight, and it's generally just a bit harder to drive, just to get the kart to do exactly what you want. Because the kart weighs more, you have to do more physically to work with that and against that, as we see another move at Gasworks. Antropa's up the inside. Good move on Brown. But it's just about basically telling the kart what to do. In juniors, because you've got that little bit less weight, the tyres slide a little bit more, just a bit more forgiveness. And don't forget, also, you're against a crop of drivers that have been racing for that much longer, that much more experience, that much more wily at the front of the field, especially.
Yeah, especially the likes of Gus Lawrence, Harrison Whitcomb closing in. Whitcomb, another one of the drivers who stepped up to seniors this year. So right now, it's your reigning senior champion ahead of arguably the three strongest promotees, or graduates we should say, from X30 Junior, as out of the race is Joey Brown. That is not a good start to things for Joey Brown. Now, all of these drivers will make it through to the final. There's no top 34 cutoff for the seniors, but again, ahead of the final, that's not what you want to see if you're a supporter of Joey Brown. Is going to have work to do in the second heat to see if he can claw his way back up the intermediate classification. 1.25 minutes to go here, Piers. Gus Lawrence looks to have the measure of Harrison Whitcomb right now, just holding that gap at 1/4 second.
Well, I'm just watching the body language of the karts, actually, and even though their sector time in that last lap were pretty much identical for both our leaders, Whitcomb just looks ever so slightly more in control at the moment. He's just carrying a bit narrow out of most corners, at the last corner especially, not using the exit curve. Looks like his kart's in a good position, so potentially just keeping his tyres in a good window so that he can have attack towards the end of the race. Of course, Whitcomb, a promotee from the junior category, as you mentioned a moment ago, but still has a fair amount of racing experience under his belt and will be aware of that 1 second gap that he has behind him and will want to hold on to that if at all possible before making a move. If he strikes too early, he'll turn this 2-kart battle for the lead into about a 6-kart battle for the lead, as the next group behind are pretty close.
They are indeed. We're not quite at championship points awarding stage of things, but there will be a set of points awarded after the culmination of these heats. So Whitcomb's, yes, still very early in the season, but maybe got to think about the risk versus reward in this one. Through the final chicane towards Gasworks, and Whitcomb is starting to put the reigning champion under a bit of pressure here. Warning for Levi Sangera further down the order, but this is going to be the first test of both Gus Lawrence and Harrison Whitcomb in the story of this 2025 season. Final lap board is out. Lawrence takes a defensive position down the middle of the road. No opportunity for Whitcomb to draw alongside through turn 1 into the dogleg next. Again, Lawrence trying to use his experience. His not over-defending at this stage, but Whitcomb's not going anywhere in a hurry.
No, exactly. Lawrence only defending where he needs to, not losing a huge amount of time in that middle sector, so he should be safe from the likes of Mackie, Antrobus and Brown. But you can see Whitcomb pointing forward. I think that's futile, Harrison. I don't think you're going to be working with this man in front of you on this final sector of the race. He is clearly aware of the group bearing down on him, but it's a well-measured victory by the looks of it, unless Whitcomb does anything crazy in the final sector.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard job to get through from there. Gus Lawrence out of the final corner, starts his title defence with a Heat 1 win in Senior X30. Whitcomb, Mackie and Antrobus all in the top 4, covered by a second. Aaron Brown showing, again, the kind of performance we saw from Aaron in 2024 on his way to that seeding in P7, 5th in that heat. Again, a 4, Gabriel Stilp running strongly in that one. Drivers will head into pit lane, and it's P1 for number 1 to kick things off here at Warden Law. That's not the end of things, of course. The second heat will be up later on this afternoon. It'll be a 1:50 start for the seniors for their second heat, and then their final, of course, later on will be a 3:10 start local time here in Sunderland. There was Whitcomb, P2. I think that Harrison will quite like the fact that he's won the battle of the graduates there, that he has got a result ahead of Harrison Mackie and William Antrobus. Yes, work to do, but that is a positive start for the Welsh driver. Yeah,
keep an eye on those fusion karts for the rest of the weekend of Mackie and Antrobus. They looked very strong in that second half of the race. There's our second section of the grid. Jack Buckley, CJ Bennett in 10th, 11th and 12th. Jack Nettleship, the privateer, 13th. Freddie Lloyd and so on. It was Freddie Lloyd who came over the line. Then Branston, Khan, Lewis, Newburn, Lestrange, McPollin, Grace, Sangira, Morrow, Harris, Patel, Castro, Brown and Cottrell. Both of Brown and Cottrell didn't manage to take the win. Gus already having a look at his tyre pressure, so clearly on top of the setup there.
Yeah, it's a very well-run squad there, the PF International Karting team. Gus Lawrence knows all the tricks of the trade. As a 3-time champion, has just given us a little smile there. Can hear us, of course, in the paddock. And looking body language-wise, Piers, just, quite calm, quite chill, just going through the motions, knowing there's a long way to go this weekend, of course.
Yeah, looking like he can't hear us right now. Just playing it cool after a pretty solid victory there for Gus. It was a well-measured victory, as I mentioned, but pushed all the way. Yes, it's going to be an interesting one this weekend. Looking forward to the fighting throughout this doubleheader here at Warden Law for the first and second rounds this weekend.
More to come here at Karting Northeast. Water Swift Restricted up after this. Time for the new generation to join us out on circuit. LBJ Stubbs has pole position for IAME Water Swift Restricted. Is joined on the front row by Harry Chapman, Bodie Batch and Louis Williams-Mabs go from row 2. The new face of Zev Godshalk, 7 years of age, starts on row 5 alongside Ollie West. Jaden McElhenney and Corey Lyons are on row 4.
Row number 5, Freddie Baker and Leo Russell, an all-privateer, row number 5. Row number 6, also privateers of Patrick Wood and Benjamin Sliver. I'll get there in the end. The final row of the grid are Harry Murphy, Frank Morris and Logan Hodgetts.
So all of these drivers in the year of their 8th birthday or up to 12 years of age, and it's the O plate holder, the British Open champion from Wilton Mill a few weeks ago, LBJ Stubbs, who will take us through into the tram lines. Keep an eye on Harry Chapman. He's got good pace around here. Bodie Batch has looked strong so far. Not quite yet, though. We're going to go around again. It's Saturday night fever time here at Karting North East on this Easter weekend. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting, even if it's drivers who aren't here this weekend. We're very, very glad to have our support from the Turkish karting community. Hope you stay with us. Oh dear, there's been a bit of a hold up there for Leo Russell in the number 63. We saw Leo race at Wilton Mill. It's just off of novice plates is Leo Russell. Onto the yellow plates, the son, of course, of Benji Russell, former British champion and Rotax Grand Finals champion back in the day as well. He's got a favourite. He's got a famous uncle as well, who's a bit busy this weekend.
Yes, good heritage for young Leo, and he'll take his place at the back of this field. I think he won't be able to take his grid place, unfortunately, as it's yellow flags now. But we're going to go racing a second time, Leo, trying to get his place back in. We'll keep an eye on what happens with that. But a little bit slower this time. Looks like we're probably going to be going away for green flag running. LBJ Stubbs away from the front of the field.
Watch for those lights to go out. They do, and away we go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap in IAME Water Swift Restricted. Very even start of the front row, and what a start for Harry Chapman. Round the outside from P2 on the grid, takes the lead. He's got a perm under that helmet, and he tells me that it's worth at least 2/10 a lap. He's got him off the start line pretty quickly there. We said he's good round Wilton Mill, but here comes Stubbs back down the inside. Louis Williams-Mabs on the DAP there. Number 22 has had a decent start. Close quarters racing between Stubbs and Chapman. But Chapman, who a couple of years ago to this around this place won the British Bambino title. His dad working on that number 32. Looking for a good start here. But LBJ Stubbs, after losing the lead in the early stages there, Piers, good response down the inside into Senna 1.
Very close racing for the lead already on this first lap. Bold around the outside did Chapman go. Not many times we see that this weekend. And at the front of the field, Stubbs pointing forward as we see a battle now for third place. That is Batch, I think. Oh! Louis Williams-Mabs just about holding on to that. Good kart control. That's dropped him a fair way down the order as another drive. That's Russell once again on the exit of the dog leg. We saw it in the formation lap, but he's in the race, just dropping 2 wheels onto the dirt and bottoming out. But we turn our attentions back to the front of the field. These two will probably, I imagine, work together for a short while now, trying to gap to McElhenney in third place.
Good start for McElhenney. Gained 3 places on the first lap and is now a net 4 up as Chapman goes through into the lead of this one. Stubbs shuffled backwards and into the path of McElhenney. Corey Lyons has had a good start as well, so it's the DMS machines coming up through the order. The 2 Irish drivers looking for solid points at the start of this one. Unfortunately, Louis Williams-Mabs, I think, has dropped down to 14th place, but there's some good speed there for Louis this weekend. Good to see him back in action. I hope we see that DAP kart throughout the course of the season. Underneath, it's a Kart Republic, but in terms of the branding, good to see that classic brand back on the grid. And Sprocket the dog, not on the grid, but back in the paddock. Sprocket the dog. We had a little bit of a chat with Sprocket in the number 22 awning yesterday on the build-up show, so do keep an eye out for that when we have that replay at 1:10
Yes. Someone to keep an eye out for that I noted in practice. Bodie Batch was fastest in practice 3 and 4. Was a sliding attempted move up the inside of Gasworks. Doesn't pay off for the number 14. That is Corey Lyons. And things are a bit scrappy in this race for Leo Russell, unfortunately. He'll have to reset after this one to go again for Heat 2 later on. Round again at Gasworks. Yeah, and unfortunately Russell's had a +5 second time penalty. Not confirmed to us in the box as to what that is for, but except that it is a +5 second time penalty. I do wonder, was it potentially for the formation lap and Leo trying to get back ahead in normal situations? Oh, it's off is McElhenney. Oh, McElhenney, a long way off the road, has done well to get back onto
the black stuff, but unfortunately McElhenney, after that bright start, falls all the way down from 3rd place and is now outside the top 10. Just to come back to Leah Russell, there's a line across the circuit in through Sector 3 where the drivers have to then remain from there on in formation. They can't skip and do some more overtaking up to the final corner. I wonder if that's potentially what that +5 is for Leo Russell.
Yeah, it looked like it. I did think he was moving past that point. Of course, under yellow flags, we've had a change to the lead actually. Albert J. Stubbs back into the lead. I think potentially off camera there, but he's back in the lead, and he's being pushed hard by Chapman. These two going backwards and forwards in this one.
Also a bit of news for Chapman is that number 32 is under investigation. Just under investigation for now, no more than that. We'll keep you up to date with any more news as and when we receive it. 3 3/4 minutes of this one to go. So it's Stubbs leading from Chapman. Corey Lyons there in 3rd place with Bodie Batch. He's had some good single lap pace so far this weekend. You notice with the colours of the blue and black that is another one of the Argenti Academy backed drivers, one of them in each of the IAME categories. Subtle difference though, of course, for Bodie Batch, that his operation is actually running out of. That's what happened to McElhenney. That's sort of similar to what we saw with Leo Russell earlier in the race.
Yes.
Just gets caught on the curb, didn't he there, Piers?
Yeah, it's a new curve there this year actually. It's a bit smoother, you can take a bit more of it, but when you fall off the back, there's a notable drop off the back of the curve. You dip your left-hand wheels in there, the chassis hits the ground, and metal has a lot less grip on the road than rubber does, and it can drag you off, as we've seen a couple of times this race, and unfortunately we saw that paying a fine once again.
Zev Gottschalk there. So I was just about to talk about the Jamie Green racing machine. So there are 2 of them in this race. They're different colours, of course. The number 88 of Bodie Batch, that's the Argenti supported one, hence why it's the Argenti colours of blue and black and not the usual JGR colours of green, white with a bit of black, which you can see immediately behind with Zev Gottschalk. So the younger brother of Wynn, who we saw earlier on in the IAME Water Swift category. One of the youngest drivers that we've got in the paddock here this weekend is Zev Gottschalk, in the year of his 8th birthday, 2025, but still 7 years of age. So really good performance this from Zev Gottschalk to be up there in the top 5 in the early stages. 2 1/4 minutes to go, Piers.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on this battle down for 3rd and 4th and 5th place, but we've had a few more penalties come in. 3 seconds for the 78 of Slivar, another 3-second penalty for the 36 also. That is Patrick Wood. And the 5-second penalty for our current leader, LBJ Stubbs.
So that right now would change things, of course, at the very front and would drop Stubbs down through the order. Meanwhile, Bodie Batch is up to P3. Bodie Batch through past Corey Lyons there through the Senna S. Nicely done by Bodie Batch in the number 88. Down into Gasworks, gleaming in the sun. Gottschalk still there as well, P5. Freddie Baker's having a good race as well, Piers, with support from the karting coach. Having a chat with Freddie's support team in the paddock yesterday. So the karting coach and the development work going on there, clearly doing the job, because Freddie's up 2 spots in this race into P7.
Yes, coaches around the paddock are hugely important to a driver's performance on circuit, but their development as a driver as well. And that's what these younger classes are for. These drivers 8 to 10 or 11 years old, I believe, isn't it, for this Water Swift Restricted. And, or actually, what, year of your 8th birthday, as proven by one of our drivers on the grid in this one.
Also having a good drive, Benjamin Slivar, flying the flag for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Up 4 places, is currently your biggest mover in this race, so keep an eye out at trackside for the number 78. Benjamin, one of our tiniest drivers. He's almost still like Bambino size is Benjamin. He's raced for a good year or so, and good to see up there in the top 10.
Impressive to see these small drivers being able to get on top of these Water Swift Restricted karts. They are the slowest and lightest and smallest karts we have this weekend, but still a physical challenge for these young racers. The smaller you are, the more weight you have to have on the kart to make you and the kart together reach the minimum weight, but that makes it physically harder because the kart is a bigger percentage of the overall weight, so you get bounced around a little bit more. That's something these drivers have to overcome. I was a small young driver as well, so I know that well.
Indeed. So we're on the penultimate lap of this one. Time is up, but we've not quite seen the final lap board come out yet. LBJ Stubbs has the lead on the road, but if you're just joining us, few 3 and 5 second penalties in this one, including for your race leader. So right now, as things stand, Stubbs would drop down to P6 once all those relative time adjustments have been made. So Harry Chapman is effectively your race leader. Bodie Batch, Corey Lyons and Zev Godshalk all fighting, whether they know it or not, effectively over second place in this first heat. All of these drivers will make it through to their final, of course, as here goes Lyons down the inside. Good response from Corey Lyons to retake third place on the road. Godshalk still there as well in 5th place on the road through Senna 1. Corey Lyons lost that position earlier on in this race, Piers, but stayed at it, stayed with it. Knew he'd have chances late on if he could have the speed.
Shows good confidence from Lyons. It's not an easy move into the dog leg there. You have to have a lot of confidence in the grip of your kart at that stage, because you have to kind of throw it up the inside and block past. A good move. It's if executed well, can be quite effective. There's not a huge amount the driver ahead can do, but we're cutting back to our winner on the road. That'll be the 0 of LBJ Stubbs, although he won't likely take that heat victory after that 5-second penalty. It will be Harry Chapman, and we'll keep an eye on the times as to where he falls. It looks like LBJ Stubbs will end up in about 6th place. Good drive back to the field from Louis Williams-Mabs as well after his early off.
And across the line there, 3 wide for P10. Logan Hodgetts up 5 spots, takes that one just ahead of a recovering Jaden McElhenney and Patrick Wood. So the IAME Water Swift restricted drivers head already into Parc Fermé over the weighbridge, making sure that everything is good on that front. They will have another heat, of course. It will be later on this afternoon. It will be at 2:05. The start time for that second 8 minutes plus 1 lap race. There's your provisional results. LBJ Stubbs P1 on the road, Harry Chapman P2, Corey Lyons, Bodie Batch and Zev Godshalk all in the top 5. Ollie West, 6th place. Good start there for Evolve Motorsports in this category. Freddie Baker P7, Louis Williams-Mabs, great recovery drive there from Louis after that near spin on, what was it, lap 2 or lap 3, and in the end Louis comes back through to P8. Benjamin Schlivar and Logan Hodgetts complete the top 10, very close on the line there with McElhenney and Wood. Leo Russell at P13 and set a personal best right at the end of that one of 58.7, continuing to learn this track. Harry Murphy and Frank Morris complete the 15 finishes in that one, all 15 drivers who started finishers. And there is Benjamin Schlivar. Great effort from Benjamin there to go up 3 places into P9.
Yes, it's great to see these young drivers racing so close at such a young age. We love, of course, the future of motorsport. With these drivers will hopefully continue racing throughout the British Kart Championships, and then who knows what they will do with their racing skill that they're learning right now.
That brings an end to our first part of racing. More here from Warden Law after this short break.
Do you know what I like? Karting. Do you know what I like even more? Very fast go-karting. And KZ2 is back this weekend. 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds. Top speed over 90 miles an hour. They're absolute animals. It's the biggest challenge in UK karting, with sticky tyres, 4-wheel brakes, 50 horsepower and over 30 gear changes per lap. But that's my opinion. Let's hear what the drivers have to say about it. So what's your favourite thing about racing KZ?
It's an unbelievable driving experience.
What's your favourite thing about driving a KZ? Speed.
Everything is happens very quick, like changing gears and a lot is going on.
Shifting gears. Fast, fast, fast.
The acceleration.
Fastest class in UK karting, KZ2, is back this weekend at Warden Law, and this is why you should get excited about it and make sure you tune in all weekend. I hope that's whet your appetite. Now, let's go racing.
Very good work indeed, Mr. Prior, building up things for KZ2. Free practice for KZ2 out on circuit. We'll be keeping an eye on this ahead of their time qualifying later on today. Elsewhere in the paddock, we caught up with some of our competitors ahead of this year's first round. Ella Stevens, 2025 is here. Really, really good year in 2024. Third place in these Wera Tools British Kart Championships in KZ2. The E-plate for English champion as well. You must have been really pleased at the end of 2024.
Yeah, I was really pleased with my 2024 season, especially with my E-plate win and my third place in the championship. This year I'm obviously hoping to do better than that and hopefully win.
It was your second year within KZ2. You're now fully up to speed with the category. Last year, what were the things that you kind of worked on across the course of the year the most?
Last year I had really good qualifying results, although my starts weren't so great, but this year I've improved a lot with them over the winter, so that's hopefully going to be better this year.
Good stuff. This Warden Law circuit, we were here last year. Bit of a different time of year. I think it was more in the summer. Is this track going to be, I think, a little bit different this weekend? The weather potentially a bit up and down?
Yeah, already the track's quite slidey this weekend, but hopefully the sun comes out this weekend and it stays dry.
And you've got more teammates this weekend as well. Obviously, Ollie, we've had a chat to, is back. You've got Jessica Edgar alongside you in the awning this weekend as well. How much does that help as the team look to take steps forward and take on more racing, take on rush performance?
Yeah, it's great having Jess in the team as well, one of my closest friends, so it's great to have more girls in the tent as well, especially with the other teams as well. They're quite big competition, so hopefully as a team we can do really well.
And I know your mentor, Alice Powell, not here this weekend. She's busy in Jeddah with F1 Academy. Will she be watching back in Saudi?
That's what she told me anyway, but I hope so.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Ella. We'll see you out on track later on this weekend.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Ella there. She actually mentions she hopes it stays dry, but in the final practice session yesterday, which was a little bit damp, she was right up there in third place and also was quick in the fourth place. She actually topped one of the fourth practice yesterday. Very, very close in KZ so far this weekend. We're looking at the number one, our previous champion there. That is Josh Price. And I believe, Andrew, you caught up with him yesterday as well.
Josh Price entering a new season, reigning champion with the number one plate in KZ2. Before we talk 2025, I just want to go back to that finale at Three Sisters in 2024. Those nervous last few laps in the rain in Wigan. What was going through your mind on those last few laps?
Not a lot really. I wasn't really thinking about the championship. I didn't realise it was as close as it was going into the race. But yeah, when it starts raining, slicks in the wet, you know, I knew who was fighting for the championship, and both of you are on the same piece of track together. It's not, it's not the easiest, but luckily it went our way. So yeah, ended with us winning the race and winning the championship overall.
There was already a bit of a target on your back with your racing history in British touring cars and being a strong driver in this category in races gone by. Do you feel like the number one plate puts even a bigger target on your back, or is it still business as usual?
Oh no, not at all. I think we take it with the same outlook. Last year it was number two, so we came second the year before. I think the number is just a privilege of winning it last year, and it makes no difference to really how we are on track or pressure or how we come to the weekend.
A lot of familiar faces back this year for the new season in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, but a sprinkling of new drivers as well into the category. What have you made of the entry so far?
Yeah, I mean, there's 5 or 6 people I think probably on the grid, which the grid isn't huge in this class, and it never seems to be for some reason. But there's 5 or 6 people that could probably fight to win, so it should make it close and hopefully makes it some good racing.
And how much data can you take over? Because we raced here last year as well. How much data can you take from one year into the next? It's a bit of a different time of year as well for us racing this time around.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is similar. Obviously, tyres change, engines change. So, the tracks change slightly, I think, from when we was here last year with some of the curves. But, the overall feeling and what you turn up with is very similar. But, I'm sure it'll be, tweaked from what we had last year to this weekend.
I know you've got a practice session soon, Josh, so I'll let you get in the zone. Best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Great to hear from last year's KZ2 champion Josh Price there. These KZ karts are absolutely ridiculously fast, and the best drivers in this are some of the best drivers that exist. Of course, Josh having raced in many other categories previously, and BTCC is just one of them, and is Josh currently topping the timesheets in this practice session by about a tenth or so, closely followed by Timo and Ella.
And also very good at turning up on time for his media photo is our reigning KZ2 champion Josh Price. Thank you for Josh.
Slither of sarcasm there, Andrew?
No, never. Let's talk about this team. Didn't quite get an interview with them yesterday because they were very busy. Charlie Turner on your screens right now, just going through the dogleg. This is the man who Josh Price just pipped to the title last year at Three Sisters.
What a race that was.
A brilliant race at Three Sisters in the wet, on dry tyres. It was mega. Big changes, though, for Rush Performance this year, which we're going to be keeping an eye on. I don't think this weekend, based on the speed that we've seen so far, we're going to see Charlie and Ashley Lewis right at the front end, and that's because they've had a big change of chassis. So the Maranellos that they were using last year have gone out of this awning, and the IPK brand of Formula K is in. So the pace is consistent. So Ashley Lewis, Charlie Turner, Nat Thomas in that awning as well again for this year. So they're similarly paced relative to each other. To what we saw in 2024, just a little back from the Jades and the Sodis and the more racing machines. So I know Charlie's going to be giving it his all. It's a new project. It's a new start for them. It'd be interesting to see as the season goes on, can they close that gap that's probably about 7/10 per lap at the moment.
It's a when, not an if, in my opinion.
Yeah.
All of the kart brands out there are effectively much of a muchness. There's not a huge amount in them. It's just about finding how to extract the maximum performance out of that brand at each of the circuits we go to. And this Warden Law circuit area, Karting Northeast, is one of the most tricky for these KZs because they're so fast out of the corners. The gap between corners is not large. It goes corner, and even when you miss out a couple of them, as we've just seen Ella Stevens go past the Dunlop chicane there, you're then quickly into the braking zone of Gasworks, and that's going to be where I expect a lot of our overtaking opportunities to be this weekend.
And would you say in terms of chassis setup, that's a tough one, because I'd say corner density is quite high round here.
Yes, corner density, a very engenering way of putting that, Andrew.
That's an old driveline engineering one, that corner density for clutches and stuff. Anyway, the finish of that free practice session, just for the record, Josh Price was fastest. Timo Youngling, who's getting ready, of course, for another season in the FIA KZ2 European Championships, P2 in that one. Ella Stevens, Jake Weston, Oliver Stewart. And here's a really interesting story, Piers, as well. Nino Piccoli there in the foreground in the white and blue suit. So this is a driver who has, and here's the interesting stat. We talked about Nat Thomas earlier. There he is. Nino has been out of competitive karting for more years than Nat has been alive, Piers.
That's a hell of a stat. It's quite good to see them getting on and working together as well to get the most time on circuit. We're hearing that Nino's very much enjoying being back in the racing paddock with his dad, I believe. With
his dad. It's a proper dad and lad effort. More of that in the build-up show later on when we replay that at 1:10. For now, though, we'll switch back to racing action here at Warden Law after this short break. Back to racing action here at Karting Northeast at Warden Law, and it's the second heat for Water Swift. Anyone on the inside of the grid, the driver's right, this is their first race. For everybody else, it's their second, and Austin Gibson has pole position. Fastest of all the Water Swifts earlier on this morning. Colby Patterson alongside on the front row. Luca Narroway had a very strong run at O-Plate a few weeks ago. Starts this one alongside the winner of that race on row 2, Harry Williams.
Row number 3, we've got George House for XL Motorsport and Charlie Clough alongside him, and all XL Motorsport row number 3. Number 4, Christian Kobe and Mason Hibbett. Row number 5, we have Oliver Spencer and Effan Owen. Row number 6, Alfie Davidson, Mason Brooks. And row number 7, Henry Clark, Ian Carey. Row number 8, George Clark, and Johnston Stewart. Row number 9, Oscar Kenny, Alex Riley, Andy Stewart and Danny Dempsey round out your 24 kart grid as we go racing once again. No, we do not. We have a go around.
Ilias Sammy, Ethan Robinson, Callum Graham and Ruben Sagu completing the grid on this one. And good to have Callum back because if my memory serves me correctly, we didn't have Callum Graham racing at the O-Plate for Evolved Motorsports as there at 23rd on the grid.
First time we see Austin Gibson racing, and he's been fairly imperious so far from my assessment of practice and qualifying. Topped 3 of the 5 sessions, all 3 of his sessions, sorry, 3 of the 6 sessions. He only partook in 3 of them, topped all of them, then was fastest in the warm-up by a whole 10th.5, which is a veritable chasm in terms of Water Swift timings, and then also put it on pole position in qualifying by nearly a 10th as well. So looked very good so far, but pace is one thing, winning races is another. We know that Gibson can do that, but around this Warden Law circuit, easier said than done when you've got 24 very closely packed Water Swifts right behind you.
And we also know that, of course, the driver who is sharing the front row with Patterson can win races as well, because Patterson currently top of the intermediate classification, having won the first heat through the final corner, through Paddock Bend. It's a UK kart circuit. It's got to have a Paddock Bend. Into the tram lines, lights are out. We are racing once again for the second round of heats. Can Patterson sweep round the inside? But no, it's going to be to the advantage of Gibson and Narroway. And in fact, Patterson's lost a number of positions there, ran out wide on the approach to Brian's Bend. Gibson leads. Narroway straight up into P2. Narroway has that very distinctive shape of the front bumper in terms of the setup that Luca likes to run. Down the inside there was that Charlie Clough going for a move for 3rd place. Luca Narroway is all over the back of Austin Gibson here. Gibson, who did race last weekend as well for Sam Pollard Racing in the Rotax categories, has that track advantage in terms of knowledge. But here's Luca Narroway, no, spins, and it's in the middle of the circuit. Everybody doing very well to avoid Luca Narroway there. But Narroway goes from hero to zero, unfortunately, here on lap 1. Went for the race lead, Piers, but it was that transition of the weights once again. Lost the back end and is now all the way down in P24.
It is not warm here today in the Sunderland in the northeast, so potentially those Vega tyres not fully up to temperature and going in a little bit hot off of the well-rubbered in racing line, and a spin for Narroway. Good start for Oliver Spencer, up a fair few places. He's into 6th place from 9th. I keep caught an eye on him. Everyone on the outside row so far today has been losing out, potentially because of the amount of rubber that has gone down on the racing line. You go a bit wide at turn 1, a lot less grip, so inside line is certainly the place to be so far, although we did see, of course, and what was restricted, a move around the outside from 2nd row. So it can be done, but not in this one, as we see now a move from the O-Plate of Williams. Good move into Gasworks. That is how you do that.
Good move indeed past Colby Patterson. George House has had a good start as well. George House, who's been strong wherever he's raced so far in 2025 and is now going to go for the race lead into turn 1. George House to the front of the order then for Excel Motorsport. The classic move down into turn 1, confidently done. Austin Gibson didn't make it easy for the driver of the 177. What can House now do? This is the story I think we're going to be talking about a lot across the course of 2025. Excel Motorsport, very experienced team but new to this paddock, versus Fusion Motorsport, one of the most successful teams in the history, the modern era of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. And here's another Fusion down the inside. Gibson returning to the race lead, and this time his teammate Williams gets through into P2, Piers.
Yeah, now we've got the 2 XL drivers side by side, 3 XL drivers for 3rd, 4th and 5th, side by side the last corner, joined by the KR Sport driver of Oliver Spence, who started in 9th, now up into that. I think that would make him 5th place. A good start from him. Of course, he was racing here last weekend, had great pace, but things didn't quite go his way. We're looking to make amends.
Oh, very good race pace indeed. It was a DQ in qualifying for Oliver Spencer, but he was able to race his way all the way through the heats, the super heat, and then into the final to finish P1 on the road. But then a post-race penalty demoted him from the podium. Changed for the lead. Williams through to the front of the field, past teammates Gibson. House still there in 3rd, and Patterson P4. Right now, as things stand, Gibson would have the lead. in the intermediate classification. House has a little look down the inside of Gibson. That got very close through Gasworks there and close off the exit of Gasworks again. Through goes George House into P2. The points on the final intermediate classification will update shortly. As things stand, yes, still with one race to go, it would be Harry Williams on top. And interestingly, though, this is the second race for Harry Williams. So the O-Plate winner once again working his way through these orders.
Spencer once again showing that good race pace through at the dogleg on the 1-2-4 of Colby Patterson and wide the 1-3-3. That is Mason Hibbert just got shoveled wide in the midfield, off onto the grass, losing a fair few places there. Going backwards, unfortunately, that XL driver there. Is that Brooks that's going backwards on this lap? I think it is. I don't think he'll panic, though.
No, he won't at all. Alfie Davidson, we've not mentioned so far in this race, and is up into the top 10. The IAME Waterswift Restricted Champion from last year as Brooks goes through. Who else is getting it? It's George Clark in the green and white helmet, also on the scene. Out of the final corner, 3¼ minutes of this one to go. Williams leads, House second. Gibson, Spencer, Patterson, Brooks, your top 6. Oh. George Clark, there's a bit of a moment towards the back of the field for the 113 of Ruben Sagoo. One of 2 rookies in this race. This is their first full season, or they haven't had a full season in these Vera Tools British Kart Championships before. Back at the front of the order, it is that similar mix of Fusions and Excels and the lone KR Sport runner in the mix there. All the big hitters coming to the fore, trying to get those points on the board, Piers.
Yes, it's good to start your season off with some good results. Of course, you know, often you can turn it around, but it makes things a lot less stressful towards the middle and back end of the year if you've got some good results under your belt. Everyone just falling into position through that final sector. Hard to overtake once you leave Gasworks. It can be done. We have seen it over the years, but that final sector is a bit line astern, but we're now running through turn number 1. Williams looking over his shoulder, and the 177, George House, running a little bit wide. That's going to put him under pressure from Gibson, although a good run through the dogleg keeps them together. At the front of the chasing packet is Oliver Spencer in the 191 for KR Sport. He's worked his way through on this field and is pushing hard. You can see him physically nod his head down. He wants to push on. Pushed at the moment by Colby Patterson, who was once in that lead group. They are running through the middle sector. Let's have a look at their sector times. They were quick through sector 1, just closing the gap ever so slightly on our leaders. And actually, Austin Gibson setting the purple middle sector, so he's closing in. This group just 5th downwards, starting to scrap a little bit. So that's allowing Spencer and Patterson to just slightly break away and be the chasing packers. Now Gibson up the inside of the final corner. A little bit of rubbing down the straight. We'll have to drop in behind as House still has the tow from Williams.
This move for P2 for Gibson is quite key in intermediate classification terms, because as things stand, Williams would be on 2 points. House would also be on 2 points, but can't drop points in this format. So Williams will get that tiebreaker based off the qualifying performance. Gibson down the inside there will move from 3 to 2. But in terms of a tiebreaker between Gibson and Williams, that would go the way of Gibson. Basically, if Gibson can hold second place and get through and hold second place, he has an opportunity with his second race later on this afternoon to take pole position for the final. Down the inside again on House through Gasworks. And this time he looks like he's got it done with 40 seconds to go. Has he got enough pace to close up to Williams? Williams has done a brilliant job for me here, Piers, to control this race. Very similar to what we saw a few weeks ago at Wilton Mill in that really tight, close final. Williams led out for a long way through, and you always felt like, well, surely someone's going to get ahead on those last couple of laps and start to demote that driver down the field. It simply didn't happen. Very cool head on young shoulders so far this season for Harry Williams.
It's a very important skill, is being able to be controlled, measured at the front of the field and soak up pressure, as we see this battle between Spencer and Patterson continue on. Spencer losing out into Senna 1. But yes, being able to lead from the front of the field, not panic, not instantly go into defensive mode, know when to push and know when to defend. At the moment, Williams, of course, in Wilton Mill, sorted that out perfectly, taking the eventual win after being challenged for pretty much the whole race. But in this one, he's seen that Gibson and House are fighting, and just taken that opportunity to gap at the front of the field. Gap 3.5 tenths, so he can't fully relax as that gap if Gibson and House decide not to attack each other. That will come down quite quickly with the slipstream.
Well, indeed, we're on to the final lap of this second of the 3 heats for Water Swift, but for a good number of the drivers in this race, this is the last chance for them to qualify through to the final. Gibson defends into Senna 1. Right now also has the lead in the intermediate classification on the tiebreaker from qualifying, but George House has beautifully done the switch back there. Fantastic stuff from George House. Takes P2, elevates himself up that intermediate classification a little bit. This is all good news for Harry Williams because he's going to be clear and gone and potentially looking at pole position for that first championship final of the year later on this afternoon. Out of the final corner, Williams is going to take another win and score 2 points across the 2 heats. It's all kicking off as well for those positions in the top 10 as Alfie Davidson is wide. Williams wins, House P2, Gibson P3. They are also in that same order in the intermediate classification, Piers. That is critical because it means that, yes, Austin Gibson has another race to go, but has already got a score of 3. He cannot beat the score of 2 for Williams. Nobody can beat the score of 2 for Williams. That will be full championship points from this stage of things for the O-plate holder and pole for the final later on this afternoon.
Impressive from Williams, especially considering qualifying didn't exactly go as he would have liked. Not getting pole position. Well, let's have a quick look back. He was actually only the 6th fastest qualifier, so to come away with a 2 after his both heats, very impressive. Also impressive was that man in 2nd place, George House. I love a couple of lovely cutback manoeuvres in Senna 2 on Gibson. That allowed him to steal that place, and it was Gibson in 3rd.
House, of course, still has another race to go, but again, even if House was to win that remaining heat, it would go to tiebreaker scenario. Williams' better timed qualifying performance than House earlier on today would take the tiebreaker. The rest of the order, Gibson, Patterson, Brooks in the top 5, Kobe, Spencer, Clark, Clough and Clark all in the top 10. Alex Riley, Oscar Kenny, good drives from them, up 7 and 5 places respectively to 11th and 12th. Alfie Davidson Ruff finished there, P13. Johnston Stewart ahead of sister Andy Stewart completing the top 15. Both of the Stewarts from Northern Ireland moving forward. Danny Dempsey forward again, P16. Good drive from Callum Graham up 6 to 17. Tough races for Ian Carey, Mason Hibbert, Luca Narroway, Ethan Owen, Ilias Sami, Ethan Robinson and Ruben Sagu. But also good again to see, not the first time I've said this today, Piers, everyone who started finished that race. We will have more here from Karting Northeast after this short break. Last race before the first of the lunch breaks here this weekend at Karting Northeast. It's the second heat of 3 for Junior X30, and Aaron Richardson will start this one from pole position. It's an all-Fusion Motorsport front row with Sukhmani Kira starting on the outside from P2. Remember, anyone on driver's left, 2nd, 4th, 6th, etc. This is their second and final heat. George Edgar starts on the inside of row 2, has Rocco Leon Shenton for company on that one. Archie Owen flies the flag for Wales from row 3. He's joined by Finlay Lyons, Tyke Buckley and Nat Johnston form up an all Mick Barrett Racing row 4.
Row number 5, Max Yule for Mick Barrett Racing as well. There's alongside Max Endicott, and Harley Musk for Fusion is on the inside of row 6 with Mayan Patel, who received that 5-second penalty in that previous race. Row number 7, Alfie Brown, privateer alongside Sam Mott. And row number 8, Cooper Snedden with Jack McLaughlin.
Rest of the order, Alexander De Benedictis and Jack Cockwell start on row 9. Baron Alton Soy and Nasuke Maeda start on row 10. John Foley Jr. completes the 21 runners here in this race. Anyone on the inside column, the pole side of the grid, they have a slight tyre advantage over the rest of the field. Can Aaron Richardson use that advantage from pole position to take a strong result here? We are away and racing once again at Karting North East, and it is a good start as George Edgar's going to find himself in the race lead at the run through dogleg for the first time. The gap opened up there. Bit of a moment for Aaron Richardson mid-corner. Allows the FIA Motorsport Games gold medalist from Valencia in 2024 to lead this one in the early stages.
Yeah, we're seeing once again that the outside line is turn 1 not being favourable. Sukmani Kira lost a number of places around the outside of turn 1, finding herself down the back end of the top 10 from the outside of the front row, but pretty close between the whole top 10. Still nose to tail, and no, the 2.93.
Sam Mott in trouble there on the Croc promotion. Started this race from the 7th row of the grid and will go no further, or at least in terms of competitive action. There is a no cut-off in this one, we should stress. So yes, we've got these groups of A, B, C, but 32 total entries into X30 Junior this weekend means that all of them will make it through to the final. Just this split means it's a little bit calmer, trust me, out there on circuit for the juniors as they go through these heats. Down the inside, I was expecting big things from the Mick Barrett boys in this race, and I'm receiving it. Max Ewell down the inside of Rockaway and Shenton there. Bold move, Ewell up to P4.
Yeah, Nat Johnson, another Mick Barrett driver, went off the road on the first lap to the dogleg and has dropped a bit further back, but he's had excellent pace. There he is in the 2.77, coming through on the inside of the 2.36 of Alexander De Benedictis. But Johnson's had brilliant pace in practice, looked pretty hooked up in warm-up as well, but didn't quite get qualifying right and then been shuffled back in this one. So we'll keep half an eye on him. But back at the front of the field, it is another of the Mick Barrett Racing drivers, George Edgar. Brilliant start from the inside of the second row. Just slotted up the inside at turn 1, not looked back since. But Archie Owen for BMR is right behind him and actually looking for a lead at the first NRS. Wonderfully executed.
That's a lovely move indeed from Archie Owen to get down the inside. Now what can he do in the middle part of this race? Because he's got 3 teammates directly behind him and then a very quick 286 in the shape of Rocker Lane. Shenton. George Edgar shuts the door on his teammates as Shenton sends it all the way from across the tyre, and Wera down the inside takes P4. That was a mega move.
There was about 3 shapes of Kart Birrell ART going up the inside there. He backed it in, then got it stopped somehow, but a good move, and that unleashes Rocco Leon Shenton from Max Ewell, and Shenton's had good pace as well actually in the middle sector. He was fast on that last lap by a good stretch, so that Birrell ART working well for the privateer.
Is indeed. 5 minutes of this one to go. As things stand, this would also leave us with a bit of a grandstand finish in these heats. Right now, Cranham and Owen would both be on 0 points and both yet to race one another. So unlike what we've just seen in the previous category, right now pole position would not be decided in this race. Further back, there's a move. That's Sukmani Kira down the inside, gets past the 275 of Max Ewell. Kira again, I'm really liking the sight of Sukmani Kira making this move from the inter-categories to the junior categories and has the confidence. I'd actually say she's looking a bit more comfortable on the bigger kart here as wide. Was that Harley Musk with the 221? Yes, it was. But Sukmani Kira now up to P5. Looking like she's been doing this for a good year or so, not a matter of months.
Very impressive. To go from inter to junior is probably the biggest step you can do in karting these days with the new format of the restricted, then inter, then junior, going from a smaller kart to a full-size kart, and as we can see now, getting stuck right in and not afraid to get involved in the battles, but also brilliant pace. Of course, she did start from second place as a switch for second place between the two Mick Barrett Racing drivers. That is now Ty Buckley up the inside of George Edgar.
Yeah, good stuff there from Ty Buckley, very experienced pilot with the Mick Barrett's racing team. We've got news from down on the ground. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Well, I've I've just been listening to your conversation then, Andrew, you know, talking about the likes of Sukhmani Kira, who's new to the Junior X30 grid. Just actually wondering if it's all getting a bit feisty between these drivers, because they're all drivers who are new to being at the front. We've got the likes of Archie Owen up there, a driver that, you know, is not normally this far up the order. It could be because the likes of our previous drivers, Harrison, Mackie and similar, have moved up to senior, so it's given a new opportunity for drivers to have a go at leading the way within this Junior X30 category.
It has indeed, but it's another one of the drivers who has stayed in the junior category, who's now at the front of the field. Ty Buckley has taken the lead of this one with less than 3 minutes to go on the clock. Just looking a bit further down the order, Cooper Snedden we saw there on the Croc promotion is currently the lead Croc promotion in this race. Good to have Cooper back in the paddock. The driver from Scotland has gained 5 places in this one. And, credit to Alexander de Benedictis as well on the right chassis for SWRD is also up 5 spots, resulting in a moment a position of P12. Buckley versus Owen though, I don't think this one's completely over, Piers. Archie Owen holding the rear bumper of the Irish driver ahead.
No, it's a good battle at the lead. It was a tidy move from Buckley to take the lead of the race. When I was watching Buckley and Edgar, clearly on the same team, same chassis, very similar setup I would imagine, but going over the bump that's forming into Senna 1, the left-hander, it looked like actually Edgar had to take a bit more evasive action, being a more slight and smaller driver, being upset more by the bumps compared to Ty Buckley, who's a slightly bigger, taller frame. So we'll see if that's something that affects things going forward this weekend as we cut back to this battle between Lines in the 281 of the blue car and the 275 of Max Ewell. But a good move up the inside from Richardson to take that place off Lines on the exit of Senna 2. And that's a move we've seen a lot this weekend, the cut back on the exit of Senna 2.
Yeah, if you just run a little bit wide, get on the gas a touch early out of Senna 2, it can allow someone behind to just get up the inside, as we saw there. Finley Lines, though, having a better time of things this weekend, it would seem. Was not happy with how things had finished 7 days ago, and is one of those drivers that we mentioned earlier who likes the double headers. It's just in case you do have a not so good Saturday, not a bad Saturday, just a not so good one. Sunday is a new day, a new leaf to get some points on the board. So Lines running inside the top 10, but I do believe, Piers, we've got some news from Race Control, haven't we?
Yeah, a couple of penalties, 5-second penalties for the 294 of Alfie Brown down in 17th, and also the 221. Who is Harley Musk. We saw him go through the dirt a little earlier on. Not sure what that was for.
Oh,
great
George
move.
Edgar.
Look at that. That was a late decision to go up the inside there, but perfectly executed from Edgar, deciding that now is the time to strike if he wants any chance of taking a win in this heat.
Yeah, and I've seen this from the Mick Barrett Racing boys before, that they have a knack of getting the setup right to finish strong. Buckley had got a gap up to, or has got the gap up to 0.4 of a second now, and Archie Owen, as this race has continued on, just doesn't quite seem to have the late race pace of the race leader right now, even with a little bit of an assist from the toe behind. This is an almighty scrap going on through Senna 1 and Senna 2 for P5. Max Ewell at the front of it. Aaron Richardson has done nicely to recover back through, as Archie Owen took a big chunk of curb there on the exit of the Dunlop chicane. Defensive as well is Max Ewell, keeping Richardson, Lines, Kieran, Nat Johnson and Mayan Patel all behind. Mayan Patel had a strong 2024, seeded driver of course, that's why he's running the number 10, as opposed to most of the other drivers who have got those triple digits now. Juniors starting with a 2. On to the final lap though here, Piers. Buckley versus Edgar, gap still holding around 4/10.
Yeah, Edgar will struggle to bridge that gap. Will be more concentrated on Owen behind, although that gap's gone up a little bit as well. But just a little note, it's interesting to see the 2 MBR cars, as we see an attempted move from, is that Kira? No, that's not Kira,
it's Richardson.
That's Richard looking up the inside of Ewell. Couldn't get that move done, but different NASA panels for the 2 drivers at the front of the field for the same team. The new Tony Kart one on Edgar and a more scoop-shaped one for Ty Buckley. Preferences between drivers, but it was Buckley in this race who managed to fight his way up from 3rd place and take the win eventually. Ty Buckley for Mick Barrett 1-2 ahead of his teammate George Edgar, and Archie Owen in 3rd place, who won't be disappointed with that, I don't think. And then Rocco Leon Shenton, after getting involved in a lot of overtakes at the start. Had a pretty lonely race down in 4th place.
He did, but again, I'd keep an eye on Rocco this weekend. It's one that could crescendo as we go across the course of things. So, for anyone in Group C, drawn off the back of timed qualifying, the likes of Kira, Shenton, Lyons, Johnston, Endicott, that's them done. We will see them in the final later on today. That final will be the last race of the day at 4:25. For anyone else, Richardson, Edgar, Owen, Buckley, all of those who started on the inside column, they of course have one more heat to go. That will be slightly earlier, of course, at 2:35. There will not be a repechage for X30 Junior today. There is your provisional race result. Tyke Buckley takes another win for Mick Barrett Racing. It's a 1-2 for the MBR squad, with George Edgar there forming up the other half of it. Archie Owen P3, Rocky Lane, Shenton and Max Ewell in the top 5. Richardson, Lyons, Kira, Johnston, Patel. That's all useful points for them in the top 10. Cooper Snedden, good to see Cooper there on a return to the Era Tools British Kart Championships P11. Jack McLaughlin, Harley Musk, Max Endicott and Alexander De Benedictis all in the top 15. That is, of course, before penalties have been applied. Suzuki made a P16 ahead of Alfie Brown, Baron Alton Soy, Jack Crockwell and John Foley Jr. The last of the 20 finishers, one driver with problems right at the start of the race. Sam Mott did not see the checkered flag, Piers.
Yes, it's Mick Barrett Racing looking pretty good this
Very
weekend.
good.
No matter the size of the driver, of course, George and our winner there, Ty, standing next to each other, about a foot difference in height, but very similar execution. But good job from the team there. Of course, I think it was 4 drives inside the top 10 they had in that one.
Yeah, it's say the last 6 to 9 months, Mick Barrett Racing do really seem to be getting into a rich run of form. So yeah, we'll see what they can do later on today, of course.
We will look forward to that. We've got another race coming up next. We're going to be hearing from the senior X30s, haven't we?
After the lunch break.
After the lunch break.
Very, very, very eager for us, because we've got to race 6. We will, of course, have the build-up show as well. A bit of a moment from yesterday to enjoy across the course of the lunch break. That's all coming after this.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Welcome everyone to Warden Law. Welcome back to Warden Law. If you were with us for event 1 last week for the Rotax and the Honda Cadets, thank you very much for your support. We're back for the IAMEs and for KZ2. Gabriel still with me, who... Mate, what's going on with the gear? You got Caden's suit. I think you saw you with Jacob's helmet earlier on. Have you not got your own gear?
I do. I just couldn't find my suit this morning, so I put Caden's on, and I found mine, so I'll put that one on tomorrow.
Pace was looking good earlier, mate. I think, was it P3 and FP3? It's a solid start.
Yeah, P3 and then P3 again. Just trying to find a bit of time. But yeah, I think just getting a bit held up sometimes in traffic. So yeah.
What progress have you had from O-Plate? Obviously, that was your first big meeting back. We're now into the cut and thrust of the championship. What's the aim?
Yeah, at the moment I'm only just doing the first round, but we'll see how it goes and see what I can do. But the O-Plate, yeah, was good until the final. Just too many changes on the kart. They just didn't go well.
And you got the support of your fellow competitors this weekend. How good is it back to be in proper championship action?
Yeah, it feels good. Yeah, it feels good. Yeah.
Good stuff. Right, thanks for your time, Gabriel. If Freddie Lloyd's gonna, no, he's gonna run away from us. But we'll talk about Freddie in a bit. We will also talk about Louis Williams Mabs. We'll have a chat with Louis. I know I was banging on about this number 22 DAP kart at O-Plate, but look at it. It's beautiful. Oh, and we've got our first paddock pup of the day as well. Louis, come on in. Some positive times today. I think you were solidly up in the top 10 in practice. Enjoying Warden Law so far?
Yeah, it's one of my favourite tracks.
And tell us about this kart that you've got. It's freshly liveried up for this season, and there's a good amount of speed in it relative to where you were last year as well.
Yeah. The DAP is basically like a KR, so yeah.
And you got your dad on the tools again. Is he getting everything right? Is he setting the kart up how you want it?
Well, apart from the last session when the wheel fell off.
Oh, we won't talk about that, the wheel falling off, but IAME Water Swift restricted for you this year. Are you hoping to be in for the whole season?
Hopefully, yeah, if he can afford it.
And I know you're always on the search for sponsors as well. How have you been developing with that across the course of the year?
We've got an extra sponsor, Alloy Stars in Aylesbury, and we've also got AST in Aylesbury, courtesy of Claudio. Hi, Claudio. Yeah. This is our dog Sprocket. Your other half, you're the commentator, always says, this is Sprocket. He's well known everywhere.
This is Sprocket. Sprocket, how are you doing today?
He's a good one.
He's not sure.
He comes everywhere with us in the paddock. So yeah, he's brilliant.
Very good. Well, we'll catch you guys in a bit. Good to chat to the Williams Mabs team there, including Sprocket the dog. I love that. That's a great name for a dog. Elsewhere up at the top end, Rocky Lane Shenton is up at this top end. Quick note on one of the front runners from O-Plate, P6 and P8 today for Rocco in terms of the time sessions. I had a bit of a chat with Rocco. They were playing around with the setup a bit. The conditions today, we'd love to talk about a bit of British weather, especially on an Easter weekend. Quite windy. It's not as warm as it was here last weekend, so yeah, I think trying to tune things in is going to be pretty tricky for some of the teams here this weekend, particularly for the KZ2s, which we'll come on to in a bit. It's fairly quiet at the moment up around the top here for Team BMR and for Jamie Green. Just to note on these guys, JGR, the quickest driver in the restricted category is Bodie Batch. So Bodie with the Argenti Academy as well was looking pretty quick. Some new drivers in for JGR this weekend in terms of this championship, and in fact I'll have a little chat now with Win Godschalk. And Win had a very, very good IAME Winter Cup, but racing now here in the British scene. Warden Law, a little bit different to the last place I saw you win when you were bombing around Valencia. What do you think of this track?
It's okay. I think Valencia's better.
Do you prefer the faster, smoother tracks? This is quite technical, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit hard.
And racing with Jamie Green racing again this weekend, have they got a kind of a plan for you for this weekend?
Well, no, it's just the same like all races.
Good stuff. And you've got your younger brother, I think I'm right in saying, with you this weekend?
Yeah.
Has he run away from us? Has he disappeared?
I think he did.
But I think he's one of the youngest drivers in the field, isn't he? He's in the restricted category.
Yeah, he is the youngest.
So do you think he can do some good stuff this weekend, or is it about gaining experience, do you think?
No, I think he can. I think he can get top 5.
Good stuff. Well, thanks for talking to us, Win, all the way from the Caribbean. So we'll see those guys later on in the weekend, looking pretty good. I think Ethan Owen as well down there. Ethan Owen, we should note, in one of the quickest suits. In fact, let's get Ethan in for a little bit of a chat, because we had a brief chat, didn't we, Ethan, in getting the pictures. You are in one quick suit here this weekend, a certain Mr. Will Green's suit from last year.
Yeah, I am.
What's it like racing the Wera Tools British Kart Championships?
It's good because it's very fun and I'll enjoy it.
And racing is part of a strong team here. Is this your first weekend with them, or have you raced with them for a while?
With them for about 3 months now, but I just haven't done much. I've just been doing like some in Italy and Spain and all that, so like, yeah.
I was asking Win a similar question. You know, this is a very different kind of circuit to the ones that we see in Italy and Spain. How have you been getting ready for this this weekend?
Just doing lots of testing and private tracks here and just like that, and just coming here on open track days and all that. So, yeah.
And you're in a very competitive IAME Water Swift category with a lot of experience there. Have you got a target for the weekend?
Like a top 10 or something. Top 10.
Good stuff. Well, we'll wish you the best of luck for that one, Ethan. I say keep an eye on him there in the 127. Freddie Wood's not going to get away. Freddie, come here very, very quickly. One of the impressive stories for me stepping up from the intercategories into the juniors this year. When we last saw you at Wilton Mill, Freddie, you weren't quite up to speed with the combo of juniors and Wilton Mill. How have preparations gone for Warden Law here this weekend?
I think I prefer Warden Law a bit more, less bumpy, less curbs, bit easier to drive, but I think the racing here will be better. And then I think I've also learned how to drive the junior more now, used to English tracks, because I'd done a lot of Europe when I went to Wilton, so I think it's going to be better here.
Yeah, as I say, it's not a full Euro track in a way, but you've still got some quite fast flowing corners, haven't you?
Yeah, because I'd done Winter Cup, then Cremona, so then I hadn't done a lot in England, and then straight into Wilton wasn't ideal, but we've done some testing here, being quite quick. So hopefully it's going to be good this weekend.
It has got a bit chillier though. It's a bit windy out there. How have track conditions been today?
Or at the start, first 2 sessions, first one was the track wasn't very good. Then the second session, track was quite quick, and then got colder, more windy. Then didn't feel as you didn't have the grip to really push it to full potential really.
Good stuff. Well, we'll keep an eye on you, Fred, across the course of the weekend and see how you get on. I say I've been really impressed with Freddie Wood so far this year. Yeah, O-Plate didn't quite go his way, but I know we talk about it a lot. That step up from the mini category, the mini kart categories from IAME Water Swift, the intercategory here in these championships up to juniors. It is such a hard step, because so much is different, and some drivers take it to it quicker than others, and it's not necessarily in the order of a championship rankings from the year before. Freddie's got on top of juniors really, really quickly, particularly in the European scene. So, yeah, that is absolutely fantastic to see. Let's move on through. I may have taken you in completely the wrong direction. Not completely the wrong direction, James, because I do want to cut into the Rush Performance tent, because we have some fairly hefty changes for Rush Performance. Of course, still in KZ2, that's no different, but new colours, new chassis for the guys in Rush Performance this year maybe means they're a little bit off the pace in these early stages of the weekend, but we know that they've got the kind of drivers who will be able to push their way back to the front. Is this going to be one of those typical times? No, we have got drivers, we have got karts in. Yes, let's talk KZ2. We've got 4 KZ2s in here at the moment. Ashley Lewis back once again, number 4 seed from last year. Nat Thomas in the number 73. Charlie Turner, your runner-up in the championship from 2024, went into that epic duel with Josh Price at Three Sisters last year, is back. And also a new driver, but not a new driver. Really interesting story in the shape of the number 53 for Nico Piccoli. Now, this is a driver who's been out of karting for, my information tells me, 24 years. We've not seen Nico in a competitive karting sense, but what I love about this is it's not just another one of those stories that we've seen over the years of a driver getting back into a kart and having some fun out there. This is a dad and lad effort. I spoke to Nico earlier, and he was telling me how the reason for coming back in, he's 39 years of age, was not just because he's got a bit of time in life to have a go and see how one of these KZ2s goes, but also his dad is of an age that he can still be on the spanners, still be taking part in it, like they used to back in the late 90s and the early 2000s. I think that's a fantastic thing to see for this kart. And the aim for this one is to not finish last. It's the straight answer that Nico gave me earlier. So yeah, building at the speed across the course of the weekend. We'll see how they get on. But yeah, keep an eye on these Rush Performance cars. As I say, no longer in the red, black and yellow of Maranello, now with the IPK brand of Formula K. Intrigued to see how they get on across the course of the season as they learn what this new chassis is about. We should also note another change in this awning, another IPK runner in the Praga brand, is that João Castro, the Brazilian driver, has moved from juniors. We saw João in the junior category at Wilton Mill for O-Plate, has now taken a step up to seniors, so that's a big old step for João. We'll see how he gets on. Right, this is the point where we wrap things up for this very first part here in the West Paddock. We're going to do one of those classics James Fitzhugh cuts from the top to the bottom. Hang on a minute, this is wrong. I said we needed to be at the bottom of the paddock, and we're not at the bottom of the paddock. We're at the top of Warden Law's brand new balcony over the circuit. We'll actually take a little bit of a moment, because we like to do this on these build-up shows. Give you an insight into what the teams, the mechanics, what they're looking at. And I know it may sound very, very simple. Oh, it's a new balcony, it's nice to stand on it. At least it was last weekend when it was a bit warmer than this. But this gives another new vantage point for the drivers and the teams to see what's going on out on circuit. So we've got the seniors out right now, and you can see everyone looking at live timing, everyone checking out how their drivers are getting on across the course of, at this point on Friday, these practice sessions. The speed that the drivers are carrying down this straight. It's not the longest straight, this pit straight here at Warden Law, but getting the gearing so important right round here to get that run out of paddock corner. Give yourself the acceleration, because essentially you get the last corner right here, you're going to carry the speed, as we see Harrison Morrow going down there in the Fullerton Class and Motorsport Prepare machine. It's the speed that carries you through to Marshall Post 2, the far side there. We don't see a lot of overtakes through that part of the course, but you can see a few here and there, and of course you see a lot of overtaking into turn 1. We saw that last weekend with the Rotax and the Honda categories. So for a lot of the drivers, a lot of the teams, it looks simple on the map. It's just a pointed squirt corner out onto a straight, but a really crucial part of the circuit here on this pit straight. Other bits to note, we saw a little bit of this last week. We'll be talking about it with the KZ2s as well. When the drivers come out of St. John's here, so this right-hander, where we saw a little bit of drama in the younger categories last week, there's a little bit of a dip, just where you see that strip in the tarmac there before Marshall Post 4. Keep an eye on the KZ2s. Here in the Senior X30, the drivers just kind of take the standard racing line as you would from above. Morrow demonstrating that brilliantly again there for that late apex through sector number 1. But when we see speeds particularly high, you can see Morgan Moore, an example there, the rear axle just picking up off the ground. In a Senior X30, you can get away with that. You've got enough time and real estate into Senna 1 to deal with that. For the KZ2s, they are travelling so quickly that if they're losing the rear axle, they're no longer propelling themselves forward. So a couple of the drivers today telling me that they're actually keeping it tighter through St. John's to avoid as much as they can that little dip. Because again, the speed they're carrying, if they go straight over the top, get a little bit of air, they're immediately into their braking zone and just simply try to ask themselves and the kart to do too much too quickly. It's almost a little bit like when you see the Formula One cars going around Monte Carlo on the run down to Mirabeau Corner. You see them just move a little bit to the inside, to the middle of the circuit, to be able to keep themselves in full control and not have to deal with that rise over the bump, the reaction from the karts, all before they get to the next braking zone. So, yeah, a little interesting thing there to talk about the difference between the direct drive karts here, or the single gear karts for the X30s and the KZ2s when we get on later on this afternoon. Back down into the relative quiet of the main paddock. Let's have a little look in Fusion. They had a superb run, of course, at the O-Plate, particularly in the IAME Water Swift category. I'm expecting to see many of these blue and orange runners in the IAME Water Swift category being towards the front again. The eagle-eyed amongst you will also note that last time we didn't see Mackie Senior in the paddock. He has, quote by his younger brother, been sacked from the juniors and the seniors, but he's found a new place in the garage, mechanicking Daniel Ferguson. Let's bring Daniel in for a second. Daniel, one of our drivers who moved up from restricted last year into Water Swift this year. Pretty good season so far for you, Daniel.
Yeah, it's been all right. It's been quite good in Europe. Still a bit in England, but just learning, getting the kart right. Yeah.
And what's it like working with Lewis? Because Lewis, obviously, is a mechanic. We know his exploits from previous seasons. Is he giving you all the good facts and figures and advice?
Yeah, he's been really good. Helped so much so far.
How's practice been today? I was having a look at some of the practice times earlier. Again, a lot of you guys at the front. Excel Motorsport looking quick again so far this weekend.
First few practices hasn't been great, just finding more time, but the last practice seemed very good, so...
Good stuff. We'll catch you again later on in the weekend. I do want to have a quick chat with Ozzie Gibson, if I don't mind, because another interesting element of this weekend, we do have a few drivers. We'll get out of the doorway, Austin. You are one of several drivers who was here last weekend.
Yep.
You were in a different team, but you were on a shared chassis, of course, in terms of the technology. Do you feel you've got a bit of an advantage over the rest of the IAME Water Swift runners with the fact that, okay, different engine formula, but you've got the racing experience from this place less than 7 days ago?
Yeah, it's helped me know the track a bit more, but it's a bit different to drive. This more smooth, that's more like you have to go in hard, and well, it's helped me a bit, yeah.
And for those watching at home who may look at, you know, a Mini-Max and then look at an IAME Water Swift and to the relatively untrained eye will go, well, they look exactly the same, you know, apart from the shades of blue and orange are a little bit different from last weekend. They're pretty much the same. But as a driver, what are the main things that you have to think about and go, okay, I'm back on an X30, I'm back on an IAME platform now, I've got to drive in this particular different way?
Yeah, well, road hacks, as soon as you come out of the corner, you got to slowly feed on the throttle, which when I first got in, I floored it and wheel spinned everywhere. So now I've learned how to drive it like that. But in IAME, you don't have to feed it on; you just hit the gas out of the corner. Yeah.
Good stuff. No, thanks for that insight, Austin. It's really good to see Alfie Davidson with us here as well. Alfie, we're just having a chat with Daniel, who of course you know very well from last year's Restricted Championship. How's practice been for you today?
Well, in the first one, quite quick. In the second one, quite quick. And it started getting live timing. I was P2 in the first one, P2 in the second one. And then I was kind of driving around on my own. Had a bit of chase and went P3 by 200ths off.
Now, I did notice, correct me if I'm completely wrong on this, because my eyes are getting old and sometimes I can't read properly. Were you in a session where it was more you versus the Excel guys and other guys, and you didn't really have any teammates? To an extent.
Well, everyone would follow me out, so I would try roll, and everyone would pass me that. I don't think so, no.
But the form of my question is, if you're in a group tomorrow with some more teammates, do you think you've got some more pace if you can get a bit of a slipstream going?
Yeah, hopefully I can push around with some fusion lot tomorrow, and hopefully you can go P1 and quali.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Alfie. Just saw Riley Cranham sticking his head out. Should note, because we're not. Oh, sorry, I'm nearly getting run over by one of the by Dylan Patel's 340. The usual contenders looking quick. Harrison Mackie looking quick, was fastest in FP4, and was also looking pretty good earlier. Was Riley Cranham, our O-Plate winner, better than last week in the road tax categories. Now, there is also another interesting point that we should make. Now, I don't think they're in here at the moment, but we have had a move from Fusion into this awning here, Premium Karting. The number 2 seed, Freddie Lloyd, is now in this is in this awning, and my sources tell me that the reason is that Freddie wanted to stay with an OTK product. Obviously, Fusion, similar to what we were talking about last weekend with Sam Pollitt Racing, they're now all on Kart Republics. Performing very, very well, of course, with those Kart Republics. Freddie had some problems in the early stage of the season, wanted to go back to what he knew, wanted to go back to an OTK product. So on the entry list this weekend, he's in a Cosmic and in Premium Karting. Not as quick, though, as, in fact, there is the number 2 of Freddie Lloyd coming back in. Not as quick, though, as Morgan Moore. Morgan there, I think, just winding down after a good day's work. Was one of the fastest drivers in the session earlier, so this could be a very good weekend for Morgan, particularly with changeable conditions. Morgan, FP3, I was having a little bit of watch of how you were getting on. There was a fine bit of drizzle in the air. I don't think it affected you too much, but some good pace out there today.
Yeah, no, it was decent. Getting to grips with it again. Warden haven't been here in a while. Yeah, just getting back to grips with the track, felt good on the new tyre. So. And
what's it like, as I say, things have continue to grow in this awning as well. You were with them last year, of course, but the likes of Lloyd, Whitaker, Mothers, you know, being in this one, is that a good thing in your book?
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, obviously with the Argenti package with Premium and Fred, there's a Japanese driver here as well, Finley. It's great to see the team getting bigger. Obviously we're a small team relatively for the last few years, so it's great to see the 210s back up.
But punching above your weight again, as you and Marcus Luzio did for a lot of 2024, of course.
Yeah, it was. We're a small team, but obviously Moose, he's, in my opinion, he's the best in the paddock. So I mean, we're very happy to be here. We've been here for my whole X30 career. So.
Good stuff. Thanks for talking to us, Morgan. Thank you very much for your time. How much time have we got? It is raining a little bit at the moment. I think this is going to be another one of the stories. Another quick sight there, very quickly, James. William Antrobus going into the Fusion awning. That's not just for him to have a little chat. We touched on it a little bit last weekend, that again, 2 teams, the opposite side of the different engine formulas in this championship, but both on KR chassis. Just the same as last weekend, we saw a few familiar Fusion faces in Sam Pollitt machinery, as just mind out there, James, as Harrison Morris 372 comes through. Yes, you will see some more what we call Sam Pollitt faces racing with Fusion this weekend. William Antrobus being a very good example of that. Excel Motorsport we'll have a little bit of a chat about. They've got another very strong crop of drivers in some of the younger categories. Quick update on how they got on earlier today. So we have a look at some of the MDLs as well. So a set of the seniors going out in the not too distant future. But quick note on Excel, Albie J Stubbs in the IAME Water Swift Restricted category, looking quick again, our O-Plate winner. Also looking quick out there, as my notes have had a bit of a wobble. There they are. Very good in the Inters for the Stewarts, Johnston and Andy Stewart. Both seem to have got a real turn of pace here this weekend, so keep an eye out for them. George House going quickly again, as we saw back at O-Plate, as we've seen in Europe earlier on in the year, and Mason Brooks also in a positive step forward this weekend. I'm not sure we'll be able to break across. We will head back down the paddock as well because I want to have a little bit of a chat with the KZ2s. Harrison, step across. It's all right. I won't interview you today. It was very quick earlier, of course, that we mentioned. TB Karts. Good to see some more brands in this paddock. TB Karts in there. Reece Newman and Harry Cottrell in their awning this weekend. In fact, you know what? There's a gap. I'm going for it. Let's have a chat with Reece, if that's okay. I like to see different brands. Obviously, it's one that I'm familiar with from the European scene, but TB Karts, tell them a little about them, what they like to drive.
So we've been on the TB Kart. We started on it last year. We switched over from the Fulham, which is like a barrel. Yeah. So pretty much the barrel's quite stiff kart. So we're struggling a bit with that, with me being just quite a skinny guy, so I struggled turning on the tyres. So we, tried a new chassis. It's been working very well. It's very good everywhere, really. You can sort of just tune it really easily.
As I say, that's something I've seen on the European scene, that it is a good all-rounder. It always seems to be in and around the top 10 whenever we race with Euro Series. I think you were telling me earlier that you've had it about 3-4 months?
This particular chassis, about 3 months, yeah.
And going well this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting there. Few hiccups in the last one by me, so I need to collect myself a bit together. But, chassis there, if I get it all together, we're up there, I reckon.
Good stuff. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. But yeah, good to see some different colours in the paddock. I'm going to go on the search for a warm awning, not for myself because I'm used to these conditions being from the north, but cameraman James, I think he's getting a bit chilly. Whilst we're on our way back up to what we're colloquially calling KZ2 land, as Lee Ward, O-Plate winner from a few weeks ago, heads on through, possibly to some scrutineering. Let's give a little bit further of a rundown with the IAME categories and some news. Mick Barrett Racing, George Edgar looking good again this weekend, and he's not the only J. Edgar in the paddock here at Warden Law. Who else we note? Evolve will go by in a moment. We've got some news on them. And then, yeah, the KZ2s that we'll discuss in a short moment's time. So we'll get on these up. We'll start moving towards the KZ2 land, because it is great to have KZ2 back again this weekend. We of course started their 2024 journey with the Wera Tools British Kart Championships here at Warden Law last season. Was a little bit later in the year though, so yes, it's familiar ground for them in terms of a season opener, but being in April, Easter weekend, bit of drizzle in the air, that is all things that the KZ drivers need to think about. Before we move on to KZ, I am going to have a quick look into Evolve. Easy to forget that this is still a very new team. This is still in its first 2 years of being active, but again, keep an eye on Evolve this weekend. Ollie West was looking pretty quick earlier on today, third in FP3 for Ollie West, and we saw Luca Narroway have a good turn of speed a few weeks ago at the O-Plate night measures. Bit unlucky at times at O-Plate, but yeah, keep a weathered eye in these stormy conditions. Oscar Kenny in here as well. Callum Graham. Good to see Callum Graham's kart back. Also, we didn't have the 111 back at O-Plate. It's not the biggest of teams, but there are some very, very strong drivers in this awning, including Oscar Kenny, who's arrived just on time. Oscar, we were just discussing Evolve Motorsport and how they're continuing to get stronger and stronger and stronger. Strong day for you?
Yeah, it's not been bad. We did struggle about halfway through the day, but we tried to get it back, and we found a bit of time.
And also, you changed teams as well. Have you found yourself almost? You feel at home here in the Evolve awning?
Yeah, it's not bad in here. I think it's a bit better.
And the rain started to come down a little bit. Is that a concern ahead of the weekend, that it's going to be a bit tricky with getting the tyre choices right?
I think it'll be tricky, but I think when we get the choices right, we'll be fast.
Good stuff. Well, thanks for talking to us, Oscar. We'll see you again tomorrow for those qualifying sessions. Should remind you as well, if you've not heard the news as well, with this being IAME's this weekend for the IAME categories, it's a double header. Tomorrow, round 1 of the championship. Sunday, rinse and repeat for round 2. And again, we touched on this last year. It's a hard weekend. There's a lot of racing, and you get to the end of it and you go, that was a bit of a marathon. But the drivers do like it in some ways, because if they have a bad day on Saturday, which, you know, it's motorsport, it's racing, that can happen. You get the chance to reset and go again on the Sunday. So yeah, some good opportunities for everybody to get good points on the board. Have we got anyone in daily motorsport? Yeah, we've got a few of their runners in here for the IAME Water Swift categories. We'll have a chat with the guys. How's practice gone today?
Not very good.
Why not?
It's my first time here and learning the track, so it's hard. It's a hard track too.
So what in particular is hard about it? Is it the complex of corners? It's not a circuit where you get much rest, is it?
It's like all the tight corners and continuous, which is hard to figure out.
And considering we had a lot of running here last weekend as well, is that made the grip levels a touch unpredictable, or has that changed as the day's gone on?
I think it changes as the day goes through and more rubber gets laid down, which is good, and it gets quicker through the day.
We were just having a discussion about the format as well, and it being 2 different rounds. Is that one that you enjoy?
Yeah, I think we've never done it in Ireland, but I think it'll be good here. It's better, more testing and laps.
And particularly as a driver who's new to this place as well, does that give you almost a bit of confidence that, okay, we find some stuff out on Saturday and then we can bounce back again on Sunday?
Yeah, like if I have a bad day on Saturday, it won't cost me my day on Sunday, which is good. I like that.
Good stuff. Well, we'll see how the team gets on tomorrow, of course, when we get into all of those races, which you can watch on your Alpha Live and Karting UK platform of channels. The KZs, I think, in fact, have we got KZs out on circuit at the moment? We might just have a little bit of a run through. Yes, we've got KZ2s out on circuit. How do you make a good Friday a great Friday? You get to some KZ2s. The reason why the number 5 was in the pits there is Miles Murphy is engaged with stag do's, extracurricular activities, so we won't see him today, but we will see all of these drivers. This is what it's about. We haven't had the longest to wait for them. Obviously, we finished the season in 2024 with the KZs, but this is proper. They're all on slicks. It's a little bit wet out there. It's a bit greasy. It's not wet enough for a wet tyre yet, but this is a real test of a driver's skills, and I think we're going to have a full weekend of this. There's Derek Morgan going through in the number 6 machine, looking to improve on his seeding from last year. There's one of those IPKs that we were talking about, the Formula Ks for Charlie Turner. But we'll just have a look here. This is Jessica Edgar getting through the final corner. Of course, she's had a run in F1 Academy. She's back here this weekend with the Jade Racing team. Has got Ella Stevens for company as well in that awning. We'll just have a look at how our reigning champion Josh Price is doing, coming on through the horseshoe. You can see how much he's having to correct things and almost tippy-toe around this circuit. Wait to get on the power, then away he goes. About 30 gear changes is what I'm being told is what we will see from the teams, from the drivers this weekend. Ella Stevens, we should mention as well, had a chat with her earlier, 3rd in the championship last year, won the E-plate as well at Shennington and the English Open Championship. So yes, it's not the biggest of grids. I would love to see more KZ2s on this grid. I think the drivers as well would love to have more KZ2s on the grid. But it's a competitive grid. Talking to Josh Price earlier, he reckoned there's probably 5 or 6 drivers with a very, very good chance of winning here this weekend, and I tend to agree with him. The Jade Racing team have looked very quick earlier on today. Ella Stevens, as mentioned, was first of a 1-2 for them, because we should, of course, mention he's just whisked past us. Great to have Ollie Stewart back in the awning. For those not aware, Ollie was part of a very, very unfortunate road traffic accident midway through 2024, which involved his mum as well. They have been through a really, really tough 6 to 9 months. I spoke to Ollie earlier. You know, there were questions of would we ever see Ollie Stewart back in a race kart ever again? And the answer this weekend is simply yes. And Ollie's back with pace. So what a story it would be for Ollie Stewart there in the number 22. If we could see Stewart on the podium. Now, yes, when a driver comes back from a bit of time away and out of the kart, particularly when they've come back from fractures and broken bones, it's the longer races that sometimes can be really, really tough. So, yes, single lap pace is looking good at the moment for Ollie Stewart. We'll wait and see. We'll hope and see later into those finals. But just see here as well, we were touching on it earlier, about the different lines for the KZ2s. Very good look that we've stumbled across this at this moment. So we'll see Ella Stevens here, and you can just see that little bit of gap in tarmac to drivers right round Marshall Post 4. The drivers are just stepping in. They're not stepping in massively. They're stepping in probably at most a cart's width, just to avoid the bump going over the top there, making sure they remain settled, as Ollie Stewart nearly has a big one there coming out of the final corner. That just shows you there. You didn't quite see that, but what happened there as Ella Stevens comes out of the final corner? Ollie Stewart just got his left-hand side tyres in the divot here to, as you can see at the right-hand side, caught that little berm there. And yeah, it just shows again how on the edge these KZ2 drivers are. It's going to be a lot of fun watching these guys and girls this weekend. I'm thoroughly looking forward to it. I know Piers Prior's thoroughly looking forward to it as well in the comms box with me this weekend. I know everyone at home will be looking for some good races. Now, we won't see these guys in racing action on Saturday, I should just state. We'll have to unfortunately wait till Sunday when we'll have their qualifying heats and then their final. We will still be talking about KZ2 tomorrow. We've got some interviews with some of the drivers that we filmed earlier on today, getting their thoughts on how they're feeling ahead of this brand new season. But as the calm starts to fall now, the checkered flag out for KZ2, we will probably wrap things up there for the build-up show. It's been a frantic build-up show. You can join us, of course, tomorrow morning with all of the heats and the finals. It's a full round for the IAME categories tomorrow here at Warden Law. Do hope you can be with us, and if you've enjoyed the build-up show, do make sure that you give it a share, give it a like, give it a subscribe as well here on the Karting UK channel. We'll see you all bright and early tomorrow morning here from Warden Law for round 1 of the IAME classes in this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Karting North East, Warden Law, getting ready for the second part of our first day of this doubleheader for the opener of the IAME and KZ2 classes for this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Now, key thing for you to do at home, if you want your schedule, take a screenshot of that timetable. That's what we've got coming up for the rest of this afternoon. We've got the remaining heats in seniors, Waterswift Restricted. In fact, all of the IAME categories have all got one heat to go. We'll have a bit more KZ2 preview with their practice, then the first set of finals for the IAME categories and KZ2 TQ later up today. Let's get ready for it though. Next race is coming right up. All set to go then for Senior X30 Heat 2. Problems in the pits for one of the NCM machines. Let's take you through the order for this one. Harrison Whitcomb and Gus Lawrence on the front row. William Antrobus and Tristan Powell on row 2. Freddie Lloyd needs a good result in this one. Starts on row 3 alongside Morgan Moore. Row 4 is Harrison Mackie and Gabriel Stilp.
Row number 5 is Aaron Brown alongside Jack Buckley. Row number 6, Hayden Eldridge and Jack Nettleship. Row number 7, Lewis Bird and Reese Newburn. And row number 8, Joey Brown and Sam Lewis.
Harry Cottrell on the TB Kart starts on row 9. He's joined by CJ Bennett. Samuel Branson and Levi Sangera starts on row 10. Oliver Harris and Theo Lestrange, they go from row 11. They're ahead of Laith Khan and Michael Gray for row 12. At the rear of the field, Harrison Morrow and Conor McPollan on row 13. Joao Castro and Dylan Patel on row 14. Results from earlier on today, if you missed it: Lawrence from Whitcomb, Mackie, Antrobus and Brown was your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in heat number 1. Results from that one and this one will be combined to set the grid for the final. We are away and racing for heat number 2 in Senior X30. Lawrence trying to run it around the outside. Positioning there from Harrison Whitcomb means he's going to hold on to the lead. It's a better start this time, though, for William Antrobus. No repeat to the dramas that we saw for Antrobus in heat number 1. Immediately up to second and pointing forward to Harrison Whitcomb to say, go, drive, get up the road, because Gus Lawrence right now, Piers, I think he's down in around 6th or 7th place.
Yes, he is. He's been forced backwards. Of course, at the first turn, we saw him get pushed wide, legally so by Harrison Whitcomb, but it was definitely a statement of intent. Whitcomb deliberately missing the apex at turn 1 to force Gus Lawrence wide. He knows that he needs to beat Lawrence by at least 1 position if he wants that pole position for the final. And we've got carts together at the back, 377. That is Michael Gray with a little art.
Might have been Laith Khan.
Freddie Lloyd up to second place. He needs a good result in this one. You mentioned that a moment ago, Andrew. He's up to second, a feisty start. But once again, we're seeing the outside row of the outside line going into turn 1, falling foul. Lawrence, Powell and Moore on the first 3 rows on the outside. None of them feature inside the top 6 positions.
They don't indeed. Harrison Mackie's on the move. Mackie up to P3, just behind his former teammate Freddie Lloyd, as there is Gabriel Stilp down the inside of William Antrobus. Gabriel Stilp on the move up to P4. Freddie Lloyd, you mentioned there, Piers, as Aaron Brown looks down the inside of Antrobus. And this is, well, I say welcome to the seniors. Of course, William Antrobus has been racing in senior Rotax this year as well. But this is a strong field in the X30 category, all giving William Antrobus a bit of a welcome to things and shuffling him down the order as Stilp has a go at Freddie Lloyd for P3. So Mackie's gone through into P2. Freddie Lloyd, who was classified 11th in the first heat after some penalties for the likes of Lewis Bird and Hayden Eldridge, but that spin early on was not the way things he would have wanted things to pan out. Morgan Moore down the inside. Piers has got a move done on William Antrobus.
Yeah, robust move from Moore at the inside of Antrobus, gets that move done, and unfortunately, actually, the concertina effect meant that Lewis Bird lost out, losing a couple of places as a sideways Gabriel Stilp up the inside of Gasworks. Bit of hand signalling to each other there. There was nothing untoward. It was just a, sorry mate, let's go forwards. Stilp has shown good practice good pace in practice yesterday. Didn't quite show it in qualifying, but is pushing forward through at the moment. But the driver directly behind these two, that green helmet of Aaron Brown, been very impressed with him so far today. Very good moves in the first race. Executed those overtakes well, had good pace, also knew when to attack and when to defend, and solidly inside the top 5, as we see Bird now fighting with the likes of Jack Nettleship on that bright green TB kart.
Yeah, does indeed. And just to note as well on the intermediate classification, as things stand, Whitcomb would be on pole for the final, 2 points from these 2 races. Mackie would be alongside on the front row with 5. Gus Lawrence would be down to row 2, but on the inside of it, as Antrobus down the inside, an overtake through the horseshoe. You don't often see that, Piers.
Do you know what? I think that was a bit of just desserts there for Morgan Moore. He put a robust move on Antrobus a couple of laps ago into Senna 1. I think it was Antrobus returning the favour with a bit of interest there.
Absolutely. So just over 4 minutes of this one to go. Whitcomb leads by 0.8 of a second, 49.72 last time around for the premium karting pilot with the Argenti Academy is a touch quicker than Mackie right now, as Lewis Bird, the number 5 seed from last year, goes wheel to wheel with William Antrobus. That's getting a bit tight through the Dunlop chicane. Antrobus has to take to the KZ2 cut through there. That was a mighty, mighty tight moment out of centre 2. Joey Brown's on the move as well. Now, of course, Joey Brown had a DNF from his first race, so have a tiny tyre advantage. The tyre advantage in terms of tyre life not as pronounced perhaps this week as we saw 1 week ago with the other categories. 3 minutes and 35 seconds of this race to go. Gap at the front there, Piers holding at 3/4 of a second.
Yeah, Whittaker and Mackie setting pretty much identical lap times that last time around. Mackie slightly faster, but that was a bit, in my opinion, a little bit rude from my opinion, from my view of that incident between Bird and Antrobus. I think Bird didn't allow Antrobus the space he probably was entitled to. Of course, there's only one camera angle we've seen. The stewards and race director will look at that and make the appropriate decision, but tight racing and a good move up the inside of that's Cresswell on Joey Brown in that last hairpin there, as we see them going nose to tail to the final sector.
There's a quick sight into the CCTV camera room. David Manchester on duties this afternoon, looking over the 30+ cameras out on track. Every single angle around this 1.2-kilometre circuit. Moving up through the field, who's making progress? CJ Bennett on the charge. The Irish driver up 7 spots and is just on the outskirts of the top 10 right now in P11. Who else is also improving? Theo Lestrange up 6 spots to 16th. Conor McPullen and João Castro, both from the back of the field, have gained 5 spots, trying to break into the top 20.
Who was fast on that last lap? The number one, Gus Lawrence, by nearly a full 1/10 of a second on anyone else. Anyone anywhere near him in terms of pace on a 49.38 was Harrison Mackie in second, but Lawrence a good 1/10 and a half quicker than the rest of the group in front, and I think it's only a matter of time before we see the number 7 of Aaron Brown getting some attention from our reigning champion.
A bit of news from race control from the officials. William Antrobus, Kart 357, is under investigation. Doesn't tell us exactly what it's for, but again, I would imagine that it's would be for that moment with Lewis Bird, who has also had a warning flag. The 311 has had one as well. So this is the moment again. Antrobus just looking for the cut back there.
Yeah.
Bird closing down. There is the moment between the two of them, and Antrobus taking to the cut through.
The facts there are the carts came together on the way into the Dunlop chicane. Antrobus did not complete the chicane, which is probably why he's under investigation.
Yep.
That probably won't go well for Antrobus, regardless of how it started. But it looked just a little bit too much on the both in there. Actually, on the second view, it looked like Antrobus just had a little helping hand on the back of Bird through centre 2, and then Bird also returned that favour with a bit of side-to-side rubbing, shall we say, on the way into Dunlop. So not ideal, and it didn't help either of them because they both lost track position and time. We cut back to this battle for the lead at the moment. It's pretty close between all of the top 7 positions. Jack Buckley actually set the fast lap on that last lap. As fast as we've seen so far this race of 49.24. As we see now, that move that we were mentioning is probably going to happen at some point a couple of laps ago.
So Lawrence down the inside there of Brown. That moves Lawrence from 6 points to 5, and I think this will move him up a row of the grid as well. Yes, it will. So Lawrence now starting P2 on the grid if nothing changes in the remaining time and laps in this race. So for Mackie could, in theory, go from 3rd to 1st here, and Mackie has been closing in on Harrison Whittaker as Gabriel Stilp defends from Freddie Lloyd into the first part of the Senna S. Is Fast Freddie going to have a fast run out of the Senna S? Yes, he is. And another close moment, similar to what we saw with Bird and Antrobus. Did Gabriel Stilp rejoin the circuit? Yes, he did. Gus Lawrence is now all over the back of the driver that he fought against for the British title last year. Freddie Lloyd, of course, was with Fusion Motorsport in 2024 and the start of this season. This move to premium karting to be on the OTK chassis. A point there from Gus Lawrence forward to Freddie Lloyd to say let's keep going, but Freddie Lloyd's not interested in that one. He's going to defend into turn 1 as we head onto the final lap. Whitacombe leads. Whitacombe's response to Mackie's pace this last couple of laps has been really impressive for me, Piers. Harrison Mackie had taken that gap down from 3/4 of a second to just over 3/10. Whittaker has built it back up to nearly half a second. Lloyd continuing to defend from Lawrence, Brown, Buckley, Antrobus. Bird a bit further back as well. Is Harrison Whitcomb, though, going to hold on to this race win and take pole position for the final? Yes, he is. This is the new Harrison Whitcomb. This is the 2025 Harrison Whitcomb, and he will start on pole position for the final later on this afternoon. That is more like it. Premium karting on the front row, Piers.
That was a very, very well-measured drive from Harrison Whitcomb there. We said the same thing about Lawrence in the first heat, but Whitcomb effectively won that race at the first corner, in my opinion. It's often a cliche that people use. You can't win the race on the first corner. Well, Whitcomb did. He was very, very shrewd there in his positioning of the kart, knowing that he needed to beat Lawrence by more than one position if he was to win that race to get pole position. Just edged Lawrence off the rubber line, which forced Lawrence backwards. Completely legal, but shrewd indeed. But Lawrence will have made a mental note of that, I'm sure, because we've got a lot of racing to come this season. But that is our eventual winner, Harrison Whitcomb. Good drive. Will go from pole in the final.
And somewhere in the distance, I can hear a very excited Welshman all the way in Dubai at that result. So Whitcomb on pole later on this afternoon. Harrison Mackie, P2 in that race, will start immediately behind him from P3 on the grid. Good drive from Gabriel Stilp in that one to take third on the road. Freddie Lloyd P4. Should note, though, the number 2 is under investigation. That one popped in on our screens just after the checkered flag. Doesn't mean it was necessarily for something after the checkered flag, but that's just as it came in. The 342 of Gabriel Stilp, also investigation. That's going to be probably for what we saw a few laps before. This one's provisional with a capital P, folks, I think.
Yes.
So Stilp third on the road, Lloyd fourth, Gus Lawrence fifth. Lawrence will start on the outside of row number 1. We'll have a repeat potentially of what we saw at the start of that first heat, Piers. Do you think Gus Lawrence will be happy starting from the outside of row number 1?
Happy is a relative term. He'll be glad to be at the front of the field.
Yep.
Starting the year off in a good position. I imagine he'll be hoping that the start of heat number 2 that we've just witnessed doesn't happen again, because he found himself outside the top 5 or 6 at the end of the first sector. That was due to the tactical positioning that we've mentioned by Harrison Whitcomb. He'll be looking to slot in and join that front group from the beginning, because I think, judging by the pace in that race, certainly Lawrence has the pace to win the race if he's in the right place.
Another way of looking at it, though, is that Harrison Whitcomb, has, if this is a game of poker, has just played his cards there. Gus Lawrence is experienced enough to go, all right, youngster, yeah, you got me on that one, but you won't get me twice. And, of course, that being a final, points on the line, 12 minutes as well, a longer race to play out for. Senior X30 finals are going to be an interesting one later on today. Just to run down the rest of the order provisionally. Aaron Brown, Jack Buckley, William Antrobus, Lewis Bird, Jack Nettleship, all in the top 10. Great drive there from Nettleship up to the top 10. CJ Bennett, Reece Newburn, Joey Brown, Morgan Moore and Theo Lestrange all in the top 15. We're going to have to just cut there because we need to have an ad break before we get going for race number 8. IAME Water Swift Restricted are out next. Next out on circuit, IAME Water Swift Restricted. Less than 30 seconds to go before the formation laps for heat number 2 get going. 15 drivers get the green light. Let's take you through the Running order for this one. O-plate holder LBJ Stubbs starts on pole position. Harry Chapman alongside on the front row. Bodie Batch and Louis Williams-Mabs go from row 2. Then America's Zev Godschalk and Ollie West of England on row number 3. Jaden McElhenney. Corey Lyons currently top of the intermediate classification, who are on row 4.
Row number 5, Freddie Baker alongside Leo Russell. Row number 6, Patrick Wood and Benjamin Slivar. Row number 7, Harry Murphy and alongside Frank Morris. And then rounding out your 15 kart grid, the privateer Logan Hodgetts. Good crop of privateers in the Water Swift Restricted. We like a privateer in the commentary box, and it's good to see so many of them doing so well.
Very quickly, there were quite a few changes in the final classification after penalties. So at the moment, after Heat 1, it's Corey Lyons, Bodie Batch, Zev Godschalk, you 1, 2, 3 in this category. Ollie West P4, LBJ Stubbs and Harry Chapman, your 2 front runners on the road in Heat 1. In the end, we're classified 5th and 6th. What's going to happen in this one? Away we go once again for 8 minutes plus 1 lap here at Warden Law. Another very even start across the front row, and it's the same as we saw in Heat 1, Piers. Round the outside, Harry Chapman takes the race lead.
Rinse and repeat. He did it in the first heat, did it in the second again. Around the outside, it's the only driver we've seen do that today in any of the classes. Managed to take the lead from the outside. And he's done it twice, so brilliant start. And then literally, are we watching a replay of the first heat? Into centre 1, through goes the O-plate, LBJ Stubbs.
And this time, Chapman's going to have a go on the cutback, pulls out of that one wisely. So, good start as well, once again, for Corey Lyons. The race pace of Corey Lyons. Sorry, no, it's not Corey's, it's the 24 instead of the 14. It's Ollie West who's come forward. There's Frank Morris in that brilliantly delivered number 55 machine, the driver from Wales, one of the privateers in this one. Harry Murphy there as well, wearing the replica Lewis Hamilton purple and yellow helmet. They've gained some positions in the early stages of this one. So Stubbs leads, Chapman P2, Ollie West up to P3. Corey Lyons has had another good start and is going for 3rd place now, has got through in the number 14. So Corey Lyons leading in the intermediate classification at the moment. This will be a great result for DMS, Piers, to see if they can hold on to this. Well, at the moment is net pole position for the final.
Still 6.5 minutes. It's a lot of Water Swift restricted racing to go before that comes to fruition. But I love the DMS livery. Actually, in the middle sector, Corey able to switch on that kart that he's on, the DMS kart, pretty quickly, and has closed the gap down to 3rd to 2nd place of Chapman already.
And one of many runners, probably about a half or just over half of the field running on Karts Republic chassis. They do seem to be the weapon of choice at the moment in this category. Through turn 1 again. There goes the O-plate holder, LBJ Stubbs, into this tricky part of the course. Got to keep it tight through the dogleg. Set things up for St. John's. We saw a few thrills and spills over that exit curb in Heat 1. There's a move coming in from Louis Williams-Mabs down the inside. Nice overtake from Louis Williams-Mabs on the dap, down the inside, up to P4, but not for long, because here comes Ollie West back. Nice cutback there for Ollie West with the Evolve Motorsport team. Still quite a young team, Evolve Motorsport, in their 2nd full year. But performing strong in this category, performing consistently right now. Ollie West looking at a potential start on the 2nd row for the final.
Yes, it's often viewed as good to go at the inside on the entry of a corner, but often much easier and you lose less time to do it on the exit, as we saw West do on Louis Williams-Mabs there. Corey Lyons took the fastest lap on that previous lap, closing the gap down to just 1/4 of a second to our leading group. And actually, that's less than 1/4 of a second visually on the road, is now Lyons right on the back of Chapman.
Yeah, he's doing a good job right now and holding on to the advantage in the intermediate points. Right now, Lyons on 3, Stubbs 5, Chapman 8. That is a tiebreaker situation at the moment, with Ollie West running 4th on the road in this one. But again, we go back to TQ, we go back to the performance earlier on this morning. Over those times laps, Chapman would hold 3rd ahead of West. Godschalk currently in 5th place. Batch, Williams-Mabs and Baker completing the top 8 as things stand. But plenty of time for all of that to change. Just over 4 minutes remaining in this second heat for IAME Water Swift. Do keep your comments coming in messages of support. Hello to Barry, who's cheering on Harry Chapman in this one. And I'm sure Barry and everyone cheering on the number 32 are going to be pretty happy with this. Good race pace once again from Chapman. Gap to LBJ Stubbs. Just under 0.3 of a second. But Stubbs last time around, fastest lap of the race, Piers.
Yeah, Stubbs just opening things up, and also backs that fast lap of the race up with the fastest first sector, nearly 0.2 faster, in fact over 0.2 faster than Chapman and Lyons behind. So coming into a good run of form in this race is Stubbs at the front of the field. We're looking back at this battle between Louis Williams-Mabs and, is that McElhenney? Or is that, oh, he's actually got past Ollie West. I was about to say before you started talking about the battle at the front that I think Williams-Mabs actually has a lot of pace in that kart at the moment. He set a fastest final sector a couple of laps ago, then got past immediately, and now has been released from that. And you can see already in the middle and final sector, gapped the kart of West behind him. Potentially 3 minutes to go, he might be able to bridge the gap to the group ahead if they start battling.
Well, we were talking about this a bit last week, myself and Henry Baudet, about drivers as, oh, that's a nice one from McElhenney down the inside of West through the dogleg for P5. We were talking about it in the Micromax category of drivers who we think have had really good starts to this season, as Zev Goldschalk down the inside of Ollie West for P6. I'm going to throw Louis Williams-Mabs' name in there as really good to see the big step that Louis taken forward relative to, say, 12 months ago in this IAME Water Swift restricted category. Just showing again that, you know, sometimes drivers can be taken through the ranks very, very, very quickly, as this is a great battle going on between Gottschalk and Ollie West for that 6th place. But Louis and his dad, they've stayed at this level, they've built up the confidence, they've built up the race speed, as that was a moment between Stubbs and Chapman into turn 1. Corey Lyons has gone back through into 2nd place. I wonder if you can get another look at that one between Stubbs and Chapman. That is a very, very high-speed part of this circuit, Piers Prior, for two karts to get into that close a level of proximity.
Yeah, that was a wheel-to-wheel contact there that sent Chapman's front end into the air, almost out of control, collected it, losing just one position, but clearly Chapman not particularly happy with whatever went on there, as he was gesticulating through the exit of one and then down towards the left-hander of St John's as well. All seems well with that kart, that black and fluorescent yellow kart of Chapman in 3rd place, but clearly bridged the gap and caught and was attempting to pass Stubbs at the front of the field. Stubbs actually had a poor middle sector on that previous lap, which is what allowed that move into turn 1. But now Chapman's having to fight for 2nd place as opposed to the lead, pressuring the back of Lyons.
This is one of those moments where, unfortunately, the commentary curse can sometimes hit a driver. I'll praise a driver and then they'll get a 5-second penalty. Sorry, Louis. Sorry, Sprocket the dog as well. But unfortunately, the number 22 has received a plus 5-second penalty. The O plate is now okay. So LBJ Stubbs now under investigation. We would imagine, Piers, that is for the moment we saw a lap and a half ago.
Speculating, it would potentially be over-exuberant defence, because I haven't seen him involved in anything else at this stage of the race.
Yes.
We only caught the 2nd half of that incident. The race director and stewards have many camera angles all over the circuit to view that incident in its entirety, and we'll make a decision based on that. But for now, we'll say it as we see it. It currently still is Stubbs. Oh, actually, Chapman pointing down at his car, potentially having a little bit of lasting damage from that coming together with Stubbs. Let's, I think we're hearing in my ear that potentially we might be able to get another look at that in a moment. Here we go. Right, so down towards turn 1. Okay, here we go. So it is Chapman that pulls to the inside. Yes, Stubbs, he saw him coming and made a pretty late move there. Look, so Chapman, yeah, you can see the jink of the steering wheel. We're not in a position to cast blame, but it looked like Chapman did have an overlap at the point when Stubbs came across. It looked like Stubbs looked over. Whether the look was in adjacent or in unison with his steering movement, or whether it was a reaction, we cannot know. But we've shown you a couple of angles. The stewards will have far more than that. There may be more things to come on that incident, but at the moment, all LBJ Stubbs at the front can do is gap that extend that gap at the front of the field as much as possible, so that if a penalty does come, he loses as few positions as he can.
Yeah, at the moment, it's the top 9 covered by 5 seconds. There's a bit of a gap back to Patrick Wood, Leo Russell and others. Currently swabbling over and having good fights, in fact, over 10th place. Chapman trying to hold on to second place on the road then. Trying to hold off Corey Lyons, who right now is still in a position that would give Corey Lyons pole position for the final. Jaden McElhenney's had a good middle part of this race, Piers. Is now up a net gain of 3. And 2 DMS drivers there. Lyons is going to get down the inside of Chapman. That's a lovely little move to take second place on the road. McElhenney's going to have a go as well around the outside of Horseshoe. LBJ Stubbs. Race pace still good for Stubbs, like we saw at Wilton Mill for O-Plate. The O-Plate holder takes it on the road. Corey Lyons P2. That is going to be pole position for the final. Corey Lyons first and second, at least provisionally, has a 3-point advantage over Stubbs, a 7-point advantage over Chapman, Batch and Zev Gottschalk as things stand. Chapman P3 on the road, McElhenney P4. Keep an eye on McElhenney for the final, because of course McElhenney had that spin in the first heat, so will at least for now be on the outside of row number 4. But that number 77's got some pace today, as drivers shaking hands there, Stubbs and Chapman.
That looked like Stubbs actually coming over and shaking the hand of Chapman, so clearly no hard feelings there. Of course, that may still go on. Yeah, still under investigation. But it was LBJ Stubbs that won the race on the road. Lyons second. Surgical move on that last lap to take
really
second place. Impressive, and he will go from pole position in that final, barring any post-race judicials.
There's the rest of your order. So McElhenney P4, Williams Mabs 5th on the road, Gottschalk, Batch, West, Baker and Wood all in the top 10. Patrick Wood did hold on to that P10 ahead of Leo Russell, Logan Hodgetts, Harry Murphy, Frank Morris and Benjamin Schlivar. The 15 drivers who started that race all finished. That's what we like to see, everybody making it through to the checkered flag. And if your primary interest is in IAME Water Swift Restricted, don't go anywhere, of course. We've got more racing to come from the other categories after this. But the Water Swift Restricted final today will be at 3:35 for their 12 minutes plus 1 lap heat. And don't forget, of course, that we do all of this again tomorrow on Easter Sunday for round 2 of the championship for all of the IAME categories here at Warden Law this weekend, Piers.
2 equally weighted meetings in one weekend. So today feels like it's building to tomorrow, because that's often how things go in karting. The weekend builds to the Sunday, but no, 2 equally weighted meetings, equal number of points. You win on Saturday, that means nothing, zilch, by the time you turn up on Sunday morning.
Let's take a short break. Coming up after this one, race number 9, IAME Water Swift Groups A and B, after this short break.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive kartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Time for Heat 3 then in IAME Water Swift. We already know who's going to be at the head of the field for this category. Harry Williams is in the clubhouse and done on an unbeatable 2 points. But the question is, who's going to be alongside Williams for the final on that front row. We're going to find out across the course of the next 10 minutes or so. Let's take you through, as there's a little stutter there for Luca Narroway getting from the pre-grid. Let's take you through the running order. Austin Gibson starts on pole, the very impressive privateer. Nathaniel Hodges alongside on the front row. Luca Narroway will return to the inside of row number 2. Is joined by one of the strongest runners in the early season running in Europe in this category, Wyn Goldschalk there on the second row. George House on row 3 is joined by Austin Newstead, who needs a good one here after a DNS in the first round of heats. Christian Kobe and Night Measures go from row 4.
Row number 5 is headed by Oliver Spencer. We saw him drive through the field in that first heat. Daniel Ferguson alongside him as the number 190 in the background of shot has stopped. We'll touch on that in a moment. Alfie Davidson alongside Jensen Ackerman. Then row 7, Henry Clark, Chester Fawkes, and then George Clark and Orion Meta.
Row 9, Oscar Kenny and Marcus Kvetskis. Andy Stewart will start this race alone on row 10. Her fellow Northern Irish driver Sophie Campbell is the 190 out of this one. Ilias Sammy, Joseph Davis, Callum Graham and Ada O'Brien complete the now 23 runners in this one. That is a real shame for Sophie Campbell to not take part in this race. That might mean that Sophie doesn't quite make it into the top 34, into the final. We are away and racing once again here at Warden Law. Good start for Austin Gibson down the inside, as who was that running a touch wide? George House immediately up to P2, make that P1. Here comes George House for Excel Motorsports, started on grid 5, Piers. That is a tremendous start.
We're seeing the inside line down to turn 1 work once again as Oliver Spencer and the KR Kart going through on centre 1, but House 5th to 2nd to 1st in as many corners. We've seen him drive through the pack on a number of occasions this season already. We saw that a couple of times at Wilton. Not afraid to that again, as up the inside goes
Luca Narroway.
Luca Narroway, a nice move there, just tucking the cart at the inside of Gibson. Gibson having the pace pretty much on everyone else through practice and qualifying, but not having it all his own way in the racing.
But one of the nice things about this circuit is if you do lose a lead, it's a place where you just don't panic. There'll be opportunities if your pace is good, as Night Measures goes through past Nathaniel Hodges there for P7. The race I particularly note that we've seen in the last few weeks, albeit in a faster category than this, was Jacob Ashcroft's performance in the final in the juniors last week. Fell down to 3rd, didn't panic, let the race come back to him, and eventually went on to win that final, of course. So if you get the bit between your teeth, you can race back through having lost the lead. Chester Fawkes there lost out a couple of positions to Alfie Davidson and Daniel Ferguson. Changed for the lead again. Luca Narroway this time down the inside, Piers.
Narroway up the inside of Gasworks 2 laps in a row. Last time out it was 3rd to 2nd. This time 2nd to 1st place for the Evolve team. Good driving for Luca Narroway. 2 very clean, very decisive moves, and House happy to work with Narroway. So clearly House thinking that Narroway's got good pace at this stage, trying to push away from the front of the field as we got a 3-kart break ahead of Wyn Goldschalk in 4th place.
We have indeed. So right now, the final intermediate classification for today's round would look like this. Williams on pole, we know that. That's locked in and done already. Patterson would be alongside on row 1, isn't in this race. So the highest ranked driver in the FIC out on track right this minute is George House on 4 points. Austin Gibson on 6. That would be row 2. Gottschalk, Hodges, Spencer and Kobe completing the top 8 as out of the race. That is Orion Meta in the 157 for premium karting. Tough day for Orion, unfortunately, who joined the championship midway through last year. Not such a tough day for George House, who's down the inside, has taken the race lead. Austin Gibson through as well, past Luca Narroway for 2nd place. This top 3 going at it here, almost like it's a pre-final, Piers.
Yeah, that was a robust move as well from Gibson. Gibson closing the door on Narroway into turn 2, as Gibson had a little look up into centre 2 on the inside of House for the lead. Didn't get it done, but that shows how quickly you can go from 1st to 3rd. We can see the front right tyre completely flat. Well, I say completely flat. It was only flat at the bottom, actually, on that kart. That's why he is not continuing on. But the lead of the race, Gibson, currently leads, so he must have made his way through past House while we were looking at the Kart in the pits.
Yeah, just saw it at the end there. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland. Nicole, what have you got for us?
Well, boys, I'm just watching on at the performance of Austin Newstead. In his first heat, he had a retirement pulled over onto the side of the track because that engine, that mini IAME engine, had oiled up. Do you think Austin has enough time within this race to pick off some more places?
If I've seen Austin Newstead race enough times over the last 2 years, Nicole, I would say yes. If Austin Newstead's got a strong point, and it's many strong points actually as Austin Newstead, it's his ability to finish strongly. So keep an eye on him there. In 8th place at the moment, only 2 seconds off the leaders. Narrowway goes down the inside of House, takes P2 away from George House, and will now have a bit of a resumption of a battle that we saw in the IAME Winter Cup earlier in the season in Spain. House versus Gottschalk down the pit straight once again. Jensen Ackerman go for a move as House is trying to get back down the inside of Narrowway for second place. Narrowway defended that nicely round the outside. Did the old classic pinch to the apex there, Piers.
Yeah, good defensive driving from Narrowway. Saw that House was coming and covered him off by just squeezing him down to the apex, as House has a late lunge into centre 1, but that's going to leave House vulnerable into centre 2 from the 1-2-5 of Win Gottschalk. Gottschalk can't get that done, is now under pressure from the pack behind, and all this is helping Austin Newstead that Nicole just mentioned a moment ago. He's now joined the back of this group.
He has indeed. House has another go at Narrowway, in and through the gasworks bend.
Whoa.
Narrowway takes to the grass there and is going to lose out as it's now under attack from the 199 of Christian Kobe. Kobe round the outside. Jensen Ackerman's in there as well on the Synergy chassis. The 112 going very nicely indeed, solidly up in the top 10. Newstead actually going the other way, so not having such a strong finish in this race. He's just lost out to Daniel Ferguson, so Ferguson through into P9. Ferguson who's had a good degree of training, especially our former world champion Danny Curl. 2 minutes to go, Piers.
We now have a battle for third down to about 12th place. Pretty much nose to tail for this whole group, which is why we saw Newstead just dropped down a couple of positions. It was almost like a bit of a concertina effect, a bit like on the motorway, often where you see cars come to a stop just because things close up. And a good move up the inside, the 193 of Hodges, our privateer who started on the front row. He's fighting his way back through after a poor start, owing to being on the outside line into turn 1. But yes, a move further up in the group can cause a ripple effect backwards, and if you're just at the wrong place at the wrong time, you can get your momentum can get halted, and then 3 or 4 carts can make their way through.
Loving this battle of the privateers. Hodges and Ackerman back and forth. Ackerman's lost out in the end in that one, and through goes Daniel Ferguson into P8, but proper brave wheel-to-wheel stuff there. Back at the front of the order, Gibson and House aren't done yet. Right now, in terms of those intermediate points, Williams P1, we know that. Gibson would be alongside on the front row on 3. Patterson 4, House 4. So this battle here is not just for a heat win, it is to start on the outside of row number 1. Gottschalk and Spencer also having a good scrap right now. There's a yellow flag out. That is why Night Measures has had a moment at least through Gasworks and rejoins the race pretty promptly. 2 laps to go in this third and final heat for IAME Water Swift to set the grid for this first final today of the year. Gibson versus House. Who's going to take it?
Gibson doesn't have good pace at this stage of the race. His previous 2 laps actually the slowest of most of the karts within the top 10. So on his own out the front, doesn't have the pace that he showed in practice. Potentially, who knows, kart going off away from him a little bit, and you can see the pressure he's under as House is going to look for the cutback at centre 2. We've seen that so many times. Oh, closing down goes Gibson. That was borderline, but it keeps the position and has removed the momentum from House, and now Gottschalk is on the pressure, is pressuring the back of House.
Time is up. Final lap board will be out this time around, and that move from Gibson has meant that House has got to be on the defensive right now. Gottschalk has to check up in the middle of the horseshoe. Stays there in third, just checking further down the order. Good progress through the field for the likes of George Clark, up 4 places to 11th place. Joseph Davis as well has gained a number of spots out there, but this has been a pretty nip and tuck race for the last 9 laps. Austin Gibson does have a bit of a gap, needs to keep things nice and tidy through the middle sector here. George House at the moment, it's kind of between a rock and a hard place with Wyn Gottschalk so close there in third place. Christian Kobe looking like he could gain some positions late on here, but Gibson has lost that lead in terms of the gap to George House. Is George House going to have a look down the inside into Gasworks? Gibson takes the defensive line. House trying to go around the outside. He's done it. George House calling the Slim Shade. He's gone round the outside and he's going to take the win in this heat. Will be on the front row for the final. George House wins again in IAME Water Swift. That's going to go in the highlights reel. That could be Piers Prior best overtake we've seen in our 2 weekends here at Warden Law.
That's absolutely outstanding. Around the outside of Gasworks is not for the faint-hearted. Fair play to Gibson for giving him the space on the exit, but it was all because House got so far alongside, actually ahead at the apex and ahead at the apex. I know what I'm going to be doing this week. I'm going to be cutting this into a YouTube short for the Karting UK YouTube channel. If you're not subscribed to Karting UK, make sure you do so.
That was super stuff from Super George House. Excel Motorsport will be happy with that. So the provisional result, House from Gibson, Gottschalk, Kobe, Spencer, your top 5. Nathaniel Hodges, great run. P6 there, and we'll start from that same position in the final later on this afternoon, all pending these results, of course. Luca Narroway and Daniel Ferguson next up, ahead of Jensen Ackerman and Austin Newstead completing the top 10. Alfie Davison, George Clark, Chester Fawkes, Henry Clark and Oscar Kenny take us down to P15. Top 20s for Kovetskis, Davis, Measures, Graham and Andy Stewart, Ilias, Sammy and Ada O'Brien, the last of the finishers. Orion Meta and Sophie Campbell did not see the checkered flag. What is being discussed there, I wonder, between Christian Kobe on the left-hand side and George House on the right? Two drivers who know each other very well. They were teammates previously in the 2024 season, and yeah, I think George is pretty happy with that one. As things stand, the FIC, Williams and House on the front row, Patterson and Gibson row 2, Gottschalk and Hodges row 3, Kobe and Spencer row 4. Should stress those results are provisional. Highlights, Piers Prior.
Let's talk through. So the start, it was from the front of the field, Austin Gibson. On the outside, Nathaniel Hodges lost out. Where did we see him lose out? Yeah, he's already down the order. Then a nice move. This was the start of the moves from Narroway, who were going up the inside of Gasworks as Knight Measures, fighting his way through. That was the second of the 2 moves from Narroway to take the lead of the race. He wasn't there in the end. I'm sure we'll touch on that later on. But it was no stone at the front of the field. This was the robust move up the inside. Great move from Gibson as well as House. Then Gibson took to the front of the field where he would stay for a majority of the second half of the race. This was when House was fighting with Narroway to try and get back to the lead group. Getting involved there was also the 1-2-5 of Gottschalk. And then Narroway just getting edged off the circuit. And this is where Narroway's race kind of started to unravel a little bit. Fighting back to the field, Nathaniel Hodges, our Private 2, started on the front row. And then the first attempt from House, unsuccessful at the inside of Dunlop Chicane. And then this is on the final lap, outside, around the outside of Gasworks. Outstanding move there. Brilliant driving from both House and Gibson, because Gibson could have opened the steering into him, but he chose not to. So great driving, and we'll see more of this lot later for our first final for them this season.
We will indeed. More good stuff there from George House, more brave driving. We will see that that final, which will be coming up at 4 o'clock local time here in Sunderland. More racing to come here, though, at Warden Law. X30 Juniors are out next. Time to go racing for X30 Junior, the third heat. This is an A versus B race to bring to a close this part of today's round. 22 drivers heading out on circuit to entertain us here at Karting Northeast. And we start with Aaron Richardson on pole position. Riley Cranham, the unstoppable force of Fusion Motorsport, on the front row. George Edgar, though, starts on the inside of row 2 and has Sam Woolley for company starting 4th. Archie Owen and Isaac Sayer on row number 3. Tyke Buckley and Ethan Woodward go from row 4. Max Ewell and Jacob Backley complete the top 10. Harley Musk and Zach McDonald start on row number 6. Alfie Brown and Freddie Wood will take things from row 7 ahead of Cooper Sneddon and Max Mason on row 8. Alexander De Benedictis and Oliver Meek have work to do from row 9. Completing the top 20, it's Baron Alton Soy and Cameron Edmonds. Last row, row 11, Ireland's Joan Foley Jr. and Jamaica's Ashley Haase.
I'm interested to see how, outside of front row, Riley Cranham deals with this at the start of the race. We've seen a lot of drivers starting in second place be shuffled down the order. Let's keep an eye as we're green for the final heat today.
Into turn 1 then, advantage Richardson in the early stages. Cranham trying to hold it around the outside, wheel to wheel with George Edgar there. And, well, that is a very good start in all things considered for. And there's a bit of a pile-up in the second half of the field. Several drivers involved. Right in the centre of that was Tyke Buckley in the 2:15 for Mick Barrett Racing. That came from high up. Buckley started P7 on the grid and his teammates in a bit of bother as well. George Edgar losing positions, Piers.
Yeah, this a brilliant finish to the previous race. His previous heat in Junior X30 with 4 Mick Barrett drivers inside the top 10. Not a good start to the race for them this time. Unfortunately, Ty Buckley getting together with one of his teammates. I didn't catch the number, but they came together, unfortunately, and that has dropped them right down the field. So that'll shake things up in the intermediate classification. Of course, Buckley winning the previous heat is going to be coming through from the back of the field, but he's a long way off the front group.
And that's going to make things a lot easier for Riley Cranham, because, of course, Buckley and Cranham both entered this race on 0 points. So looking at each other and their results to see who's going to take pole for the final. Well, Cranham is now going to have a 6-point lead in the final intermediate classification as things stand. So Cranham doesn't need to win this race. The nearest competitor is George Edgar, 4th on the road. And just to make matters worse for George Edgar in terms of that battle for pole position, Cranham now has, as Edgar throws it down the inside of Archie Owen for P3. Owen wise to that one, keeps the door open, gets him on the cutback, but Edgar looking eager here to try and catch up to those two Fusions just to finish the point on where this is a tough prospect for George Edgar. Cranham has the lead in the FIC on the road and now a teammate directly behind in the shape of Aaron Richardson. Who right now I think will probably play the game of rear gunner.
Yeah, I don't think Richardson's going to be challenging Cranham a huge amount. I think Cranham's had the pace on Richardson at most points throughout this weekend in practice and qualifying. It's up the inside. Good move into centre 2 on the inside of George Edgar. That was 283. Yeah, Woodward moved through, and now Edgar's momentum going backwards. We've said this a number of times. Backler on the back of him now is trying around the outside of Backler. Goes Woolley, but can't get that one done. But yeah, you just seen, look how much time Edgar's lost there. He just got overtaken in a part on the circuit where if you lose momentum, you just head backwards.
Plenty of experience and knowledge of these kind of races. Nicole Sutherland down in the pits. What have you got for us? Apologies there, couldn't quite hear Nicole on that occasion. I'm sure she'll be back with us in a short moment's time. Under investigation, the 275. You were asking Piers that you thought there was a Mick Barrett Racing teammate involved in Tyke Buckley's demise. Might be Max Ewell, because that is an under investigation notification for Max Ewell, who did also start directly behind Tyke Buckley on the grid for the start of this one.
I was going to say that they finished up together at the back of the field. I don't know whether they started the incident together. It may not have been. That
may have come from a little bit further
It might be
back.
correlation, not causation.
Yeah.
But that it remains to be seen. But the front of the field, gap has closed. 0.2 of a second, Richardson on the back of Cranham now. But it is Woodward at this stage that's the fastest on circuit. A couple of tenths quicker. No, that's actually not true. It's Ewell that's fast on circuit down at the back of the field. Nearly 4/10 faster than our leaders, so he's got the bit between his teeth.
It has indeed. Tactics are going to start coming into play, I think, here, Piers, because we've got this Fusion 1-2 on the road, Archie Owen third on the road at the moment. That's not the same order, though, in the final intermediate classification. Cranham from Owen from Richardson. But here's the key bit. If you're Aaron Richardson, if you're Dan Hazelwood and that great Fusion Motorsport mind, how are you going to be playing this? Because right now, you've got your drivers first and third on the grid for the final. If you were to swap them on the road in this one, that would change. Richardson would go up onto the front row but be on the outside. Do you think they'd want to potentially play that option, or do you think they'd rather take first and third for the start of the big one later on today?
Do you know what? I think I'd prefer to take. I think I prefer to take third based on what's happened today. But it would also be quite difficult for the team to orchestrate that in this race. Of course, no ship-to-shore radio communication between any of these drivers and their mechanics. Of course, the mechanics can attempt to make signals to their drivers, but orchestrating that during a race, if it hasn't been pre-discussed, is unlikely. But I hear we've got a catch-up from Nicole down in the pit lane.
Yeah, here, so we have had a retirement. It's 2-3-3, Ashley Hazer. He's pulled in, he's out of this race. But I was also looking on at what is going on in this race, and that is Riley Cranham and Richardson working together. Cranham was here last week, said to me, race, but for me, boys, it just looks like...
It's just the signal breaking up a little bit there. We got the gist of it though there from Nicole. Thank you, Nicole, for the insight there. But yeah, it is interesting, this whole situation with the teams and the intermediate classifications. Isaac Sayer up the inside, lovely move up the inside of Senna 1. Sayer going past the 240 of Archie Owen. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I wonder if there was a discussion before this race from the Fusion team if this situation was to arise. Where did Richardson start? He started on pole and Cranham second place. This could have been a discussion. Who knows? If we see an easy overtake from Richardson on Cranham, then we can probably speculate some more. But we'll wait for that to happen. At the moment, they'll just be doing their best job to keep that gap down to Woodward in third, as big as humanly possible.
Shame there for Ashley Hazer to be out of this one. He's got some great support, fantastic livery. Had a look at it earlier on in the weekend. Chorella Inn in Kingston, Jamaica is the event sponsor for Ashley this weekend. So our international audience, if you want to back a kart, you want to get involved, get in touch with Ashley and his dad in the Croc Promotions awning this weekend. They'll valuably love your support. That was a big load of curve from Isaac Sayer there in his brand new suit, JGR suit, running P4, trying to break this 1-2-3 for Fusion Motorsports apart. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Cameron Edmonds having a good drive in this race. Piers is up to 9th place. That's a gain of 11 spots for the 257 from MDL Motorsports.
Don't often see a double position gain from a qualifying position in a British Kart Championships race. Can be done, has been done, but not common. So great racing, as you've mentioned. Interesting to see that Sayer pushing on very, very hard. We saw him at the O Plate at Wilton Mill a few weeks ago. Excellent pace, led part of the final, didn't he? If my memory doesn't mistake me. But it's just sometimes come off a little worse when it gets to sort of wheel-to-wheel racing. Just seems to just fall in the wrong position for him. Hopefully we'll see. Well, we'll see this weekend if he's can convert that pace into some final results.
Well, we see it sometimes because when we have drivers from overseas coming in racing, one of the big reasons they'll come and race in these Wera Tours British Kart Championships is because the racing is so fierce. I remember last year at this similar stage of the season, we were at PF International and everybody was getting ready for the World Championships later this year. And we had a slew of international drivers coming in and racing in this category. And some of them not doing that great because they couldn't get on top of the ferocious style of the racing and like the elbows out style of racing. They were quick in qualifying trim and on their own, but when it came to the nitty-gritty of going wheel to wheel with the likes of your Mackies, your Cranhams, you know, it was the British drivers coming out on top. But credit to Isaac Sayer, he is now getting on top of this style of racing, and it's further improving him as a driver. Final lap board is out. Cranham and Richardson 1-2 on the road. I think they're going to hold these positions. I was about to say that the question of whether Richardson starts second or third was out of their control because Archie Owen had slipped down the order, but George Edgar now being back up to 5th in this race means that Edgar's now back to 7 points, Richardson on 8. So they're back to this formation of first and third on the grid for the Fusions. I think they're going to hold it station like this because, I would tend to think from a team perspective, that's how you'd want you guys starting the final later on this afternoon.
Yeah, nose to tail for the start of the final. We've got, Edgar actually slow out of the Dunlop chicane because I think he lost a place to Owen. Yes, he did on the run down to Gaffers in the final lap. What was that, Andrew?
They can't hear me, but I do wonder, is that Edgar realising, no, I don't want to start P2, I'd rather start P3 because that has just swapped back a bit there. Did George just come out of the Dunlop chicane and go, oh no, suddenly my right foot feels a bit stiff, I'm not quite going to go out the corner. Either way, Cranham takes a fairly quiet Heat 3 for the juniors from Aaron Richardson. Those two will start on the front row of the grid for the final later on this afternoon. Ethan Woodward, great drive there from Ethan Woodward, P3. That's a gain of 5 spots. Isaac Sayer there, 4th. Archie Owen, 5th. George Edgar, just drops back to 6th in that race. That means we have a 4-way tie on 8 points for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th in the intermediate classification. The Mick Barrett Racing team are a very, very experienced team. George Edgar from a strong racing family who know this game. That's I'm speculating, ladies and gentlemen, but I wonder, was that a little bit of gamesmanship there just to ensure that Edgar will have the inside line for the final? We'll be behind that young man there, though. Riley Cranham, still from that form at Wilton Mill, is unbeaten in race trim so far today and will head into the final later on this afternoon with a very, very good chance of leading the championship at the end of day 1. Rest of the order, Backler, Edmonds, Woolley and McDonald all in the top 10. Baron Alton, Soy P11, Ty Buckley back up to 12th in that one after the early spin. Snedden, Musk, Wood all in the top 15. Let's have a look at some of the highlights, and once again, Piers, let's have a look at what happens here to Ty Buckley.
Okay, so we're keeping an eye on Ty Buckley. He's in the middle, on the inside currently. Catches a little bit on the curb. What happens through? He actually ran into the back of Isaac Sayer, I think. I think he just got caught out by the concertina effect. If you see, yes, that was it. It was just 4 karts into 1. Everyone nose to tail. Jacob Bachler actually getting through on the inside there, and it was a lot of karts involved in that. This was then later on, I think, the 1st, 2nd or 3rd lap. That was Owen up the inside of Edgar, who then fell backwards. Edgar and Sayer making their way back through the field as the race went on. The battle between Owen and Edgar continued right until that last lap. Owen at the inside of Jacob Bachler, couldn't get it done at that point. This is when Sayer's kart switched on in the mid-stage of the race. Came through on Owen, and the run through the exit of the Dunlop chicane being bumpy as ever. This is that last lap. That looked deliberate to me. That looked like something. It looked like it wasn't an accident.
It's part of the game. It's part of the game, and ultimately these drivers want to win the final. And George Edgar will have thought through that. They'll have done the mathematics. There will have been some signals from the sidelines, and I'm sure George just thought, do you know what? I'll take P3 on the grid, please, today over P2. More racing to come, of course. That is the culmination of this part of the programme. We've got more from KZ2 coming up as we get ready for their season opener tomorrow, and then it'll be into finals time here at Warden Law.
Do you know what I like? Karting. Do you know what I like even more? Very fast go-karting. And KZ2 is back this weekend. 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds. Top speed over 90 miles an hour. They're absolute animals. It's the biggest challenge in UK karting with sticky tyres, four-wheel brakes, 50 horsepower and over 30 gear changes per lap. But that's my opinion. Let's hear what the drivers have to say about it. So what's your favourite thing about racing KZ?
It's an unbelievable driving experience.
What's your favourite thing about driving a KZ?
Speed. Everything is happens very quick, like changing gears and a lot is going on.
Shifting gears. Fast, fast, fast.
The acceleration.
The fastest class in UK karting, KZ2, is back this weekend at Warden Law, and this is why you should get excited about it and make sure you tune in all weekend. Well, I hope that's whet your appetite. Now, let's go racing.
Well, it's definitely whetted my appetite for a bit of KZ2 this weekend. This is non-qualifying practice, so you're not missing any competitive running, but all of our drivers out on circuit, apart from Miles Murphy, who I'm told is going to be with us tomorrow. He's not running the full weekend. We have been talking to some of the drivers across the course of the weekend, though. We had a chat and saw the interviews with Ella Stevenson, Josh Price, earlier on today, but also back in the Jade Racing team alongside Stevens, alongside the likes of Jessica Edgar as well. Very, very glad to welcome Oliver Stewart back to the British Kart Championships paddock here this weekend. There he is in kart number 22. We caught up with him yesterday. Ollie, great to have you back. First of all, first round of the KZ2 class for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. I know it's been a long road to recovery for you. How good is it to be back?
Feels amazing, honestly. When I was in that crash and my family, I honestly wasn't sure if I'd ever race again. And the fact to see my mum here today and my dad and myself, who've all been through a lot over the last year, has been honestly incredible. And hopefully this weekend I can get a great result for them and just prove that, you know, if I get knocked down, that we'll never be out.
We always talk about KZ2 being a very physical class, of course. What has been the main area that you've had to work on in your recovery over the past few months?
My collarbone, of course. I actually had a crack right here, across here, and it completely broke. So healing that has been very, very tough. Luckily, it was a clean break, so I was able to heal a bit better. But this is now shorter, and I get quite a lot of clicking when I'm driving. And then over the last maybe 5 laps of a race, it does start to get sore. So I've had to do a lot of work in the gym, rebuilding it, making myself as strong as I was before. And yeah, it's not going to be easy, and it certainly hasn't been so far, but we're doing our best. And right now I feel better than I felt at the last race I was at. So yeah, just keep making these improvements, and hopefully we can be to 100% or as near as at the end of the year.
To the business of racing this weekend here at Warden Law, what do you think is a realistic aim for the weekend?
Nothing but a win. That's absolutely all I aim for. I come here to win and I race to win, so anything else is slightly disappointing for me. There's obviously a very, very tough grid here, so winning's never going to be easy. But yeah, that's definitely the aim, and anything else then, as I say, will be slightly disappointed.
From a driver's perspective as well, what are the real challenges with this circuit, and what ways in the KZs do you perhaps have to drive differently to the X30s that you're sharing the paddock with this weekend?
Well, of course, in a KZ, you've got a lot more horsepower, a lot more power. You've obviously got gear sticks, 4 brakes, so you can fire it in a lot deeper into the corners. The tyres have got more grip as well, so you get a lot of hopping and bouncing. So it's a lot more physical. So in a 15-minute or 12-minute race, you really, really, really do feel it. And especially in the equipment as well, the rear starts to get hot, the kart starts to slide on the rear. So tyre management is also extremely vital, a lot more so than in one of the direct drive categories. And yeah, of course, the start is extremely important. It's not as easy as rolling up to the line and driving and going. When the lights go out, you've got a lot to manage, a lot to maintain. And yeah, hopefully if we can put it all together, then we can be right at the front.
And are there certain bits of the circuit, you know, there's a few bumps round here, there's the tarmac that you have to deal with. We've had a weekend of other running before this weekend as well. Are there subtly different lines that you reckon we're going to see between the KZs versus others here this weekend?
Yeah, 100%. So out of the corner in the middle, the left, going towards the hairpin, there's a massive, massive bump that you'll notice all the karts going through. In KZ, it's kind of optimal for me at least to fire it in tight and miss that bump, because obviously we're going at such a high speed. When you go down over the bump and you come back in the air, by the time you land on the ground, you're at the braking point. So sometimes if you get a really good exit, you can actually miss the corner simply by just going over the bump. So for me, I prefer to go in tighter, and you'll find that in a lot of the corners. And obviously around the back straight as well. We've got the long straight rather than taking the chicane. So doing all of that makes the track a bit more fun, a bit more enjoyable, and a bit quicker as well.
Well, Ollie, thanks for your insight once again, and come and see us in the comms box as well if you've got a bit of time, and best of luck for this weekend.
Of course, thank you very much. Cheers.
Great to have Oliver Stewart back with us once again. He had a pretty nasty car accident and had a long road to recovery, but great to see him back once, you know, in the paddock and also racing. And we heard from him there the resilience of these young drivers. Wants to go for nothing more, nothing less than the win.
Yeah, absolutely, and the pace has been good so far this weekend for Ollie Stewart in this non-qualifying practice. He's currently P2 on the road. There on his screens is Derek Morgan. Derek back once again, long-time runner in this this category and in the British Kart Championships. The privateer as well. We also caught up with him earlier on in the weekend. Here with Derek Morgan, number 6 seed going into 2025. Derek, a positive year, bit of a roller coaster at times, but another seeding from 2024 setting you up well for this season.
Yeah, last year was pretty good. We had some strong rounds. I think we're always good at Kimbolton. We've got good track knowledge. Struggle at certain rounds like this, where obviously it's a bit further for us to travel, and being privateers, we can't get up here and do as much testing as we would like. But we're getting there, and I think we keep plucking away. We'll probably be at the sharp end, hopefully, towards the latter part of the testing.
You mentioned being a privateer team, you know, your privateer entry versus some of the teams. How rewarding is it to go and race and have that platform on the right chassis to beat them on a good day?
Yeah, I mean, when we piece it all together and we fine-tune it and get it right, it's nice to take on the big teams. Obviously, we use the right kart. Simon Wright helps us out with the kart, and yeah, I think it's a really good kart and we can make it work. It's not just the kart, but also I rebuild the engines myself as well. So not only the driving part, but if we have a decent result or a win, it's like a double win because I've done the engine part and the driving part as well. So yeah, it's really good.
How accessible would you say is the KZ2 engine for a privateer to do the engine building yourself?
Yeah, it's not much different to the other series really. It's just an engine with a gearbox on the side. There's not much maintenance on the gearbox side, so I mean, if you're confident at building engines, then you shouldn't be put off by doing a KZ. There's not a lot more to it.
And this weekend, what are the hopes for in terms of results? It's a tricky circuit to pin together and can be tricky to overtake around here as well.
Yeah, I think this circuit, we sort of looked at the calendar and we think that this will be our worst round. So, I mean, if we could put it in the top 5, I think we've had a decent result, and that puts us in good stead for the rest of the year.
Good stuff. Well, Derek, best of luck for the weekend, and we'll see you out there.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
Derek Morgan, a regular in British karting and British Kart Championship paddock, and great to have him back again this weekend. We've just seen the checkered flag fall on non-qualifying practice for KZ2. Derek has raced in many championships, and good to see him enjoying life in KZ and also being fully involved in terms of a privateer outfit with his own kart and doing his own engines.
Yeah, and great to hear about the technical side of it as well. That you know, I think sometimes we love watching the KZs, but it's like my they're quick. I mean, they're even harder to maintain. But actually, it's the other way. It's an accessible category, and yeah, we hope to see more and more KZ2s on the grid, in addition to the now 14 that we have here. Mars Murphy has graced us with his presence. He was out in that session. He just wasn't running with his transponder. We have got a little bit of time before we go over to Nicole Sutherland for the start of those finals. We will, of course, also have a little bit of talk through TQ, proper timed qualifying for the KZ2s later on at the very end of the day. So do stick about for that. And we had chats with Jake Weston and the younglings as well, who are here this weekend for round 1. of the Wera Tours British Kart Championships for KZ2. Can I poke you, Piers, for a prediction of a pole position?
Poke away.
Who do you think is going to be on pole for KZ2 later on today?
It's hard to look past the Jade duo of Ella Stevens and Oliver Stewart. Easy for me to say, having just looked at the times from that final practice session, with Ella Stevens being top by about 10th and a half ahead of Stewart. But they have looked very good all together. If I go back to my notes from the from testing yesterday, Weston topped the first one, Stevens topped the second, and then Stevens was third in the third of the practice sessions yesterday. Also, that was practice session 3, 4, and 5, should I say. And in the middle session, Stevens was a good 10th or so clear, which is interesting because in the interview you did with her that we heard earlier on, she said she hoped it was going to stay dry. But actually, that middle session was ever so slightly damp, about 3 seconds off the pace. And she was the fastest by a good 10th. But it's going to be very, very close. In the final session of the day, Turner and Morgan were the top two, separated by 100th. And in the fourth session yesterday, the one before that, second down to 5th was covered by 500ths of a second.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close. KZ2 timed qualifying up later on this afternoon, but we're going to turn things back to the X30 categories. Senior final is up after this.
As always then, great to hear from our championship partners on the grid ahead of our senior final for the first day of racing here at Warden Law. Of course, we've got another senior final tomorrow, but we're going to start with this one, and we're going to start with the two Harrisons in our grid, Harrison Whitcomb and the Harrison Mackie. So behind me then, I have Harrison Whitcomb starting on the front row for this final. Harrison, good to see you. Good to see you in the grid. Tell me, new setup for you this year. You're now part of the Argenti Academy. A bit different from what they had going on in previous years. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, so I've been with the team for about 4 or 5 years now, and the team started to part way with karting for a bit because they don't have a lot of drivers. So they've done an Argenti Academy, and I'm with the premium team, so I'm in the order with premium, but I've still got a bit of backing from Argenti.
And Argenti, you know, providing a lot of support to the drivers here this weekend. Every driver received an Argenti IAME water bottle over the weekend, an Easter treat for everyone. But tell me, what are they doing for you this year? What is it that the Academy has done for you to put you on the front end of the grid?
They've given me 2 engines this year to fight with, and they've been really competitive so far. They've been great, and they've always been here at the events helping me out, always giving me setup advice when I need it. Ollie's been so helpful, and Karen, they've been great. And yeah, just hopefully have a good weekend.
And Ollie Meadows then, part of the Argenti team right from the very start. What does he do for you over the course of a weekend?
Ollie will always come to the awning, help us out, tell us setup if we need anything, say what's gone right, what's gone wrong, and just help out if anything needs helping.
And then starting from the front row for this race, Harrison, you know, your experience now, do you ever get nervous, or is it just all business for you? How do you feel?
You always get a bit nervous at the start anyways, but that's just a part of the racing. But yeah, honestly nowadays it's a bit usual being at the front. But it's a bit cocky, but it's a bit usual being at the front. But yeah, the nerves do kick in at the start a little bit, but yeah, just got to keep calm and do an extra 4 minutes of the race.
Well, I'd say it's confidence, Harrison, and you're experienced enough, you're fast enough to have that confidence, so good luck.
Thank you.
The next Harrison then is Harrison Mackie. But Harrison, first senior interview for you, with me anyway. How are you feeling?
No, I'm looking forward to it. It's first senior race, nothing too big. It's first one. It's a long year, so we'll see what happens.
Long year, it's a championship game, it's a points game, and we all know that points mean prizes. But this year, it's very different for you because you're not only within the senior grid, your brother's still in the paddock, but he's not with you for the first time in a couple of years. Your brother's not your mechanic. What's that change been like?
Yeah, it's been different. It's been a lot different, but it is what it is. We've got to move to do bigger and better things. So it is what it is.
Is he still here though, telling you, that you got that corner wrong or you missed that apex?
Yeah, he messaged my dad on the grid to show me a message. So he's still part of it. Just doesn't want it. He's in and out.
Yeah, you've still got that great team dynamic, that great bond. And then Harrison, what's it been like for you, the transition from junior to senior racing? I've raced and I've done the transition, and I actually found in some aspects it was easier. How have you found it?
No, I found it a lot easier. This tyre is it's not as good as the junior tyre. Junior one's got a bit more grip. I found it a bit hard, but as soon as I did one race, I got used to it all, and it's just natural.
And then expectations for this final. What are you thinking? Where do you think you're going to end up within the grid?
As I said, it's a long year. Top 5, top 3, I'll be happy. Just don't want to be causing any accidents like first round. So
using your head.
Yeah.
Well, great to hear from you, Harrison. Then starting behind Harrison, we also have Fred Lloyd, who, just like Harrison, both Harrisons, has had a big change for the year. Fred, I came here this weekend and you swapped the Kart Republic out for an OTK. I think I was not shocked, but it's a big change. We've seen you within Fusion for years now. What influenced the decision? How have you found it?
I mean, Kart Republic's always been there. It's quick when it's quick, and then when it's bad, But OTK's always just been there, and just thought, might as well just go on it for this year, see how it goes. I mean, it's been all right so far, so should be good for the rest of the year.
So it's sort of the reliability of the kart that you favoured?
Yeah, pretty much.
And within the senior grid then, you're second in the country, second in the British Kart Championships. When you've gone into this, do you find that boosts your confidence for the year?
I'd say so. We've already done a year of it, so another year is just boost confidence a bit, yeah. So.
Well, great to hear from you, Fred, and looking forward to seeing if that chassis change helps you out over this weekend and over the year. We'll head over then to the driver who has that number 1 plate, the driver that finished in front of Fred last year, Gus Lawrence. We've dubbed him the king of senior X30 in previous years because there's nobody that has done this championship quite like Gus. Always sporting that PFI livery, always been supported by Paul Fletcher International. Hello, Gus. How are you feeling?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. It's obviously starting second again, the same as the heat, so it's a little bit tricky on the outside around the first corner, but if you can make it work, it's not terrible. But I had a bit of a terrible one the previous heat, and I went back to maybe 7th or 8th, so it shows it's quite a fine line.
And this is the first final of what's going to be a full-on year, a long year. You're returning again, and I just said to the audience, there's nobody that's done this championship quite the way you have. Do you think, it's going to be another championship win for you this year?
No, I've had a good run over the past few years, but obviously new people come up to the class and whatnot, so again, new competition and obviously the same competition, so you just need to take it in your stride and not rush into things because it's a long year. It's definitely not won in the first round, but over 5 or 6 races it can be lost or won, so see how we go.
You can't win it in the first round, but you could actually lose it in the first round.
Yeah, to a degree, yeah, I reckon so. You can really hinder your chances for sure, yeah.
And then Gus, you just said about the new competition within the grid. We said mid-heat earlier on. You've got some young guns around you, the likes of Harrison Mackie, Harrison Whitcomb. How have you found that so far this weekend? Is it any different or?
No, it's no different to racing anyone else. They're obviously fast. They were successful in what they raced previous, so it's no different. They get up to senior, and it's just a bit quicker for them, but just someone else to race for me. So see how we go.
Well, we'll see how you go. Best of luck to you, Gus. We'll head back up then to the box ahead of the first Senior X30 final of 2025.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Good to hear the thoughts of the drivers at the front of the grid for this first one of the year. Piers, you've raced many an X30 Senior final in your time. From your perspective, what do you think the drivers will be going through right now? As the weather conditions, they're fairly stable, but they're not ideal, are they?
No, you can see on the screen right now, the wind is still blowing across the circuit, a bit of a tailwind down towards turn 1, slight headwind up down the back straight towards Gasworks we're pointing at right now. You can see where we are on the map. We are somewhere in the northeast, not far from the sea. That breeze often comes straight over the sea, and it doesn't look like there's any rain forecast, but the temperature of the circuit, the temperature of the air certainly impacts your choice on tyre pressures.
Yes.
Generally, the lower you go, the quicker you'll be at the end of the race, but the slower you'll be at the start of the race. And we've seen a bit of ebbing and flowing of pace as the race went on. Whitcomb has been pretty strong towards the end of races so far, but this is the longest race that these drivers will have done this weekend so far by a decent amount. So the karts will feel a bit different on that first lap.
They will indeed. We're going to find out what's going to happen in a short moment's time. The first final of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2025 in Senior X30 is next. Final time for the first time this weekend at Warden Law. Senior X30 get us going. Harrison Whitcomb of Wales is looking for his third career victory in these championships, and he starts alongside the reigning three-time British champion in Senior X30, Gus Lawrence, on the front row. Harrison Mackie, junior champion last year, is on the inside of row number 2, joined by Vismo International's Aaron Brown. Row 3, runner-up in the championship last year, Freddie Lloyd, is joined by Jack Buckley on that third row. William Antrobus here last weekend looking for a good run from row 4, is joined by Morgan Moore.
Row number 5 is started by Lewis Bird and Tristan Powell on the outside. Row number 6, Reese Newburn and Gabriel Still. Row number 7 will be started by CJ Bennett, and on the outside is Hayden Eldridge. Theo Lestrange on row 8, and rounded out by Sam Lewis.
Row number 9, Samuel Branston and Joey Brown. Row 10, Jack Nettleship and Conor McPollin. Levi Sanger and Laith Khan on row 11. Dylan Patel and Harrison Morrow on row number 12. We're going to go around again for another formation lap. Joao Castro on his debut in Senior X30 starts from row 13, is joined by Michael Gray. Oliver Harris and Harry Cottrell complete the 28 runners for the first of these finals on this opening double header for the season in the IAME categories here at Karting North East. Warden Law, Andrew Mather and Piers Prior on commentary duties for you this afternoon in the northeast of England. Nicole Sutherland down in Parc Ferme giving us all the latest news and bits from trackside. Really difficult to call a winner in this one ahead of one of these races. Whitcomb, Lawrence, Mackie, Brown, they've all been very evenly matched so far this weekend. Do you think the drivers will also be reminding themselves, you know, it's the first part of a double header, they've still got to have all their bits together when they go again on Easter Sunday?
I mean, you can fix quite a lot on a go-kart overnight, so I don't think they're thinking about that a huge amount, but they will be wanting to get this season off to a clean, safe start. We heard from Harrison Mackie on the grid from Nicole there. He just wants a nice, clean race. He'll finish where he finishes, hopefully inside the top 5 or so. We know how consistent he was last year in Junior X30, but the first race final of the day is underway, and it is Whitcomb from pole position. Can Gus Lawrence swoop around the outside? He's holding around the outside off of the racing line, and it's side by side through turn 2, but it is Whitcomb that leads.
It is Whitcomb who leads. Lawrence has been able to hold P2, has not been shuffled back in the pack like we saw in the second heat. Mackie's had a decent start as well there in P3. That might have been Lewis Bird, I think, in a bit of bother through St John's in the early stage. No, Lewis Bird is okay, still running towards the front. It might have been one of the Mick Barrett Racing runners who was being caught out. Jack Buckley's fallen down the order, and in fact, Jack Buckley's off the road. What a disaster for Jack Buckley. One driver's gone through the cut through. We'll catch up with who that was in a moment's time. It's the 358 of Sam Branston. Branston out on lap 1. Looked to be like a technical problem there for the Crop Promotion 358, but end of lap 1. Whitcomb leads, Lawrence P2, Mackie in third, Antrobus, Lloyd, Bird, Stilt, Brown, Moore and Powell are all in the top 10.
Pretty line of stern start at the front of the field, but sort of 6th, 7th downwards. It was a bit of a scrap and a few drivers getting together and a few people falling foul of that. It was the MDL kart, the Mick Barrett kart at the exit of St John's on the first lap that got caught in an incident which sort of backed everyone up. But Bird managed to get through that. I think he was involved, but has carried on.
Gabriel Stilt was down the inside there to gain another position. Has probably got the race rust off after his layoff due to injury in preparation for the World Championships. That's all in the past. Had a decent run in the O-Plate at Wilton Mill a few weeks ago, but now is looking to press on and get onto the podium here in this first final of the year. End of lap 2. The pace pretty even 50.97 for Whitcomb, 51.03 for Lawrence, 51.05 for Mackie, 51.08 for Antrobus, but it's Freddie Lloyd, Fast Freddie, that they need to keep an eye on here because he's quicker than the top 4 right now, and Tristan Powell is quicker than all of them. This is a good set of lap times and sectors coming in, particularly from those drivers 5th down to 10th.
If you want an underdog or a bit of a dark horse in this one, keep an eye on that kart there, the back of shot with the bright green helmet as Moore goes up the inside of Bird into Gasworks. Aaron Brown has been there or thereabouts in every race so far, looking pretty racy in this one. He started on the outside, got dropped down a couple of positions, but he's pretty much always been there. On the if you're watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel at the moment, poll's just gone up. Who do you think is going to win this one?
Whitcomb, Lawrence, Mackie or Other. I think Other could be quite a popular choice here today because this is one of those that's going to run and run and run for the next 9 minutes. Morgan Moore through, we saw past Lewis Bird, is now up to P8, a bit further down the order. Jack Nettleship's had a good start, he's up 5 places and into the top 15. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, we have the 358 has retired within this race. Previously, we saw him actually pull over on the side of the kart. I could hear an exhaust had popped off. Did carry on and kept going around, but now has decided to retire.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Real shame for Samuel Branston there. He saves things a little bit for tomorrow. The number 10 is under investigation. That's Hayden Eldridge, of course, one of the seeded drivers from the 2024 championship. But now we get into the second phase. Gus Lawrence, all of that experience in the kart with PF International Karting as a team. This is why he's a treble British champion, because he's starting to put the youngster Harrison Whitcomb under pressure now with 8 minutes of this race to go. 49.85 last time around, 2/10 quicker than the young Welshman. Mackie's trying to dig deep as well to respond, the junior champion from last year, the double British and IAME Euro Series junior champion in an incredible 2024. And I tell you what as well, Piers, Mackie is bringing his teammate for this weekend, William Antrobus, along with him. Is this where a little bit of extra time round this circuit? Antrobus part of the Rotax ranks last week, of course, in a longer final. Is this where that extra track time starts to pay off for William Antrobus there in the 357?
It might pay off towards the second half of this race. Let's not forget, we're only just at the point where we started the heats in terms of time. Still 7.5 minutes just over, plus 1 lap remaining. Let's not count out Freddie Lloyd in 5th place as well. Just at the fastest lap of the race, 3/10 faster than our leader on that premium karting chassis behind that group there. We heard from him on the grid with Nicole. He wants to get involved. He wants to turn that 2 into a 1 this year. And coming on strong at this stage of the race isn't such a bad thing. There is that man we're talking about, Freddie Lloyd, the blue kart, premium karting. He's got his head down, and if these start battling, he'll be right there.
Huge lap there from Harrison Whitcomb. Just popped in a 49.63. It's not the fastest lap of the race. You'll have seen on your graphics that that's Lewis Bird. Bird down in P8, but that was a fantastic response from Harrison Whitcomb. Saw the approach of Gus Lawrence down the inside. Antrobus on Mackie. 2 drivers up from the juniors in 2024, and Antrobus is through.
Yep, that was a bold move. Block pass into centre 1 from Antrobus. It looked like he almost second-guessed himself. He went for it and thought, oh, I'm a bit far back. A little bit of side-to-side rubbing at the apex, but made his way through, as we see Stilp on the inside of Brown. Or was that Brown trying to go around the outside of Stilp?
Stilp down the inside there will take P6 and has taken P6 away from Aaron Brown. 6 minutes of this one to go. Into the second half almost on time. Gus Lawrence is kicking again. 49.46 for Gus Lawrence. 49.61 in Whitcomb's locker at the moment. This is one going back and forth here at Warden Law, but keep an eye on William Antrobus there in 3rd place, starting to edge away from Harrison Mackie.
This says to me, the front 2 at the field, that potentially that PFI kart in 2nd place, the number 1, got a bit lower on the pressures, coming on stronger a couple of laps later. We saw 2 laps ago, Whitcomb's kart suddenly switched on. This lap just gone, Lawrence did the same, but went a couple of tenths faster, and now Whitcomb, his first sign of defence, is up the inside into the horseshoe. That would have been a bold move from our champion last year from Lawrence. Unlikely to see a move there. Good exit out of the last corner from Whitcomb, but it is on.
It really is on. That was a very, very aggressive move from Gus Lawrence. A little bit uncharacteristic for him, but is he trying to get in the head of the youngster ahead of him? Harrison Whitcomb, who had so much bad luck across the course of the 2024 season, was still a seeded driver in the juniors, but the pace that he had when on the good days wanted a lot more than 9th place in the championship. Gus Lawrence trying to find a way through, but you can defend pretty wisely round here. We saw that last week in the senior category where Lewis Gilbert put a clinic on in defensive driving in one of the heats. Harrison Whitcomb has got to do the same again, and he is starting to just bring it together. Maybe the defence in numbers is the way that Harrison Whitcomb adds to his tally of British Kart Championship wins. 4.5 minutes to go. It's Whitcomb, Lawrence, Antrobus, Mackey, Lloyd. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gabriel Stilp still there in 6th place. Jack Nettleship continuing to come up through the order. Is nearly the highest of the rookies now. Has gained 8. Is just behind Tristan Powell for that last spot in the top 10. Gus Lawrence has a look as down the inside comes Mackey on Antrobus for P3. Then through goes Harrison Mackey. Here goes Freddie Lloyd through past Antrobus. So Mackey back up to P3, Lloyd up to P4. Freddie Lloyd will not get an easier overtake this weekend as Bird flies his way in. Had to go at Stilp for 6th place.
Yeah, Bird went so far forward they nearly hit the kart in front and unfortunately dropped himself a little bit further back. That stalled this group of drivers, but I had a little bit of a wry smile during that last couple of laps while you were commentating there, Andrew. I think this has got the hallmarks of a bit of a grandstand finish. Very much looking to the end of this. I'm hoping it is a classic. Oh, that looks like a very damaged Mick Barrett racing kart.
That was the 3-2-0 of Jack Buckley, who started this race from 6th place on the grid. It has not been the kind of conversion of points. Championship points as Lawrence has a little look into centre too. It just feels like he's toying with Harrison Whitcomb right now. This is a tremendous drive under pressure from Harrison Whitcomb. 3 minutes of this one to go. He's got 2 reigning British champions behind him as Lewis Bird gets together with Aaron Brown. Morgan Moore's going to get stuck in as well. That's all for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th places. But Harrison Whitcomb, he's got the reigning X30 senior champion directly behind him. He's got the reigning X30 junior champion behind him. He's got the driver who finished a very, very well-deserved second, a tight second place to Gus Lawrence in this category last year. William Antrobus, he finished second in his junior campaign last year. You've got Gabriel Stilp there as well. Lewis Bird, I'll keep going. Morgan Moore, he has got a stacked field behind him, but right now, since the start of this race, 10 minutes ago, the Welshman is holding on. 2.25 minutes remaining into Gasworks. Doesn't need to defend too hard that time around. Good corner speed for Harrison Whitcomb. It looks like Premium Karting have done a proper job with the setup here. And he's good on the straights as well. Down here, it's going to take a big, big move if Gus Lawrence is going to want to add to his tally of British Kart Championship wins.
No cracks showing yet for Whitcomb, but I think he knows that Lawrence isn't going to do anything stupid at this early stage. Once we get to about 1.5 minutes to go, which is only a few seconds away, that's when the gloves start to come off. It'll turn from a boxing match to an MMA fight, I reckon.
Through centre one once again, and here comes Mackey down the inside, junior champion on senior, and that could have been the moment that breaks it apart. Mackey is through. Lawrence all of a sudden is down in 5th place. 1 minute and 20 to go. Was that a little bit of a thought for Mackey to say, come on Gus, we need to get on with this. If you're not going to go for the move on Harrison Whitcomb, I'm going to take second place away from you and have a go with 1 minute and 9 remaining.
Do you know what? I think that was a bit of a combination. I think it was a slight tactical error from Lawrence there. I don't think he realised quite how close Mackey was into the centre S's, and Whitcomb was half defensive into the first centre S, which hurt both his and Lawrence's exit. Mackey took the first opportunity he had on the back of Lawrence. He wasn't close enough to make a move at any corner before then, so I think he just thought, now is my chance, and if I can get a move and surprise Lawrence, that'll give me a good option to take the win, and it looks like he's in prime position to challenge Whitcomb at this stage. But don't, I've said it before in this race, don't count out Freddie Lloyd right behind there. He's chipped away. He's now up into 3rd place.
He is indeed. Antrobus had a bit of a nibble at Lloyd out of the second part of the centre S, and it didn't pay off. Mackie is all over the rear bumper of Harrison Whitcomb now. Two drivers who know each other very well from the junior ranks. We're going to have 2 more laps here in this final at Warden Law, and here comes Harrison Mackie. Whitcomb defends to the inside through the dogleg to go once again. Freddie Lloyd still there in third. They're all stacking up now, and keep an eye on Gabriel Stilp. Keep an eye on Gabriel Stilp there in 6th place. Lloyd has a look at Mackie. Whitcomb now knows he's got to defend this all the way. There's a few penalties coming in, but I don't think there's any for our top runners there, Piers. Time is up. Final lap board will be out next time around, and still no cracks, no show of weakness from Harrison Whitcomb.
He's done so well so far to soak up the pressure. He's defended when he needs to, but hasn't had to defend every single lap, so no issues in terms of over-defending. He's got a slight gap, a good final sector. 1,200 metres to go for Harrison Whitcomb to win his first British Kart Championships race in the senior category, but Harrison Whitcomb's going to have a look up the inside of the dogleg. Last time out, Whitcomb defended. He does again, over the curb, into the left-hander of St John's. Defensive this time. Mackie around the outside. That won't be an easy move to complete. Just about slots in, does Mackie, ahead of Lloyd.
Half a lap to go. Still opportunities for Mackie to get through. Gasworks will be the big one. Good speed for Whitcomb. Off of Senna 2. Up over the hill. This is the key point for the Welshman. Can he defend it down the inside? Can Mackie get alongside? No, he can't. There's a change further back as Stilp is through past Gus Lawrence. Harrison Whitcomb, what a display this has been. Over the final corner, Mackie's trying to wrestle the door open. Harrison Whitcomb wins the season opener, takes round 1 in Senior X30 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and becomes a 3-time final winner, his first in a senior category. Goodbye, ghosts of 2024. This championship's most unlucky driver starts this 2025 season a winner.
He earned those fist bumps. Absolutely outstanding display from Harrison Whitcomb. He drove a perfect race, I would say. I don't think he put a foot wrong. He defended when he needed to. He didn't defend at every corner when the gap was slightly big enough so that he didn't end up with any warnings or penalties for defending. He's looking for his team. There's no one there yet, but fist bumps are all round. And unfortunately for Gus Lawrence, he was the one that looking like he was in the pound seat. I thought it was a when, not an if. But then just that move from Harrison Mackie, brilliant move up this centre S, puts Lawrence down, and unfortunately actually fell behind Gabriel Stilp. So good drive from Stilp actually in 5th place to go up 7 from 12th on the grid.
I know it's one race, I know it's one final. We've got 9 of these across the course of the year, but how much of a relief will that be for Harrison Whitcomb after everything that happened in 2024? Okay, it may be his only race win this year, but he's on the board and he's answered a lot of questions with that one, and the mental side of how strong he was in that one was very, very impressive indeed. He'll carry a lot of confidence into round 2 tomorrow. P2, Harrison Mackie. Freddie Lloyd also on the podium. William Antrobus, P4. Gabriel Stilp, P5 up 7 in that one. Gus Lawrence, Aaron Brown, Lewis Bird, Morgan Moore and Tristan Powell all in the top 10. Jack Nettleship in 11th place, gaining 8 spots in that one. Hayden Eldridge, 12th. I think the number 10 was under investigation though from earlier in the race. Yes, they were. CJ Bennett, decent run. P13, Reece Newburn and Sam Lewis in the top 15. Little chat there between Whitcomb and Morgan Moore. Whilst we have a look at some of the highlights. We talked at the end of heat number 2, Piers. Would Harrison Whitcomb try and repeat the tactics that he played in heat 2 in the final? I think he did, and he pulled it off once again.
Oh, there was Brown riding on the back of a couple of karts in the midfield, so that might have been why it was it Bennett that lost his rear, lost his silencer, which is why he stopped?
Branston,
yeah. my mistake. But yes, it was a good start from Whitcomb, but Lawrence was wise to it this time, didn't fall so far back and was in the pound seat. There was a middle stage of the race where not a huge amount happened. There was a bit of infighting between the 2 Fusion drivers here of Antrobus and Mackie. Mackie just plotted his way through that race, did not panic, went back up the inside here, and that was the decisive move because that put him in a position to be able to take 2nd place later in the race. We'll come on to that in a moment, but still getting stuck in. This is partly how he managed to make up 7 places. Brown was unlucky to get shuffled back in this action in the midfield. But then this was just after Mackie got through on Lawrence, and Lawrence getting passed by 3 karts in a row. The one proper overtaking opportunity for Mackie was on the outside of St John's. He was lucky not to lose a place there, but it was this man, Whitacombe, fist pump in the air, earning that race and taking the first victory this season. That was a great race. I very much enjoyed that one.
And I'm just hearing something. There's a Welshman out in Dubai who was pretty grumpy last night as Cardiff City lost again. He was pretty pleased with that result.
I'm pretty sure I heard something
come over. Cheered him up. The Welsh flag is going to be raised today.
Let's look and head down to Nicole, who's going to chat with our race winner.
Yes, I am then, Piers. Harrison, I'm no expert, but I don't actually think you could have done anything better within that race. Please tell us, what was it like out there?
Yeah, it was really tiring, to be honest. With I think I had Gus and Mackie behind me all the time, so I just had to keep going, keep fighting. And yeah, it was just really nerve-wracking coming to the end because I saw everyone in the train. If one person got through, everyone would have got through. So I just had to defend at the end.
And that fight right at the end when, you were hugging that white line, really tightening all the corners up. The defending, how does it work? How does it work around Warden Law?
Around Warden, it's quite hard to get the switchback if everyone's in a train. So as long as I was covering the corner and behind me was following my line, it would have been impossible for him to get through unless he hit me out of the way.
And your first senior win must feel absolutely brilliant. We go into another day of racing tomorrow. Confidence level for that, do you reckon you can replicate what you've just done?
Yeah, I reckon I can. I mean, there's a lot of nerves off and then for tomorrow because now I've got the win that I wanted. So just have to keep consistent and get the points for the championship.
And then championship, Harrison, this is your first senior year, but you've come into it with a bang. Championship mindset, how are you feeling about that?
Obviously I'm gunning for the win, but honestly just have to keep getting the points, keep top 5s and just try to stay away from the DNFs.
Well, congratulations, great drive. See if you can do it again tomorrow, Sir Harrison. We'll head up then to hear from some championship partners and then it will be over to our next lot of finals. Back on the grid then, I'm going to start this first grid walk of the year for our minis with Harry. Harry, doing a good job this weekend. You're starting on the front row. How are you feeling?
I feel excited after I had a good heat 1 but a bad heat 1. Heat 2 I went up in the air and the final I'm starting pole, so I'm hoping I can get a good weekend here.
And then Harry, going into the first corner, it's a bit full on, you've got a lot of karts behind you. How do you make sure that you get that right and that you come out of it still in the lead of the race?
Making sure that I'm in the tram lines before the race starts and then stay in the same line when the tram lines is and then turn, maybe have a little look back behind in the shoulder and then turn as soon as I need to turn.
So those tram lines then, getting into those, do you think it's all about quick reaction times and looking at the lights?
Probably, yeah, because the lights, you have to accelerate at the acceleration line, and then when the lights go out, you're allowed to come out the tram lines.
Great to hear from you, Harry. And then before you head off, is there anything else you'd like to say?
No.
Well, good luck, great interview. We'll see if you can get those tram lights right. Good luck, Harry. Starting behind Harry then, we have Zev Godschalk, who Zev and his brother Wyn have joined us this weekend all the way from the Caribbean. We'll see how Zev has been getting on, see if he's been enjoying the track on his first day here. Clearly, to start on the second row, he's very quick and has picked it up really, really quickly. It's a difficult circuit, there's some bumps, there's lots of corners to get right, it's fast, it's flowing. Zev, good to see you. How are you feeling? Do you enjoy the track?
Yeah,
You like it?
Yeah.
And you and your brother, you look really quick. You've both picked it up really quickly. Are you, have you been working together at all? Have you been talking about what the track's like?
Yes.
Great to hear from you then, Zev. The whistle has gone out. It's time for our minis to head off restricted. Good luck.
Time for the IAME Water Swift restricted final then, the first of 9 this year for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. 15 drivers on the grid. Let's take you through for this one. Harry Chapman starts on pole position. Bodie Batch, very quick so far this weekend, starts alongside on the front row. Zev Gottschalk on British Kart Championships debut is on row 2, joined by Corey Lyons, who's been very impressive today. Ollie West and LBJ Stubbs on row 3, Jaden McElhenney and Freddie Baker on row 4.
Row 5 started by Louis Williams-Mabs, and alongside him Patrick Woods. Row 6, Logan Hodgetts and Leo Russell.
Taking through the rest of the order then, Benjamin Schlivar and Harry Murphy go from row number 7. Frank Morris from Wales completes the 15 runners in this one. Bit of news from Heat 2. If not covered already, Corey Lyons did have a time penalty in that second heat. That's why Corey Lyons dropped from initially being on pole for this race down a little bit further down the grid, and LBJ Stubbs as well also had one, which I think Piers just mixes up the grid a little bit, gives obviously the advantage to Harry Chapman in the early stages. The start, I think, will be key for Chapman, because I would not be surprised if we see Lyons, Stubbs, longer race, bit more time to play with, be on his tail. Oh, there was a bit of a close moment there for Jaden McElhenney in the number 77. Trying to get a gap for Chapman, I think, is a key point at the start of this race.
Yeah, Chapman can get a gap. He's going to give himself a good opportunity to control the race. He'll be looking behind him and seeing the likes of Lyons and Stubbs, because in this longer race, their pace that they've shown so far will allow them to group up. I think we're probably going to have a false start. Yeah, we're looking a little bit fast and scrappy at the back of the field. So we go for one more rolling lap. The race director would like to see a neater 2x2 train through the tram lines there, I think.
Yeah, and also the initial acceleration coming once the drivers are out of the final corner. Nigel Edwards on race direction duties again here this weekend. One of the most experienced, of course, in the game. Through the centre S, go the field. Watching live coverage of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Andrew Mallow and Piers Prior on commentary duties for you. Hello to Ian Carey, Susan Woodward, Motorsport Magpie, David Whitehouse, of course, in the discussion. Hello to Frozen Panda as well, cheering on our drivers here in the northwest of England, just outside proud part of the world of Sunderland, here at Karting Northeast. Warden Law ready for this IAME Water Swift restricted final, first of the year, into the tram lines. Are we good to go? Do those lights go out? Yes, they do. Away we go, running for the final into the first bend, and Bodie Batch has done Harry Chapman round the outside in through turn 1. Batch leads in the early stages, but Chapman responds down the inside before we even get to centre 1. As McElhenney off the road, spinning out of control, and is out of contention in this final. Bodie Batch, though, doing what we've seen from Chapman so far today, round the outside from P2, initially taking the lead, but good response from Chapman to retake the lead as they got through the dogleg.
Yes, we've had 2 changes to the lead in the first 3 corners of the race, so that bodes well for the rest, as we now see the 14 go at the inside. That's Corey Lyons. He's at the inside, taking second place. We've seen he's had good pace, and keep an eye on that number 0 there, the O plate, as he makes a move. Stubbs up on the inside of Oliver West. So we've had a few changes this lap already. Still a long way to go. 11 minutes plus a lap. That's a long time for these Water Swift restricted drivers.
Is indeed. Longest race that they've had so far today. They'll have 2 of these across the course of the weekend. And remember, it's another opportunity for 65 championship points to go the way of the race winner. At the moment, that of course would go to Harry Chapman. He would be on a perfect score of 130. Stubbs down the inside of Gottschalk, and that's good driving from Zev Gottschalk, one of the youngest drivers in this paddock, showing maturity beyond his years there. Just held a line round the outside, waited for the exit of the corner, able to hold on to 4th place.
Yeah, good driving also from Stubbs. When he realised the move wasn't going to happen, he cut across the front to stop the momentum taking him backwards through the pack, and we're going to see Stubbs, I reckon, have another go at the inside, probably into turn number 1 if he can get a good run out of the final corner, because Stubbs will want to get through and unleash that pace that he knows he has as quickly as possible, so that it doesn't give Harry Chapman the opportunity to run away at the front of the field. Fastest lap on that last lap, Bodie Batch. He's been fast in practice, didn't quite unleash his pace in qualifying, has been there or thereabouts in the heats. He's there in 3rd place, the 88. So keep an eye on him as well. But this is the battle we're watching at the moment. Gottschalk in the green, 21, followed by Stubbs in the O plate. Will Stubbs have a look up the inside? He does. Same thing as last lap. Can he get it done this time? Once again, it was Gottschalk holding the outside, but this time it was able to get through was Stubbs, and following through is Ollie West.
He's had to wait a little bit to get that move done. Fair play to Zev Gottschalk there, trying to hold things in there. Here's a battle between Freddie Baker and Louis Williams-Mabs. Williams-Mabs down the inside. Oh, just goes a little bit too deep, though, through Gasworks. Again, just as the track drops away and you get that couple of feet change, downhill, all the weight goes forward. Williams-Mabs pushing on just a tad too quick there. Baker back down the inside in that beautiful new lid for the number 92. I don't generally like a chrome based lid, but I do like that one. It's very distinct indeed. This is your top 3 on your screens. Chapman, Lyons and Batch into the Senna S once again here on lap number 4. 8.5 minutes of this one to go. Relative pace at the moment, 58.7 for Chapman, 58.5s though for Lyons and Batch. And just looking at the body language of the number 14 there, great work by the DMS team so far this week. Very composed mid-corner, working a little bit at the steering wheel there was Corey, but looking comfortable.
Yeah, looking comfortable at this stage. Still a long way to go. We've still got a whole heat's worth of racing, pretty much exactly from this moment. Heats were 8 minutes plus a lap, and they go over the line with pretty much exactly 8 minutes to go. So take this as the start of a heat race now, but the race has started with a half-second gap for Chapman. He responded a little bit on that last lap with his best lap of a 58.48. The 2 behind Lyons and Batch just dropped away a little bit, but this is going to ebb and flow as the race goes on. Fastest on that last lap by a good 10th, well, nearly a quarter of a second was Albie Stubbs in 4th place on that O plate. He's closing that gap, and we've got a yellow somewhere on
Slow
circuit.
procedure. Slow procedure boards are out. Not clear what the reason is, so just bear with us. Now, this will, of course, bring the field together. This is very good news if you're the likes of Albie Stubbs, Ollie West, Zev Gottschalk, because all of that hard work, that's why we've got 2 karts off on the pit straight. Frank Morris and Harry Murphy are the 2 drivers involved. So this slow procedure gives the safety teams, the marshals, the officials, the chance to make sure that everybody is okay out there. Timer will continue to tick down, of course. And Piers, what do you think will be going through the mind of the drivers at the moment, particularly Harry Chapman, because he didn't put a foot wrong in that early stage, developed a bit of a lead, got the number of contenders, as it were, down to 3, and now he's going to have to do it all again with 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's a bit of a reset mentally for the drivers, because anything that happened in the race up until now, it kind of just gets washed away.
Yeah.
You know, if the drivers had caught up to the back of Harry Chapman, then he'd have to be thinking, right, clearly they've got more pace at this stage, that sort of thing. Whereas now, he's effectively we're having a restart, a single file restart, as of probably about 5 and a bit minutes plus a lap to go, assuming we go this time, hopefully soon enough, but if not, then the lap after, I would imagine. So at this stage, Harry Chapman's all he's going to be trying to think is, how can I cause a bit of a fight behind, so I can give myself a bit of breathing room? Am I going to either have a deliberately slow start? Am I going to try and just gap them by going a bit earlier or a bit later than anyone's expecting? But then the drivers behind, the likes of Lyons, Batch and Stubbs, all they're doing is trying to keep as close to the front of the field as they can. Great to see both of these drivers walking away from that incident. It looked like a bit of damage on both karts. Rubbing his hand there. I think that was that Morris that was rubbing his hand, I think. clearly come to a little bit of an abrupt stop as we saw one of those karts fairly damaged down turn 1. But the main thing is, karts can be fixed quite easily. Humans, of course, need a little bit more attention. So we may well be going this time. Are we clear?
No, I think we're going to go round again on the base. Actually, no, we might do, because it looks like yellows are going to static. Static yellows normally indicate that we are set to go to green. Yes, I can see the green flag is being prepared. So 5 minutes for Harry Chapman to try and lead this one out, to take this first win of the season in IAME Water Swift Restricted. We are back to green at least. Yeah, green flag is out and waving. I don't think all of the field were fully expecting that, and Harry Chapman has broken away at the front of the field. That was a good restart from Chapman.
Yeah, brilliant restart. He actually went a little later, I think, than Lyons was expecting. Lyons actually bumped into the back of Chapman accidentally going down the start-finish straight, which gave Chapman a bit of a boost. But the one that came off worse from that was Bodie Batch in 3rd place. And now he's under pressure and is being overtaken into Senna 1 by Albie J. Stubbs. That's good for Stubbs, but he's now got a good half second, 7/10 second gap, and he points ahead. He tells the guys behind, look, I've got the pace. You can see they're pulling away. Still a long way to go, 4 minutes. Let's close down and give ourselves the best chance of a win. Green flags all around the circuit now, so it is a straight fight to the end, assuming nothing more happens.
We've already seen one driver on 2 British Championship level wins take their 3rd here this afternoon. Can Harry Chapman become the latest driver to achieve that little feat? Same as we saw from Whitcomb in the previous race. 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Chapman's lead is 1/3 of a second. Albie J. Stubbs up to 3rd place. Should note that the O-Plate received a warning flag earlier in this race, but a warning only, as did the number 21 of Zev Godchalk. 3:30 to go into the Senna S. Tight line there from Ollie West. This slow procedure, though, has also been good news for McElhenney. The number 77 back into the top 10 now. We saw Jaden McElhenney having a bit of a spin in the early stages. At least that bunching of the field has allowed him to get back involved.
Yeah, that's the advantage, the swings and roundabouts that a slow procedure gives. As those drivers that have had an unfortunate start, they get a sort of a second chance, and also the drivers at the front who have got a gap, that gets eroded. You really do have to approach it like a second race. Stubbs has certainly started to drive away from Batch and West in 4th and 5th and towards Lyons and Chapman in 2nd and 1st respectively. Also, likewise, Lyons has actually closed up onto the back of Chapman down the start-finish straight and into Sector 1. We potentially might be seeing the front group coming together, and I reckon it's only a matter of time before we see either an attempted move or a block from Chapman as he goes half defensive into Senna 1.
I've seen Corey Lyons be able to pull moves off so far today. Can there be another one from the driver in the number 14? Through the Dunlop chicane once again. Time ticking on down, and it's not the very end of the race just yet. And Chapman, the good job by Chapman here is that, again, by keeping the pace high, he's got the numbers game down. We're back to it being a group of 3 again. Yes, the drivers involved in the 3 may have changed a bit. Stubbs in for Batch in that regard, but he's increasing the chances of a podium at least here today. But he wants it to be more. He wants it to be a season-opening victory here at Warden Law. There's been a change for 6th place, but there may be a change for the lead at the moment as down the inside goes Lyons, and there could be a chance now for Stubbs. 3 wide into Senna, and through goes the O-Plate holder, the British Open champion. Albie J. Stubbs takes his first opportunity to lead this race. It all came from the move by Lyons down the inside into St. John's. What a great piece of driving there from Albie J. Stubbs.
Yeah, Lyons tried to move, didn't come off, and now Chapman looks up the inside and takes that position back, but it's one place further down because Stubbs, he's probably saw that unfolding and thought that this is a gift for him. All he had to do is get a good exit out of St. John's and take the lead fairly easily up into turn 1. It's going to be hard now for Chapman and Lyons to keep Stubbs within reach.
Oh, this is a good response, though, from Harry Chapman. Immediately went back on the attack with the disappointment of dropping to 3rd, up into P2. Now, this is a big, big lap then for Harry Chapman. Albie J. Stubbs has track position, has a clear road ahead of him here at Warden Law. This isn't the final lap. There's still 35 seconds on the clock, and it's closed up a bit behind as well. Bodie Batch there in 4th place. In the blue and black Argenti-backed Jamie Green Racing, number 88, Zev Gottschalk, Ollie West, Freddie Baker. They're all within 2 seconds of the race leader at this stage as Batch has a half look down the inside. No, thinks better of it for 3rd place against Corey Lyons. Louis Williams-Mabs looking to be in a position to get one of his best results at this level. There in 8th. Is the time going to tick over? Are we going to see? Yes, we're going to see final lap board this time around. And here comes Harry Chapman. Chapman onto the rear bumper almost of LBJ Stubbs. Battle resumes. We've seen these two go back and forth across the course of the day here, Piers Prior, and we're set for one more fight.
I think we actually didn't quite make the final lap by the looks of it. It looks like we've got this one and one more, just about getting over the line in time. So it is now a two-way fight at this stage for the win. Stubbs ahead of Chapman. Chapman in that bright black and yellow kart. Stubbs with the blue and white of Excel. Stubbs has come through this field, driven an excellent race, but it all comes down to this. What can Chapman do? Stubbs half defensive. Doesn't feel the need to go fully defensive into Gasworks though.
And that's good wise racing there from Stubbs and Chapman, knowing that this isn't the final lap. It's the penultimate lap of the race. Stubbs didn't defend too hard. Chapman didn't attack too hard either, knowing keep the numbers down. If you can't win today, 2nd place will do quite nicely in terms of championship points. But now they're going to squabble. Stubbs closes the door as they run through turn number 1. No opportunity for Chapman that time around. We are now on the final lap. Chapman looks down the inside, tries to take the tight line round the top end of the circuit. Stubbs still leads as they run down through St. John's for the final time in this one. Into the Senna S. Crucial 2 corners now for Stubbs. If he can get off of Senna 2 pretty well, this could be the moment where he's got this race won, but Chapman is still there, not giving up. They run through the Dunlop chicane. Gasworks is next. This is the best opportunity for Chapman to go through. He's going to have to look to the outside, maybe a switchback. Stubbs controls it well. They're both nearly off the road. Over the curb goes Chapman. Stubbs still has the lead through the horseshoe for the final time. Round Paddock Bend. It's a repeat of what we saw at Wilton Mill in the O-Plate. Stubbs P1, Chapman P2. Not happy about things at all there. Corey Lyons finishes 3rd for DMS. A great result there for the Irish driver. For them as a team, that is a superb result. Good to see them in on the rostrum here today. Bodie Batch P4, Zev Gottschalk P5, but it's LBJ Stubbs, your winner again here in IAME Water Swift Restricted.
Great drive from LBJ Stubbs. He had to do it the hard way there. Started in 6th place on the outside, which hasn't been favourable for a lot of drivers today so far, but he fought his way through, helped slightly by that slow procedure in the middle of the race, but he still had to get it done. He bided his time, he got the double move for the lead and then defended valiantly on the final lap. An excellent opportunist attempt around the outside from Harry Chapman on the last lap. Didn't quite have enough of an overlap. Great drive by Stubbs.
Very good stuff indeed. We'll see the IAME Water Swift Restricted drivers again tomorrow, of course. LBJ Stubbs wins here at Warden Law. Harry Chapman P2, Corey Lyons P3. Apologies if I am mistaken on this one. I think that is a first Wera Tools British Kart Championships podium for DMS as a team. A really good result for them ahead of Bodie Batch and Zev Gottschalk, the 2 Jamie Green Racing runners there. Ollie West P6 for Evolve. Louis Williams-Mabs the best of those in the privateer pack from 7th downwards. Chapman the best of all of the privateers, of course, but Williams-Mabs a good result there, P7. Baker P8. McElhenney recovered back to P9. Patrick Wood completes the top 10. Here's the start. Bodie Batch went round the outside of Chapman to take the race lead, but what really impressed me here, Piers, was the resolve of Harry Chapman to go, okay, lost the race lead, I'm going to take it straight back.
Yes, exactly. He pounced straight back after losing the lead on the outside of turn 1, and he nearly had it done. Of course, it took later on into the race, but this is when LBJ Stubbs, he got held up ever so slightly, and that could have been race deciding for him had we not had that slow procedure later in the race. zipping through turn 1, one of the fastest points of the circuit, one of the best feeling corners in British karting, that turn 1 here at Warden Law. Stubbs eventually got past Godshalk, and that released him. And then there was the instant down towards turn that was out of our camera shot, which caused that slow zone. But then a brilliant restart, actually, from Chapman at the front of the field to get a gap initially. But that slow zone allowed Stubbs to get on the back. He then passed Batch 1 lap later, was then set off for the lead pairing as further down the field. Williams, Mabs getting involved in the battle. Then this was the move. It was up the inside by the 14. Corey Lyons trying to get it done at St John's. They couldn't get it done, but it slowed them both down. And then up the inside, opportunist move, double overtake on the inside for Stubbs. Fended off one attack on Gasworks in the final lap from Chapman in second place. Chapman not happy with that, unfortunately, but hey, sometimes it's just not quite enough.
Yeah, but tomorrow's another day, another opportunity to get points on the board. As things stand, the Virtual Championship looks like this. Chapman will be your points leader overnight, 127 from a possible 130 on offer here today. Stubbs 122, Batch 121. Still very early season in the season, of course, plenty of racing to go. Let's head down though to Parc Fermé and to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, Albie, it was a win at Wilton Mill, and now it's a win here at Warden Law. You must feel absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I feel amazing.
The race then, Albie, tell me about it, because I saw you pull off a really impressive move. Tell me, where did that come from? How did it happen?
So at the start, we dropped one position. We didn't have the best start. Then it took us a little bit to get past Godshalk, and then that full course yellow played into my favour. And then those two collided, and I just had enough momentum to get down the inside of them both.
And from what we've seen from you so far this year, Albie, for first year, you're doing fantastic. You couldn't have done anything more in that. But it's a championship, and we've got another round tomorrow. What's the confidence like going into tomorrow's race?
Yeah, really good. Hopefully we can take a win again and come out on top in the championship.
Well, maybe we'll see you take another win tomorrow. Congratulations, Albie. It's a win today in today's final. Before we head over to our next lot of minis, let's hear from our championship partners, the people that make all of this happen. Back on the grid then, but this time with our minis, and I'm with Austin Gibson. Not too long for this grid walk, so we'll make it short and sweet. Austin, starting from the front row at the first round, good result already. Tell me about the weekend so far.
It's been a hard weekend. It's been really challenging. Just hope to get the best out of the championship. We're going for a win this year in the championship, so we just got to try our best to try and move forward to the front.
And out of all of our Water Swifts, you're probably one of the most experienced now. You've got race wins under your belt, you've got podiums under your belt. When you're going into a new championship, how does that help you?
Well, I've got a lot of experience now. We're going to try our best and got to try our best to come out on top, so yeah.
Well, we'll see if you can do that, Austin. Best of luck. Good to see you at the front end of the field. Behind Austin, we have Win Godshalk, who, like his brother Zev, who's already raced in the restricted, has joined us today here at Sunderland, Warden Law, from the Caribbean, and has put it on the second row of the grid, just like his brother did in restricted. Win, new track, new country. How do you like the track? What have you thought of the racing so far?
It's okay. It's not like the other tracks like I expected. In England, I have to use a lot of curves.
And you picked it up really quickly. Is it good fun out there?
Yeah, it's very fun.
Well, Win, we'll see if you can get a win in this race. Good luck. The 1 minute board has gone out. It's time to clear the grid. The mechanics will be leaving these drivers, saying their last minute good lucks. Best of luck to all these drivers. Let's head off.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Looking forward to this one, the first final of the year for IAME Water Swift in these Wera Tools British Kart Championships. 34 drivers ready to go here at Warden Law. Harry Williams looking to repeat the victory that he had at Wilton Mill to take that O-plate a few weeks ago. Starts on pole position with teammate Austin Gibson alongside on the front row. Colby Patterson and Wyn Gottschalk, they go from the second row of the grid. They're ahead of Nathaniel Hodges, the privateer, on row 3 alongside Christian Kobe. Oliver Spencer won on the road here last week. Can he do it here on Saturday? Starts on row 4 alongside Daniel Ferguson.
Row number 5 starts with Jensen Ackerman alongside George Clark. Row 6, Chester Fawkes and Alfie Davidson. Row 7, Henry Clark and Charlie Clough. And row 8, Johnson Stewart and Luca Narroway.
George House needs to show those never give up heroics from row 9. Is alongside Night Measures. Ian Carey and Mason Hibbert go from row 10. Orion Meta and Danny Dempsey start on row 11. They're ahead of Alex Riley and Lithuania's Margaris Kubetskis on row 12.
Row 13 is Andy Stewart and Callum Graham. And row 14, Austin Newstead and Efan Owen. Row 15, Oscar Kenny and Joseph Davis. And then row 16, Mason Brooks and Sophie Campbell. The final 2 karts on the grid are Ilyas Sami and Ethan Robinson. I'm very much looking forward to this one. It's been some of the closest racing we've had all weekend.
It's going to be good.
It's going to be good. It's going to be a good one.
Ada O'Brien and Ruben Sagu were the 2 drivers who unfortunately missed out on the top 34 cut-off for this one, but we'll see them again tomorrow. Are we going to go round again? Yes, I thought we would. So another bit of time for the drivers to get some heat into their materials, Piers Prior.
So we saw in the third heat and earlier on that that the driver in 5th place actually led the first lap.
Yeah.
So the inside has been a very good place to be. On the inside lane, we've got Harry Williams from pole position, Colby Patterson from 3rd, Nathaniel Hodges in 5th, and Oliver Spencer in 7th. We'll be looking to see if Gibson, Gottschalk and Kobe on the outsides of row 1, 2 and 3 can stem the flow of karts.
Just to note, actually, mentioning heat number 3, because it was George House, wasn't it? That driver from pit to first. And those of you who've been with us throughout the day, maybe not looking at all of Apex time, and wondering, hang on a minute, why is George House starting in the middle of the field? Technical non-compliance in that 3rd heat, which resulted in a disqualification and a big chunk of intermediate points. That is why George House starts this one a little bit lower down the order. We turn our attentions to the front row. Williams and Gibson, 2 very experienced drivers on the front of this grid. Into those tram lines, lights go out, 12 minutes plus 1 lap to go here at Warden Law. It's a good start from Harry Williams, it's a good start. Colby Patterson trying to wrestle his way down the inside to take the race lead. In the early stages, Colby Patterson, there's a bit of a hop up in the air there for Luca Narroway in the middle of the pack. 1 driver out wide as they run through the dogleg, but apart from that, Piers, all looking pretty good.
Fairly even start from the left and right hand sides of the grid, but it was our 3rd place driver on the inside of row 2, Colby Patterson, snuck up the inside into the dogleg, got the move done, closely followed by our pole sitter, the O-plate, Harry Williams. Harry already looking at the inside, wants to take that lead again, and 2nd place driver Gibson back to 2nd. So Colby Patterson from 3rd to 1st, back down to 3rd.
Well, Harry Williams a few weeks ago at Wilton Mill didn't need to put any overtakes in to be P1. It was a defensive masterclass from Williams. If he strikes back straight away, retakes the lead from Colby Patterson. So from a lap chart perspective, that looked like a pretty boring first lap with no position changes, but us here at the track know that it was a good battle between Williams, Gibson and Patterson. Oh, a bit wide there for Austin Gibson out of the dogleg. Oliver Spencer closing in as well. We know Spencer's pace is good round here in race trim. Down the inside goes Patterson, takes second place away from Gibson. This is a big moment now for Harry Williams. Might not be the decisive moment, but if he can just edge away and hope for a bit of back and forth, shall we say, with Patterson, Gibson, Spencer, Hodges, Ackerman and the rest, that could be his opportunity to break off the front. Alfie Davidson's had a really good start here, Piers. You just saw him there trying to make a move in the 146 for Fusion Motorsports. He's gained 5 places. A race winner many times last year, of course, in the IAME Water Swift restricted category. We know he can be very competitive on this platform. 10 minutes to go. Williams leads by 3/10.
Yeah, look who's in 4th place though. Oliver Spencer up 3 places, started 7th, in 4th, leading this next group as he drops a wheel over the back of the curb on the exit of the dogleg, working with the 112 of Jensen Ackerman. He pointed forward and Ackerman didn't attack him into Gasworks, which says to me they have both higher expectations for this race than 4th and 5th. Although, saying that, right behind them, Nathaniel Hodges, right behind them, is pushing on and bringing the rest of this group, which is pretty much everyone else, onto the back of that battle for 4th place.
He is indeed. Ackerman looking down the inside of Spencer and takes 4th place away from Spencer, who was P1 on the road, as we say, 6 days ago. In the final, Spencer has a bit of a moment on the exit. The transition from the horseshoe to paddock, and his front axle was in the air for a moment there. Gets back onto terra firma and resumes in 5th place. It was a post-race time penalty that took P1 away from Ollie Spencer last week, but we know he's therefore got good pace racing through the field, as we mentioned earlier in the programme. Into centre 1. Look at the pack from Spencer. All the way back. Apex Timing is currently telling us, with help, of course, from motorsport-timing.co.uk, that there's a battle group from 4th place all the way back to 34. Fantastic.
There you go, and there it is in shot as Spencer now soaks up some pressure, loses a place to the 142 of George Clark, and is also under pressure from Alfie Davidson as well. In fact, he's lost a place to Alfie Davidson. This really is a nose-to-tail battle from 4th place. I mean, you can see it all in one shot there. It literally is everyone. So those drivers at the back of this train will be seeing a line of karts all the way up to the front of the field and thinking, if I can pick my way through this, could have a good shot. They'll struggle to get onto the back of this 3 at the moment because they're working together. Gibson now Gibson's in 3rd. Williams still at the lead of this group. I don't imagine we're going to see a huge amount of fighting from this front 3 for at least another 4 minutes or so.
No, I'd fully agree with that. This is a very good chance for those top 3 to develop quite a sizable battle buffer. It's over to the likes of Ackerman, Clark, Spencer to get themselves organised and reel that trio back in. But that's not going to be easy. Who else is coming through the field? Luca Narroway, after that early scare, is up 6 spots to 10th place. George House up 3 spots to 14th. Mason Hibbert also gaining spots out there. It's up into the top 15. 7.25 minutes to go. The good news for the chasing pack, though, is that the fastest driver on track is towards the front of this field, but not at the very front. George Clark, there in the 142 kart, the green and silver and white helmets, just set the fastest lap of the race of 55.02. Now steps down the inside, takes 4th place away from Jensen Ackerman. I like that move, Piers. That's showing, again, like we were talking earlier with the seniors, on the front foot, moving through the order, taking the initiative there, George Clark. It's going to be pivotal now to see if anybody else can go with him and help this progress along.
Yeah, when you're in a battle like this in the group, as we see the 146 going up and over the grass, Alfie Davidson, that won't help his run through the horseshoe. But in a group like this, you can intuitively sense your pace compared to the drivers around you. You know if you're quick or slower than the karts around you. And that previous lap, Clark will have noticed that he was able to gain on the karts ahead and thought, no, I need to use this pace. I need to try and bridge the gap to the group in front, or at the very least just get to the front of this group so that if something happens, I don't get shuffled backwards. These 3 at the front, they've actually been a change. On that previous lap, Colby Patterson must have been into turn 1, goes up the inside, but Harry Williams wants to lead this group at this stage, so don't know what sort of tactics are going on there. Either that's psychological or tactical, I'm not sure, because sometimes you'll want to lead because you think you've got the best pace. Sometimes you just want to tell the drivers around you, no, I'm in charge of this race.
Well, let's think back to 3 weekends ago where Harry Williams led a huge cart of drivers. There's a yellow flag out at Marshall Post 6, which will... Oh, that's why! Alfie Davidson, Christian Kobe. Is that 3 fusions all off? Yes, it is! Davidson, Hibbert and Kobe all out of contention. That will have been down at Gasworks. Real problems for those 3. They will still score championship points, of course, but it won't be for in the top 10. It'll be outside the top 30. Back to Harry Williams, though. Back to Wilton Mill. Quite happy to be at the front, quite happy to do all the hard work, lead out, soak up that pressure, keep the battle pack of the opposite to what we just talked about with the restricteds. On that day for Williams, it was the more the merrier. Keep the ball in play and battling with one another. As out of the race is Christian Kobe. That's a real shame. At least the positive with the double header. There will be another opportunity for Christian tomorrow on Easter Sunday. The mentality I see from Harry Williams is he likes to lead. And if it worked at Wilton Mill, why change the tactic at this stage?
Especially on, in my opinion, a circuit that's slightly harder to overtake than Wilton Mill. A few less opportunities per lap. Williams clearly very comfortable in the lead of the race. He clearly doesn't feel like... He's actually, thinking about it a bit more, he either wants to lead this race or potentially actually thinks he doesn't quite have the pace, potentially, of Patterson in second place. He could be thinking, you know what, if Patterson gets through and gets a couple of good corners and I lose the toe, I could be out of contention with this. But the lap times would suggest that he's fairly equal to those 3. So it's probably more of what you were saying, Andrew, actually. I think he is just quite happy to lead this group, sit at the front, and then also he gets to control when the race turns from we're all working together to working against each other.
Absolutely. Relative pace between these groups at the moment is in the favour of the front 3 as well. 52, 55. What? If someone's doing a 52, that would be... People will be having a look at that. But 55 zeros and 55 ones for Williams, Patterson and Gibson. In comparison, the group behind are all in the 55 twos and 55 threes. So decent pace, but not reducing what is now a 2.5 second gap between Austin Gibson in 3rd place and this battle here. Spencer, Ackerman, Clark and Hodges. Got to give it to Nathaniel Hodges. Great effort from Nathaniel Hodges here today. Is a rookie. We've never seen Nathaniel Hodges have a full season in these championships before. As Clark and Ackerman have a discussion over 5th place there. That's more of a discussion, and through goes Hodges. And they may lose more positions now with House, Ferguson and Godchalk there. Spencer will break away. But, it's a simple case on that, Cameron. Just look like 2 drivers not quite giving each other enough room.
You said it was a discussion. I'd say that was a bit more of an argument there. But it was the person that came through was Nathaniel Hodges. Picked his moment perfectly. Went around the outside into the Dunlop chicane and gains 2 positions for the rookie privateer as well, who's doing well inside the top 10. Has been consistently inside the top 10 all day long.
Some big movers in the second half of the field that we just need to mention. Mason Brooks is up 12 spots to P19. Joseph Davis and Austin Newstead also up 10. Newstead, will remember, earlier on in the day had a DNS due to an oiled up power unit. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go then. Nathaniel Hodges in 5th place. The trouble for Ollie Spencer now is he's on his own. I think the hopes of Ollie Spencer trying to win this race here today are pretty much gone with 2 minutes on the clock. He's on his own. The 3 ahead are still working together, building that gap. The best I think that Spencer can hope for is holding on to this 4th place, or maybe that the battle is so hard at the front of the field that these 3 lose too much time.
Oliver Spencer won't mind his positioning at all at the moment, actually. He's got no pressure from behind, a second and a bit from behind, and he can see the gap ahead, even though it is a good 3 or so seconds. That can be eroded very, very quickly. If the 3 of them start fighting a lot, they could lose 2 or 3 seconds in a lap. And with 3 laps to go, I think he could be in this battle by the end of the race. We've seen the first defensive move from Harry Williams. Not full defensive attack at the moment, but Patterson will be looking to try and just wedge that door open if he can. Patterson looks at Gasworks. Defensive from Williams. Look at the wide line that Gibson can take, be it with no pressure behind. How long will that be for? As up the inside into the horseshoe. Gibson.
That's a good go from Austin Gibson, but it's not quite going to pay off on that occasion. Course goes back in the favour of Colby Patterson. Over the line, maybe 2 more of this to go. It's going to be another one of those where it'll be tight on the line as to whether we see final lap next time around. Out of the race is Henry Clark there. Joins Christian Kobe on the sidelines, but the most important thing is Henry looked okay. It's a disappointing moment, but we'll see Henry again tomorrow. Less than 30 seconds on the clock. Gibson down the inside. Patterson's going to have to play this wisely. He's going to try and do the cutback. Out and into the Dunlop chicane, and Patterson fights his way back through.
Yep.
Really good stuff there from Colby Patterson. Austin Gibson points forward to say, low, go, 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 go. Try and catch up to Harry Williams here as the time starts to tick away. But Patterson still there in second place. Good effort.
Yeah, that hand signal from Gibson wasn't actually really to say you need to go forward. That was more about frustration because he knows that he hadn't got that move done, and there's only 1 more lap remaining, and there's a slight gap for Patterson to Williams. So therefore, Patterson needs to get on with this, otherwise he's going to defend from Gibson. Neither of them in second and third will have the chance to take victory. But Williams with a 1 kart length gap going into the middle sector, is that enough? Will Patterson defend? He does defend. This could give Williams the win.
Could indeed. Exit of Senna 2 is going to be important again for the race leader. It's a good one for Harry Williams through the Dunlop chicane. Has got a 2, maybe 3 kart length lead, and Colby Patterson did not get a good exit off of the Dunlop chicane. Has to defend down through Gasworks. Surely that is it. Surely that is the win to back up the O-Plate victory at Wilton Mill a few weeks ago. Out of the final corner, Harry Williams takes the win, and it's going to be a Fusion 1-2. Williams takes it from Gibson. Patterson protests at the end there, is third on the road, but Harry Williams ends the first full day of this Wera Tools British Kart Championships for 2025. 130 points from a possible 130. A brilliant start to the British Open Champions title bid here at Warden Law. He'll look to do the same again tomorrow. Austin Gibson, P2, with that last corner move on Colby Patterson. Oliver Spencer, solid points there, P4. Jensen Ackerman, 5th. A great drive from Nathaniel Hodges, P6. That leaves things in the championship on that provisional result with Williams, as mentioned, 130 from a possible 130. Gibson, 124. Patterson, 120. And then a tie of 115 for Hodges and Spencer.
Body language tells a story there for Patterson in third place. Not happy getting done there, but Harry Williams, the man of the day, as he was at the O-Plate just a few weeks ago at Wilton Mill. He's done the same sort of tactics at Wilton Mill in the O-Plate as he does today. He wants to lead from the front, and it's working so far.
Rest of the running order there. 11th place for Night Measures, Win Gottschalk. 12th dropped a little bit. I think that probably shows experience and the style of racing in these finals, but a good speed for Gottschalk today. Alex Riley up 10 places in that race. Really good run for the Irish driver for Excel. Chester Forks P14, Marcus Kvetskis, Austin Newstead, Danny Dempsey, Mason Brooks and Joseph Davis, all making good gains across the course of that one into the top 20, completed by Ian Carey. Callum Graham returning to racing here this weekend, P21. Solid return there for Graham. Oscar Kenny, his Evolved teammates just behind. Ethan Owen as well, second of the championship rookies, as there is the celebration for Harry Williams and team. It's great to see as well that despite all the wins over the years for Fusion Motorsport, time and time again, they never get sick of tasting victory. Here's some of the highlights. Piers, talk us through the start.
Harry Williams led from pole. Gibson did well to hold it around the outside, but it was Patterson that instantly tucked on the inside and took the lead away. We saw that was Narrowway getting momentarily airborne in the middle of the pack. There's lots of drivers coming off the road on the exit of the dog leg. This was already a move a couple of times on the first lap, and we actually ended the first lap in the same order that we started it. Then we had a bit of a jostle for position for second and third place. This was our lead battle. Lovely shot through turn number 2. Really, really rewarding corner to get right, this one. If you run that curve, it just hooks the cart around. This was the battle that was on for the most of the race. It was sort of down to the rest of the grid, really, wasn't it? It was Spencer involved in that. He eventually would come out in 4th place on his own, but the rest of the whole group behind were battling away. Clark looking up the inside, getting the move done for the Fusion team, and Spencer getting involved once again, and then moving further into the race. This was further back down the grid. That was the privateer. Nathaniel Hodges getting involved, and unfortunately Davidson taking a trip through the grass, airborne and dropping down the order. Now back to the front of the field. Momentarily Patterson took the lead, but it was Williams that wanted to hold that leading position so we could control the race. And then we saw the contact between Clark and the 172, was that
it's Ackerman,
Ackerman, yes, and that ultimately led to Hodges getting through. And then this battle for 2nd place allowed Williams to get away. This is the final lap. Gibson managed to get through. Patterson on the cutback got it done. And then the final corner, a little bit of rubbing through the final corner. I'm sure the race director will look at that to see if that was all fair game, but it was therefore a Fusion 1-2 on the road. Williams from Gibson and Patterson for XL in 3rd place.
Let's head down then to Parc Ferme and Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you then, Andrew. Harry, you have just done exactly what Albie Stubbs did in the restricted. You won the O-Play and now you've won round 1. Yeah. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel really good. I'm really happy for the team. And yeah, it was a hard race, long race as well, but I managed to hold it.
And tell me about the team then, Harry. What have they done for you to make this possible?
Yeah, they've just helped me a lot by giving me doing the data, helping me improve, and just backing me up really, all of it.
And you were under a bit of pressure by Austin Gibson and Colby Patterson when you were driving round. You know, I could see that you were driving defensively. Why did you make that decision when you made it, and how did it work?
Yeah, I just tried to. I'm always going to have to defend with 2 laps to go, because it's going to be very hard to get past on the last lap if I do get done. But yeah, that's just my marker point really when I start to defend.
And of course, we're in a double header, so you've got another opportunity to maybe bring home another trophy tomorrow. You feeling confident that you could get another win?
Yeah, I'm feeling very confident.
Great to hear from you, Harry. Congratulations once again. It's a round 1 win and an O-Plate win. Well done.
Thank you.
Let's hear from our partners then for another time today during racing, and then I'll see you over on the grid for our Junior X30s. Final race of today then, and it's none other than our Junior X30s, and we're starting next to Riley Cranham, our O-Plate winner. Riley, another championship this year for you within the British Kart Championship, possibly the year that you could take, home that win, but focusing on round 1, this race, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. The pace has been there all weekend, so we're going to see what we can do now.
And talk to me about the pace then. What takes, what does this track take to be quick? How do you approach it lap after lap?
I think you just got to be aggressive and calm at the same time, so yeah.
And with the conditions where it's a bit colder today, the wind is out, does that aggressive driver help with the tyres, help with the kart?
Yeah, but it's a bit cold for me. I'm not really enjoying it, to be honest.
You're not enjoying the cold?
No, not at all.
Well, maybe it'll warm up for the rest of the rounds, but it's a bit chilly out there today, so you're just gonna have to drive around and be a bit cold, I think.
Yeah, probably gonna have to, yeah.
Well, Riley, good luck for this one. Have you got any final words before you head off?
Let's go racing.
Let's go racing. Riley is sitting alongside his teammate for this race. Are there any team games that's going to go on between you two Fusion drivers going into the final?
Well, we don't really know yet. Hopefully we can just push away and maybe get a 1-2.
Maybe get a 1-2. Whistle has blown then, so we'll find out if these two drivers can get that 1-2 within the final race of today.
Final piece of racing action here today at Warden Law. It is, of course, the Junior X30 final. 32 drivers set to go for 12 minutes plus 1 lap to decide who's going to be the first round victor in this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Riley Cranham starts on pole position. Aaron Richardson alongside on an all-Fusion Motorsport front row. Archie Owen, the Welshman, starts on row 2. He's joined by Singapore's Isaac Sayer for Jamie Green Racing. Sam Woolley and Rocco Lane Shenton form up a big row 3. Ty Buckley and Sugmani Kira looking for good points there from row 4.
Row number 5, headed by George Edgar alongside Zach McDonald. And then row 6, Finley Lines and Nat Johnson. That's a very quick row 6. Look out for them coming to the field. Row 7, Jacob Backler for MDL Motorsport alongside Ethan Woodward. And then Max Ewell and Mayan Patel.
Freddie Wood and Cooper Snedden start this final from row number 9. They're ahead of Jack McLaughlin and Baron Alton Soy from the UAE on row 10. Harley Musk and Max Endicott have to move forward from row 11 if they're going to score well here today. They're ahead of Oliver Meek and Suska Maeda on row 12.
Row 13, Cameron Edmonds and Max Mason, Alfie Brown and Alexander De Benedictis are row 14. Row 15, Jack Cockwell and Sam Mott. And the final row of the grid is the final 2 drivers on the grid is we've already said that, John Foley Jr. and Ashley Harser. My mistake, I got a bit confused with the drivers, but they're all getting their tyres warm. It is cold out there, but tell you what, Riley, the warmest place you can be is out on circuit. So you do tend to work up a bit of a sweat, especially in these Junior X30 karts. I think we're going to be going round again. I'm calling it now.
Yeah, going round again. The flashing amber light is on the gantry. Finger in the air from Dan Ashton out on circuit.
I'm not surprised. No. I think that was somewhat deliberate from our front drivers. The drivers will so often try and orchestrate a false start first time around because these Junior X30 tyres take a lap or so to get up to working temperature, and as much as it's the same for everyone, if you're at the front of the field, you want as few variables as possible.
Indeed. So it'll be 12 minutes plus 1 lap, of course. Don't go anywhere because once we've got this race done, we've got TQ, time qualifying from KZ2 coming up, and a little bit of a sneak peek to the paddock show later on this evening, which will be live in full at 8 p.m. tonight over on the Karting UK YouTube channel. If you've not subscribed already to the Karting UK YouTube channel, do it. Do it now, or Bodette will be straight back over from Dubai.
Oh no!
Shouting at you to press the button. Nobody wants that this weekend. Also, if you've not subscribed to the Alpha Live channel already, we've recently seen the number go through 50,000 subscribers. Thank you for your support. If you want to join the club, do it now. We're going to go racing here for Junior X30 in the final at Warden Law. 12 minutes plus 1 lap is underway, and it's a very good start for Riley Cranham from pole position through the first couple of corners. It's not a Fusion 1-2 though. Archie Owen takes second place. Good start there from third, Piers.
Yeah, good start from Archie Owen in third. Stuck to the back of Cranham and slipped his way through. Aaron Richardson dropped down a couple of places from the outside of the front row. Isaac Sayers still involved there. I didn't catch that.
Neither did I. It was so quick. It was the 293 flying off the road. That was Sam Mott, who gets back on circuit, and good to see that kart's still in one, Piers. Sorry there, Piers.
Yeah, no, you're okay. Carry on. I didn't quite catch what happened there, but we've got battling further down the order, the 257 making a lovely move of Cameron Edmonds up into Gasworks. Looking back towards the front. Over the line, it is Cranham from Owen, Richardson, Sayer, Woolley, Rocco Leon Shenton, Ty Buckley, Sukmani Kira, George Edgar and Finley Lines up inside the top 10. A good start for Lines.
Yeah, one position into that top 10. Not too much movement at all as, out of the race.
Jacob Bachler.
Jacob Bachler is going to go no further, it would seem, in this one. Out with some form of problem. I'm sure Nicole will be down there trying to find out what the cause of that retirement is. No trouble, though, for Riley Cranham at the front of the order. Starting to break away. Here is a move for second place. Richardson down the inside of Owen. Textbook move through Gasworks, didn't overcook it on the little drop. That's a nice move for second place.
Richardson did that because he doesn't want to let his teammate Riley Cranham away at the front of the field. Cranham has been the class of the field in terms of pace pretty much all weekend, starting from practice right through qualifying and the heats. And if Cranham gets a gap and breaks the toe, he's going to be hard to catch. So his teammate, as much as they are teammates, it's only teammates off the circuit. Once you're on the circuit, not a huge amount of help for each other, especially in a final. Up the inside, Ty Buckley making a move. He's trying to undo some of the issues he had from his heat earlier on. He's actually had a pretty good start. Well inside. He's actually in the top 5 now as he makes his way past Rocco Leon Shenton.
Back into the top 5. That was the position where he finished at the IAME Warrior final at the end of the 2024 season. That's Mayan Patel having looked down the inside of Zach McDonald, and whether Zach liked it or not, Mayan Patel is through, takes that position. Where's Finlay Lyons gone relative to all? Finlay Lyons has gone a little bit further backwards, so yes, that was for P10. Patel back up into that spot. Lyons down to P14. Aaron Richardson, big thank you to Henry on this one, because he's not here, but he's still the oracle on all the stats of the modern era.
Yes.
Aaron Richardson has never had a final victory in the British Kart Championships. In fact, he's only ever had one podium over second place, so it's not quite uncharted territory yet for Aaron Richardson, but he could be pushing to get his best result in any category within this top national championship. There will not be a best result of the day there for Cameron Edmonds out at Gasworks, and it's Cooper Snedden as well, the 218. Sorry, Cameron, you're not going to be going in a hurry from there. The rear axle is locked in. I hope that Cooper is okay in all of that, as those two are going to need a little bit of extra help to get those two karts apart.
Yeah, that was a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact, unfortunately causing the overtaking driver to take a movement upwards and onto the other kart. Hopefully both those drivers okay. Let's hear from Nicole down in Parc Fermé.
Well, we saw Jacob Bachler retire then, boys. It is because of a bent front end. It's the steering column that has just got a bit of a kink in it, which will mean, steering input out there is hard work. The driver has retired.
Really unlucky for Jacob Bachler. He's been there or thereabouts this weekend. He's been challenging inside the top 5 at times, but just things not quite going his way. We'll see him back again tomorrow. Again, the advantage of a double-header weekend. We turn a new page as we go to bed tonight.
We do indeed. Well, it's good to see that Edmonds and Snedden both out of their karts, but also out of this race. News from race control, plus 5 second penalty for Mayan Patel. So possibly for the moment that we saw with Zach McDonald a couple of laps ago through Gasworks. At the moment, that would drop Patel from P10 all the way down to P20. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Riley Cranham continues to lead by just under 0.4 of a second, or say that looks like that's come down a bit through this lap. Owen's still there in third place, Isaac Sayer fourth, Ty Buckley in fifth. Now with the changes in the top 20 to report in on. End of lap number 6. Yeah, Richardson is closing in here. The gap is now 0.29 of a second. Finlay Lyons is the fastest driver out on circuit. It's still in P14 though. With that 50.73, Lyons is going to be hoping he can try and break into the top 10.
Yeah, Lyons has had good pace this weekend, as he did a few weeks ago at Wilton for the O-Plate, but just hasn't been able to unlock either the fortune or the racecraft in these big karts, taking a step up from Inter to be able to challenge for the front of the field.
I wonder if the weather's an element of that, because I speak to his father Stuart regularly in the paddock, and talking about Finley's step from Inter into the juniors. In Europe, it's been very, very good for Finley. And what Stuart, his father, has been telling me is that he prefers grippier conditions. Prefers it when it's a little bit warmer and there's more grip to play with. with the bigger kart and almost like lean into it more. That was a bit of a lean by Ty Buckley up the inside of Isaac Sayer. Was for fourth place. Sayer holds onto it. Very close racing again here at Warden Law.
That was wheel-to-wheel contact at about 60 miles an hour into turn one. But they both managed to get away with that. It was just a case of a late move from Ty Buckley and Isaac Sayer probably not seeing Ty going for the move. But they both live to fight on, as now Sayer has a good run through the chicane and is going to be pressuring the back of Archie Owen. Not close enough for a move this time, but Sayer, as we mentioned it in the previous heat, he's had great pace at times. Just every now and again, either something doesn't go his way or just makes a slightly a small mistake which can cost him track position. But in this one, still inside the top five, fourth place on the road, my mistake. Ty Buckley chasing him down. And it's fairly stationary at the front of the field. The gap is 0.3 now, only 200ths did Cranham extend the gap over the previous 2 laps. Top 5 covered by a second and a third.
Less than 5 minutes to go in this one then. Opening round of the season for Junior X30 in their Wera Tools British Kart Championships. You're watching Ty Buckley trying to chase down and find a way through past Isaac Sayer. And Archie Owen just looks to be fading at this stage, has lost the rear bumper of the Fusions. Here goes Buckley. That's a lovely move from Buckley down the inside. Decisive, poised through into P4 goes Ty Buckley. Could another podium be on the cards for Mick Barrett Racing here today? His teammate George Edgar has just set the fastest lap of the race, 50.56. George Edgar, the number 6 seed from last season, currently in 8th place. 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Cranham still leads by 1/4 of a second.
This final 4 minutes longer than our heats, and we did note at the end of the heat number 2, A versus C, that the Mick Barrett Racing carts come on strong towards the end of a race. Ty Buckley just made a move from 5th to 4th on Isaac Sayer, now on the back of Archie Owen. We've also just seen George Edgar set the fast lap of the races. Oh dear.
Buckley off.
Was there a bit of a helping hand there? It didn't look like a deliberate if it was, but generally drivers don't tend to miss the corner by that amount without a bit of
physical encouragement.
Yes, exactly. Now the leading Mick Barrett Racing car is George Edgar as the dirty tyres of Ty Buckley see him fall down the field. I think, is that my first commentator's curse at the British Kart Championships? Apologies, Ty.
To the club.
Apologies.
3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. This race isn't done, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron Richardson is only 0.2 of a second behind his teammate Riley Cradham. Now, he didn't go for the move last time around. They were playing the team game in the final heat for Junior X30, but this isn't a heat. This is a final. For Aaron Richardson, it's an opportunity to take a first Wera Tools British Kart Championships win in his motorsport career. There's George Edgar, now with Sam Woolley, the next driver to try and find a way through. I think we're going to have a look at a replay here.
Let's have a look
from earlier before.
Yeah,
so
here
this
we
is
go.
Buckley and Sayer.
Ooh.
I don't know, actually.
No, I tell you what I think's happened there. That wasn't like a push from Sayer. I think the rear bumpers of these carts, they stick out of the number plate. And I think just the differing lines there pushed Ty Buckley's car just almost to the left when he was on the brakes. So almost certainly a bit of contact there, but I don't really think you can lay blame on Isaac Sayer's shoulders there. I think that is genuinely a racing incident. Of course, unfortunately, Ty Buckley fallen down the order. He's now in 9th place, so may have a different opinion to mine. But it is purely an opinion. Of course, we've seen one angle of it. The race directors will see all of the angles of the 244 of Sukhmani Kira. Has a lovely move up the inside of Gasworks onto the inside of George Edgar, who still has the fastest lap of the race at the moment, but falling away a little bit at this stage.
I'll give you a little bit of solace as well, Piers, that I mentioned Mick Barrett Racing podium, and then that happened. So I think it's probably both of us at fault.
Should we just stop talking about Mick Barrett Racing? It might do a bit better.
Nick. Sorry, Vic. 90 seconds to go. Riley Cradham still leads, but only by 0.2 of a second, and both of the Fusion drivers keep hitting in those personal best lap times. Aaron Richardson trying to be the first person in Wera Tools British Kart Championships action in 2025 to beat Riley Cradham. Through goes Sukhmani Kira, past George Edgar. That is all in and around 5th, 6th, 7th places. This one, it's been a bit quiet up to now, but now it's coming to the boil. 60 seconds remaining on the clock. Mayan Patel still one of your biggest movers, not quite the biggest mover. That's Alexander De Benedictis down in P21, up 7 spots. Over the line again, Cranham, 50.79 apiece for Cranham and Richardson. This is a finely edged final here, Piers. This is going to be good.
Yeah, just looking at the body language of Cranham's car into Senna S is exactly 1 lap ago. I was watching Cranham and all the other karts, to be honest, but Cranham especially very closely on Friday as I was out on circuit shooting some bits and pieces for Alpha Live, and he looked very much in control, that kart very much underneath him. Previous lap, backing it into the Senna S's and then turning in hard. He is pushing on. He wants to try and get away from Aaron Richardson at this stage, clearly being pushed as hard as he has at any point this weekend.
No, the changes there been that battle with Shenton, Kira, Edgar, Woolley and Buckley. Through now to the final corner. This is not final lap. Lead across the line with, I reckon, 3 seconds remaining on the clock. That's not good news if you're Riley Cranham, because it's going to have to be a 2-lap defence between now and the end of this one. Shenton still holding there in 5th place, trying to get some good points there on the Birrell Art machine. The Privateer run to 86. Mani Kira still there in 6th spot. Through the Dunlop chicane once again go those fighting for those big championship points. There's your fight for 3rd, which isn't done as well. Archie Owen and Isaac Sayer down through Gasworks again. You just feel for Aaron Richardson at the moment, he just needs a tiny little bit more speed and one opportunity to have a go at Riley Cranham here.
2/10 away, final lap starting. It's close enough that if he has a good 1st and 2nd sector, he could have a go into Gasworks, but Cranham just using that experience that he has, of course, being the O-plate driver, a returning driver to this class. And he's just at this end stage of the race making just a few fewer mistakes at this stage. Just a couple of hundredths here, a couple of hundredths there is the difference between Richardson and Cranham at this stage. We'll keep an eye as to whether Cranham has to defend into Gasworks. He takes a look over the shoulder, decides that he only has it a half defend. Richardson to the outside, he'll struggle to make a move in the horseshoe. Cranham is going to lead you through the final few corners.
Here he comes then. Riley Cranham has just got to get out of paddock corner, and it's going to mark the start of the 2025 season with a victory to follow up the win at the O-Plate. Riley Cranham wins at Warden Law and answers the questions once again. Leads Fusion Motorsport to a 1-2 on a great day for them. Aaron Richardson is on the podium for only the 2nd time in his karting career. A great drive, kept Riley Cranham very, very honest indeed throughout the course of that one, and takes a healthy haul of points into tomorrow. Good to see there Cranham and Richardson congratulating one another on a very well done job. Very professional job once again from Riley Cranham. Closer than we saw at Wilton Mill, of course, but no sweat at all for Riley Cranham. I think there's something in reserve for tomorrow, Piers.
We shall see, but it's hard to see anyone having one up on Cranham at this stage. If I'm not mistaken, he's won every race that he's partaken. The only race he didn't win was the one that he wasn't in the heats. So a very, very good day for Fusion Motorsport and Riley Cranham. Fusion 1-2. Isaac Sayer managed to get 3rd place in the end. I think that must have been out of our cameras. So I think Archie Owen led onto the final lap of those 2. But Cranham looking imperious at the front of the field. Of course, we go again tomorrow. Who knows whether the same story will be told.
Thumbs up for Cranham. Will lead the championship. 130 points, maximum score for the driver who, of course, was 2nd in the championship last year to Harrison Mackie. Mackie, of course, now graduating up to the seniors, means that Riley Cranham is team leader. Only the 2nd time that Riley Cranham's won a round in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. I think there's going to be quite a few more across the course of the season. Richardson, Sayer, Owen, Shenton, Kira, Edgar, Woolley, Buckley and Patel all in the top 10 on the road. Patel does have a 5-second penalty from earlier in the race. Nat Johnston P11, Finley Lines recovered to P12. Good day for Zach McDonald. A solid result there, P13 on the road ahead of Freddie Wood and Max Ewell. McLaughlin, Musk, Endicott, De Benedictis and Meek all in the top 20 finishers. Alfie Brown up 6 spots to P21 ahead of Suska Maeda and Jack Crockwell, Max Mason and John Foley Jr. complete the top 25. Ashley Harzer up 6 places in that one to 26th. Problems out there for Woodward. Alton Soy, those are the last 3 finishers. Mott, Snedden, Edmonds and Backler, non-finishers, Piers.
Here we go with some highlights of the race. It was from pole position Cranham that led the way. We had plenty of fighting down there. That's the drive we saw lead us.
Wow.
Actually quite a big hit into the tyres there for the 2.93 of Sam Mott. Not surprising he didn't finish that race. Then we had fighting for second place. This is the moment where we saw Richardson take second place and pull away. That was where Mayan Patel got his 5-second penalty due to a bit of a clumsy move up the inside. We had damage down the order. That's the 2.57 ending up on the back. Cameron Edmonds and Cooper Snedden coming together. Then we had a lot of fighting inside the top 10. At this stage in the race, George Edgar had good pace coming through the field, fighting with Sukmani Kira. And then this was that incident between Isaac Sayer and Ty Buckley that was unfortunate for Buckley, him getting dirt on his tyres. He fell a bit further down the order, would eventually come home in 9th place. George Edgar getting through him due to Ty's dirty tyres and Sukmani Kira following through. Then we had the battle between Woolley and Rocco Leon Shenton. Sukmani Kira getting her elbows out in her first British Kart Championships race in the Junior X30 category, showing that she has both the speed and the racecraft to do it. And then Riley Cranham eventually taking the win ahead of his teammate Aaron Richardson. Isaac Sayer took 3rd, Archie Owen 4th, and then Rocco Leon Shenton 5th place for the privateer.
Very good stuff indeed. We'll have X30 Junior entertaining us once again tomorrow. For now, though, let's head down to hopefully a bit warmer Riley Cranham, who's with Nicole Sutherland.
I don't think he is warmer yet. Riley just told me he's still cold. Riley, I think there might be something in the Warden Law air this weekend, because our 3 O-Plate winners for 2025 are also our 3 final winners here at the first day of racing. You must feel great. It was a great race out there. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was a really good race. I mean, we had a really good start, and then Aaron got to second, and then we worked with each other to the end. I had to cover 1 corner on the last lap, but all went well.
And you were driving round with Aaron, your teammate. Were you actually quite confident that he wasn't going to overtake you? Did you have any moment in your mind that, you know, he thought he would risk a move, or did you think you had it?
I knew we were going to work well together, obviously, all weekend, but he's had the pace to obviously beat me, so I was a bit worried near the end, but all went well.
All went well. Good day in the office. Hopefully a good day in the office tomorrow as well?
Well, I hope so, yeah.
Hopefully a warmer one as well?
Yeah.
Great to hear from you, as always, Riley. Congratulations. It will be a podium for you. That's it from our drivers for their finals today, but it doesn't stop there, because we've got KZ2 qualifying and something very, very exciting coming up shortly. But first, let's hear from our championship partners.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Do you know what I like? Karting. Do you know what I like even more? Very fast go-karting. And KZ2 is back this weekend. 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds. Top speed over 90 miles an hour. They're absolute animals. It's the biggest challenge in UK karting with sticky tyres, 4-wheel brakes, 50 horsepower and over 30 gear changes per lap. But that's my opinion. Let's hear what the drivers have to say about it. So what's your favourite thing about racing KZ?
It's an unbelievable driving experience.
What's your favourite thing about driving a KZ? Speed.
Everything is happens very quick, like changing gears and like a lot is going on.
Shifting gears. Fast, fast, fast.
The acceleration.
Fastest class in UK karting, KZ2, is back this weekend at Warden Law, and this is why you should get excited about it and make sure you tune in all weekend. Well, I hope that's whet your appetite. Now, let's go racing.
Once again, we welcome KZ2 out for their qualifying practice for the start of the 2025 British Short Circuit Gearbox Kart Championship. Before we get into the action, though, we'll have the last couple of minutes. Let's catch up with Timo and Ralph Youngling earlier on this weekend. Well, one of the big aspects of this weekend will be not one Youngling, but 2 Younglings on the grid for KZ2 this weekend. Ralph and Timo Youngling back with us for the opener here at Warden Law. Ralph, start with yourself. Bit of a new challenge for you. Obviously, you're very familiar with this wider Wera Tools British Kart Championships paddock, but taking this step into KZ2, how's that all come about?
Yeah, so I started in Honda years ago, and I came back last year for Senior Road Tax, and it was a big challenge, and I just started driving KZ, and there's nothing quite like it. The amount of fun I was having driving the car, it made me want to stay, so now I'm taking the competition to the highest level in the UK, and I'm looking forward to racing everyone in it.
What are the 3 big differences, would you say, whether it be with the kart or with the competition that you're racing here?
So I feel the karts are very different to drive. I think they require much more skill. Obviously the competition I wouldn't say is as good because in Road Tax I was driving against 60 people, whereas the grid's smaller. But I feel that the respect that the drivers give in this class is much more because everyone's more mature and older. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Also the tracks, it's quite a smaller class, and some might say it's worse, it might even be better because it really allows you to dial down on who your opponents are. The few tracks actually allow you to drive KZ, and yeah, it's quite fun.
And racing with your brother as well. I know that's been a relationship you've had before in your careers, but what's it like here in KZ2?
Yeah, well, it's pretty much the same as it's always been. He's been at the front, I've been trying to keep up, and especially in this class, I mean, Timo's the best driver on the grid, so having him to coach me and have his data is probably the best thing I could ask for.
Timo, to yourself, was a positive run here last year, but not quite the result that you would have wanted. A few mechanical issues just getting in your way. I think this is going to only be one of the only times we see you on the grid for this year. But are you confident again of running towards the front this weekend?
Yeah, of course. I mean, last year here we showed I had the best pace of anyone, and I basically won every single race except from the pre-final where unfortunately my chain fell off. But yeah, I definitely feel confident. I have the speed throughout the whole week, so I'm confident.
What are the main challenges around this place, and especially in terms of setup?
I would say this track, the condition changes quite a lot. Sometimes it can be very grippy, like last year. But now the track's changing. Obviously, last year was the Road Tax rubber, but now it's the X30. So now we're just fine-tuning the setup. But it's only been 3 sessions today, so there's a lot more practicing. So hopefully we can find the perfect setup for the rest of the week.
Timo, you'll be racing again this year in the FIA Karting Championships. How will this weekend help you get back in the mindset ahead of their season?
Yeah, obviously I've taken a bit of there's been a bit of a break from the last race on the Europeans, like the WSK to the Europeans now, which is next month. So I'm just kind of maintaining my fitness in this class, and the competition is still really high. So I'm looking forward to racing these opponents, which I'm against this week.
And for those perhaps racing in the X30 categories this weekend and the Road Tax categories last weekend, the direct drive ones, you know, those drivers who've had a similar journey to yourselves so far through the ladder, what would you say about them potentially having a go in these KZ2s?
Yeah, it's also fun. It's very physical, so I hope their fitness is good enough. And yeah, it's just really good fun and really fast as well.
Good stuff. Ralph, Timo, thank you very much for your time. Best of luck for this weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Back with us here, 2 minutes of this timed qualifying to go, and Timo Youngling is on pole right now. So this qualifying session is ordered by a driver's best 3 lap times. Those 3 lap times are then averaged to set our order. So right now, an average of 45.90 for Youngling leaves him 0.06 of a second ahead of the returning Oliver Stewart. Last year's champion Josh Price, 3rd at the moment in this session. Jake Weston 4th, Ashley Lewis 5th. Bit of a surprise to see Ella Stevens in 6th place though. The pace so far this weekend has been very good for Ella Stevens, and she was very strong in qualifying last year, so don't be surprised if you see Ella Stevens go forward with not much time left on the clock, but drivers now just trying to again wind things up, improve what lap times they've put on the board so far, and improve their best 3-lap average. Timo Youngling's just put in another 45.85, leaning on those Lacan tyres for these KZ runners. Same tyre as last year, and you'll see the different lines that the drivers will use across the course of this 1.2 kilometre lap. Looking elsewhere, Miles Murphy hasn't had much practice time in preparations for this timed qualifying session, but is in 8th place right now, the number 5 seed from last year. And Nino Piccoli as well, continuing to get quicker and quicker. He's the only rookie in this field. Last time Nino did any kind of competitive karting was 24 years ago. Josh Price to the top of the timesheets though. Josh Price goes quickest. 45.69 is the time now for Josh Price. There's still a few seconds on the clock. Most of the field are running through sector number 1 and into sector number 2. So for everybody, this is going to be their final lap. Has the 2024 champion timed this to perfection? Is knocked Youngling off of top spot. Ollie Stewart still there in 3rd. Jake Weston and Charlie Turner in the top 5. Good to see that the Formula Ks, the Rush Performance drivers, have started to pick up their pace. Maybe they found something before this TQ session. Checkered flag is out. Can anyone knock Josh Price off of pole position for the heats tomorrow? The answer is no. Josh Price, P1 for number 1. More racing, take pole position. Not for Miles Murphy there in the number 5, who I think you could tell he's a little bit out of practice, was going to go round for another lap there. But of course, cutting straight into the pits. So Price from Youngling, Timo Youngling that is. Ollie Stewart, P3. Jake Weston, 4th. Charlie Turner, 5th in that qualifying session. Ella Stevens, 6th. Might be a bit disappointed with that, but look how close it is on those average best 3 lap times. The top 7 covered by half a second, completed by Ashley Lewis there, and Miles Murphy will find more time between now and the point at which we go racing tomorrow. That's a good effort from Miles, straight in to 8th place there. Derek Morgan P9 and Ralph Youngling P10. That's the last of the track action here today at Warden Law, but it's not the end of activities for us here today at Karting Northeast. If you want to be back with us tomorrow, we will be live from just before 11:15 for another full day of racing, including those KZ2s that we've just seen have their timed qualifying. Do hope you can be with us on the Karting UK and Alpha Live YouTube platforms. If you've enjoyed the commentary, Andrew Mather in the box at Andrew Mather Commentary on Instagram and all the socials and all of that business. Piers Prior alongside me in the box. For now, though, let's pass down into the paddock. And once again, to Nicole Sutherland and Piers Prior.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Back down here in the paddock then, Piers has joined me. Piers, what a day of racing.
What a day of racing. I didn't realise it was quite as cold out here as it is. It's freezing. It's a little bit warm in the commentary box. It's been an excellent day of racing, but we've got some even more exciting, well, maybe not more exciting, equal as exciting
It's
stuff.
been competitive on the track, but it's going to be competitive in the paddock because we've got something very special.
Why am I holding a Wera tool, Nicole? Tell us about it.
Well, you can see to my left a kart. It looks a bit different maybe from some of the karts that go around on the track, but we've got some comments on there, and we've got a challenge for the drivers, we've got a challenge for the mechanics, and anybody else that is up around the paddock this evening. It's going to get feisty.
It's going to be good fun, but if you want to be involved in that, you have to tune in to the Paddock Show. That'll be live from 8 p.m. this evening, the Karting UK channel. Make sure you're subscribed to that so you get the notification. 8 p.m. the Wera Tools tyre changing challenge. I'll probably be leading us off and setting us a benchmark time on the Top Gear Star
that
leaderboard.
I'm going to beat.
Are you going to have a go as well?
I'm going to beat you, yeah.
Probably,
I have to.
I'm terrible. But anyway, that's that from 8 p.m. this evening. Tune into that. But for now, we're pretty much done with live. So thanks very much for joining us later on. And we now have the Paddock Show.